Lately it's looking like everything perfect. Out the mud with it, I put the work in. You can find me where that turf is. Pin precision like a surgeon. Bad ones used to curve me. Showing up to the show when the curve split. She know that I'm worth it. I'm finna go from area. I got the hit stash, got a bracelet for impact. Real tricky, quick to flip a pretty penny to a thick stack. Quick stat. Think fast and I talk real. I give a fuck about how they feel. Me and Zay drop the pro.
That's actually working. Zekro is finally able to pay off here. Zay drops down. He's fine for it.
I've been the man with the blueprint. I'm gonna stop till I own every brick. I used to lay out in the line just to feel the world spin on its axis. Now I got the access and the last laugh, got it off of the passion. I keep it 100 on the dash now that we got us some track.
We might have seen the same teams competing week after week here in Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America, but every day it's a brand new day of surprises as teams are leveling up and changing the competition to try to vie for points for Ascension. Hello everyone and welcome in. I'm Sarah Dunn, and joining me on the desk to get things started today, we have Tanner Metra and we have Dan Dryad. Hello, you two. It's been a second, but hopefully y'all have been well. It's the last day of the week, and Dan, the last couple days of Valorant, we've gotten to see some fantastic matches and a couple of surprising results.
This split 2 is so interesting with all the changes that we've gotten. We got Yay, we got Vanity, just going from their previous teams to what they're playing now, and everybody else kind of making changes right and left. Yesterday, a couple surprises, maybe I would say, and I feel like today could also be that case.
There definitely is that room for potential for today, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. Of course, one of the big things heading into split 2, we have to look back at the leaderboards as people are trying to get these points that have just been ramped up in split 2 to make sure that they can stand a chance come Ascension time, and making sure they don't hit that oh so dangerous relegation. And the standings, Tanner, it's definitely something that's quite interesting in comparison to how split 1 was going down. I'm specifically looking at the Group B when I bring that up first off, with OR Esports, middle of the pack there, a couple teams that might be a little bit more surprising near the bottom. A lot of things really up in the air.
Yeah, there is a lot of things up in the air. I think the most exciting thing is teams that we saw last split just a few weeks ago. We saw teams that needed to make changes, and they did. Some for the better, some for the worst. It hasn't quite worked out. I'm assuming some teams were hoping, but it's nice to see teams like OR Esports putting up numbers against, you know, our pretty clear number 2/number 1.5 in the guard. Group B, super exciting. It's already shaped up to be this group where you want to see Moist Moguls playing the guard, much like last split you wanted to see M80 playing the guard. This Moist Mogul squad has really leveled up. Obviously, Tanny, with that group of 5 that he's got, they've been making some incredible changes, and they've been beating the brakes off of people. It's very exciting. Now, I think when we talk about Group A for a second, M80, well, they went and smashed everybody in Group B last split. So they hop over the pond and they say, now I'm going to look to do it in Group A. And it hasn't been, I think, as easy as they thought it was going to be.
And I think today is really going to be that really big conclusion on, hey, is this going to be as easy as potentially we thought it was? Because they did account that maybe last week some first week jitters going on into split 2, but it'll be really interesting because we will get a clear decider, at least already in our week 7, of who's going to be the top dog for now in our Group A, as it is going to be M80 going up against TSM to start things off. This has potential to be such a great match. We've got to see the tie-off already. We know a little bit of that history, and we'll time to see if TSM can change that up. Later on, it'll be FaZe going up against Mad Lions. We surely got an exciting day ahead of us.
It's for the second match, I really don't know who's gonna win, guys. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep.
FaZe and Mad Lions, 2 teams that have struggled quite a lot, but definitely looking for that victory. And for the first match as well, it's gonna be interesting, like Sierra said. 2 teams that have shown greatness, especially for the side of M80, but with the changes that TSM had when it comes to roles and when it comes to how more solid they're looking, especially from that week 1, I'm excited to see how they're gonna match up.
It's so funny that you say that. Obviously, we have a really compelling match number 1 because M80 still, I think, to me, have to prove themselves again because of their slow start against Turtle Troop. And then for the second series, at the very least, we don't know who's going to win, but we do know that somebody is going to win.
Someone has
Yeah.
to, right? Something's got to give there. So it'll be fun in its own right. But looking a bit closer at M80 going up against TSM, you're 100% right that these two teams, there's definitely a lot of greatness about both of them. M80, all throughout Split 1, has been this team that has been regarded as one of the best teams. They were able to take down the mid-season face-off. There's so much great things going on about this team. Sure, maybe last week there's a little bit of taking confidence off that performance, but this is going to be the week going up against TSM to really be able to show like, hey, no, we kind of deserved that top dog spot for a reason.
Yeah, M80, they definitely proved themselves. Even coming out of the split, when you look back at the only loss that they had in split 1, it was against the guard, and it was one that you could chalk up as they didn't really put their all into it because they were secured a pretty good position. Even with that loss, they still took first place in the split, and then they proved it all over again in the mid-season face-off, going completely undefeated, beating the guard and doing that as well. So this M80 squad is a clear number 1, but I do think that maybe they came in underestimating some of the teams that they'd be playing here in Group A. We saw it and we see it in these replays here. This was not an easy win against Turtle Troop. Across 2 maps, sure, it was a 2-0, but it was not easy by any means. So they still have a lot to prove, and I think a lot of that comes off the back end of Noob, obviously, but Xander has been a player who's really stepping up for this team. Mid-season face-off included, as well as back in week 1 for this split.
One of the things that I find the most interesting about M80 is that this is a team that has been consistently at the top, winning matches against the guard, winning against pretty much everybody, right? But still, I know there's some doubts for the people watching. They're like, are they really the best? M80 isn't really the best team, and they have proven it over and over again. But because some of the matches are close, or because people like the guard so much, they kind of underestimate this team, and I feel like that still plays to their advantage until this day. This is a team that feels really confident as we get to take a look at Xander.
Yeah, and Xander's stats here, obviously incredible stats, really high cast. He's always getting his one, a high KD, high ACS from a controller player for this team. But I think what stands out mostly for Xander is not only his ability to frag, but his ability to kind of be left on an island. We see it a lot in Sentinel players that are set as the anchors. But we got it a lot last week where Xander, I'm looking back almost specifically to the second pistol round on Haven against Turtle Troop, where it is not a round that should be winnable by M80, but Xander all alone on the A site, frenzy in hand, and I believe he ends up picking up 3 kills. So just as a controller player and an anchor, he does his job. But we saw down at the bottom, that bottom stat was first kills to first deaths last week. A lot of the time, you don't expect your controller player to find first kills. That's totally fine. Leave that up to Noob and the gang. But you definitely don't want your controller player being dead first. So this guy's kind of working as kind of a heel in that aspect, but he's really strong as an anchor and usually getting his one.
A couple of things to just be tweaking and fixing going into this week. And they recognize that after that victory last week. So it's time to see if they can have changed all of that up going up against TSM. Because TSM's definitely a great team. I feel like it's one that when we talk about these great teams that we have here in Challengers, this hasn't necessarily been the team that we've been talking about because people have been too busy talking about M80, too busy talking about the guard, but there has been some greatness and some consistency here.
Especially for the first split where we got to see TSM taking down the guard very, very early on in the first couple of weeks that we got. But right now, I'm actually even more interested in watching this TSM squad with the role changes that they made. We got to hear from Corey last week, and he was talking about, he was never kind of forcing everybody else to let him play duelist or let him play that jet. He was open to anything and to whatever was more comfortable and was best for the team, and that's why we got to see 7 on this jet. Also 7 flexing into the Sentinel, has played the Sentinel before, and I think this jet from 7 looks so great. Definitely a win condition for TSM today.
I also want to add to that Sentinel, I think the Sentinel looked great for 7 because his jet has looked great, right? Because I think I said it the last time we casted him, Dryad, where 7's been given this creative freedom where he's not just stuck on Sentinel duty, and it seems like it's kind of reinvigorated this player to really show up on every single map instead of maybe feeling like they were stuck in Sentinel jail. So there's some creative freedom to the young gun in 7, and it's really rewarded the team. as we take a look at a player here in GMD, who I wanted to highlight GMD as almost a direct contrast, but not a head-to-head to Xander, because the stats, the fragging power, KD obviously is still a positive one, ACS a little bit lower than Xander's, but what GMD does for the squad is not only IGL, but he's also dying a whole lot less. Still a high cast, kill per round a little bit lower than the individual stats of Xander, but being alive for your team, also being able to find a lot of these early first kills, it takes the pressure off of your duelist to do that. If GMD's finding a first kill, it doesn't mean that, you know, Seven's dashed into a site, found a first kill, and is now kind of stuck on an island as duelists usually are. This is GMD going to find one, you know, from the middle of the map and then be able to make a call based off of that. So I'm really looking at GMD to be more of a rock in way of staying alive and continuing to call instead of from the sidelines being dead on the server with his team in the round. He's making those calls.
Loving that little bit of contrast between the teams and really a little look at what we can be expecting going into today's match. This definitely is going to be a great one, and being able to figure out who's going to be the top dog in Group A going forward into Split 2. But of course, we got a chance to sit down and talk to the players a little bit about their thoughts for going into the match.
The expected outcome is for us to win. I mean, we're obviously the favorite going in. Playstyle was, I'm not sure. It depends on the maps, to be honest. It depends on like what they decide to play and what we decide to play, what comps we decide to play. I feel like Valorant matchups depends a lot on which comp you want to play. You want to play a more aggressive one, a more defensive one.
I always thought like the haze removal was a little bit odd. I felt like there's definitely like environmental issues, I was assuming. But I think like always with time, a change would they would need time to get really good, and I think that they got that time. So I think the match going into TSM, I think it's definitely going to be more difficult, but we've improved since that time as well. You have to remember that. So I don't think you'll see a complete different result. I think we're going to go in there and win exact same way.
I mean, I think because I'm a competitor, it's like I don't think they're unbeatable. Like I know many people call them unbeatable or like they just can't lose, but like I mean, I think they have flaws. Like, I think every team has flaws. And I don't think they're like completely unbeatable. I would agree with them. They're one of probably the harder teams.
You tend to get closer games from them when you shut down their duelist player. So life is going great for them whenever they get opening picks and they speed up and they like pick you apart. But we punish the guy who pokes in, and also like just make it harder for them to like hit the site. Kind of just make it like good post plant fights and like 3v3 scenarios, which is like not that bad, honestly. I mean, they're definitely really good. It's not like you get them in the scenarios and they just lose, right? Like, you still gotta work for it. Like, that's the thing about that team. You gotta work for everything.
I don't think there's much. Just kind of like look at their protocols, like see what we do, and then how they react off that.
Yeah, I feel like any team that wants to like fight us, I'm like happy to take it. I feel like we still have like the 5 like craziest aimers in the league, and I think any team that wants to like play that play style kind of against us, it's always gonna like kind of fail. I think any way they want to play, it's gonna be the same result.
Let's have a good game. Sup, Xander? Feel me?
I love you guys. Don't shoot me too much.
Both teams in agreement for this, that M80 could be a favorite going into it, but TSM talking about the fact, hey, they aren't unbeatable, looking for a different result this time. Both teams have definitely been putting in that work to make it happen. Not wait to see how today goes down. It's a rematch. We did get to see them face off before, and with our map picks and bans, get to see how history repeats ourselves going into today. Start things off, we're gonna see it go over to Fracture, and right away, Dan, this map pool in general seems pretty good for both teams.
It's interesting because one of the things that we were talking about is M80 maybe not having that dominant performance against Turtle Troop last week. And this is one of the maps that really went to the distance at 13-11 to close it out and really benefiting that attacking side a lot more for M80. So it's going to be interesting because they get to start on that side. So that is definitely where they're going to be looking better.
And then looking specifically at that Haven, this is one that I believe that when they did face off last time, it didn't go the greatest necessarily for TSM, so M80 going to pick that up. Also, no surprise here either, Tanner, with M80, with the classic bans that they always go towards.
And yeah, they've been fortunate. TSM have played, I think it's split once. So I thought maybe there's a world where TSM looked to challenge them on one of these maps that M80 have typically been banning. Obviously, in this matchup, you ban Lotus against TSM because they've played it. They've shown proficiency on it in the past. I'm excited. So for the first map, I don't really know what to expect. I think we've seen some weaknesses from M80 on Fracture. We saw a very strong TSM. This is a map where Corey goes back to that duelist and playing the Raze, and Seven plays the Cypher. That's what was happening last week. It's possible that we get some changes. Maybe Seven feels a bit more comfortable on the Killjoy or something of the sort. But it looked really good for TSM last week. The two maps that we get, preceding that is Haven and Ascent, the maps that they played previously. But the big change to this, outside of something that we failed to mention, and Hazed is no longer on the team or the IGL because he's not on the team. And that's what happened the last time that TSM played M80. But most importantly, I think these are going to be two maps. Ascent, I know, Ascent, I know for sure. But Haven is probably a map where Seven gets to play the duelist again. So this could be a completely different look outside of a brand new IGL against M80 for TSM. Kempeki on the team against M80 for TSM. And Seven playing a role that he is so incredibly comfortable on and so strong on. So I would argue that these maps, to get us started, look pretty darn good. The last time that they played Haven, it was 14-12 in M80's favor. So I think this looks really good for TSM.
It's definitely going to be a worthy fight between these teams for claims of the best team here in their group. The match is going to be starting shortly, but first we're going to be taking a quick break, but don't stray too far.
Welcome back, Valorant. Welcome back, Valorant fans. This is why we have a host.
You got it.
They revoked my hosting duties. It's gone. Welcome back, everybody, to the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America, where we had a player waiting to get back into the game, and now they have done just that. So we set our eyes out towards Fracture. It's TSM. It's M80. I'm still Tanner Metro. Nothing has changed there, and I'm still working alongside the lovely Dryad. Dryad, last time we saw this map for TSM, it looked good. It looked really good.
Yeah, it looked really good. And I remember some specific things about Corey, right? On this race, one of the best races that we got here in Challengers. And it's fun to see him being able to flex a little bit into other roles. But of course, when they need to play this race, he's going to go back to it.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of a change there. Nismo pulling out. I think what's quickly become the alternative to KO in that sky. We've been seeing it bounce from map to map, and now we're getting it here from M80's Fracture. Again, a map on the M80 side. It looked a little shaky. I think they were still getting dubs, but it definitely looked a little shaky.
It's going to be kind of the test for a lot of the teams, right? Going for the changes, especially from week to week. And including the sky specifically, where we started seeing it very, very recently. I think maybe a month ago, a little bit longer, when we started seeing the sky come up in other maps, including Fracture here. And just kind of trying to find the value, like you said, instead of that KO.
And we've got a tech pause, so dealing with some maybe peripherals or something of the sort. Usually the comms go down. It's obviously something that you need to get into the game, so we'll get to take a peek at the players. And if anybody can read lips, feel free to share with us what GMD is breaking down for us as we get in. I don't know how far into the server they are, but I would imagine at this point they're also seeing that Nismo is playing the sky. And okay, never mind. I don't even know if they saw the agents because they're okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Production's in my ear telling me 10 different things. It sounds like they do know. But the sky, a big pickup, but a big change from Nismo, who I think pretty consistently, Dryad, has almost always played the KO. I think this is, if not one of the first, a very new look from Nismo.
And I like it. I really like it. I feel like, again, because we've just really recently started seeing that sky come up on Fracture specifically, it is a perfect opportunity for M80, and something that they talked about even after that first split, where they pretty much guarantee playoffs, so they feel that freedom to experiment a little bit more. And even though this is a minimal kind of test, kind of change, it still adds a lot to even giving that support to Koala Noob. And that is also one of the things that TSM talked about. Corey said it in that video that we got to watch. The closer the games get closer with the M80 once you shut down the duelist. So once you're getting a little bit of that extra support with that sky for the flash, for that entry, it seems like it is a good opportunity for M80 to get ahead.
Yeah, and really helps deal with all of that Cypher utility. You don't need to hit him with a 0 point. You can just run your dog right through it. So we're finally back onto the server. M80 will start on their attack, and just as M80 like to do, they're quick up towards this B site. They'll be slowed down for just a moment by that fault line from Kompeki.
And again, for M80, they're undefeated on this map. Both of the teams are, but M80 playing it just one more time. 3 times they've played it since that first split. And this attacking side, this is their strength because of how good they are at positioning each other, positioning Koala Noob, now positioning Gizmo as well, for, like you said, shutting down the Cypher utility, giving that entrance and making it a little bit easier for them.
Nature spotted, but he spotted a few as well, so TSM should have a pretty general idea that they're looking to head this way. Smokes come down once more, and Corey now do some reconnaissance with that boom bot. It does get the information finally. Xander pushed through the smokes. Corey couldn't find anybody for quite some time, and we go back and forth for the first couple of kills, but 45 seconds left on the clock. M80 looked to back away. Nismo get everybody topped off by the regrowth, but they're not done yet, Dryad.
Seems like they're gonna go, they cut the noise, and they're coming back in.
30
Team D's
seconds
not gonna
left.
spot them right away. Might not even spot them at all if it doesn't go for the swing. And yeah, Nismo's gonna push because of it.
They want to try and get deep here. Ooh, Black hung on to only one for a few moments. Nature finally able to find that kill. He was low on HP, and he gets his one before he eventually goes down. Koala low once more, and a regrowth in hand means Nismo is
10
not in the
seconds
fight,
left.
but GMD is. However, from
down,
Tower, he'll
B.
find the frag.
Last
The
player
trades are there,
standing.
but the time, Dryad, the time is not just barely. I think M80 are able to get this plant down. So Frenzy a dream, a kill to be found. Oh, make it 2. It's 4 on the round. It's GMD. It's TSM.
GMD gonna do it just fine. The only player we got to see in tower playing very quiet, not even going for the swing, and it just plays to his strength right at the end for that 1v2. Pistol going this side of TSM. And an M80 with a cool idea, right? Cutting noise when they go for that re-hit. They try to play for contact, even though we saw the idea of going for the flash, for the side flash, just to get that entry into that spawn. But again, really good idea for TSM. GMD so patient towards tower.
Also, a great setup, right? TSM know that that's happening the entire time because we had, I believe it was a trapwire for TSM inside A main and a camera up a top dish. So they knew that M80 weren't rotating over towards that A side. So they're able to just hunker down and make that one work. And now they've been awarded 1 of 4 orbs for free.
Look at
As M80 have to go quick again. Okay, here we go. Yeah, force up, and they've taken the B site.
Look at the buy. It was very expensive for them 1v2 towards the end zone. M80 feeling comfortable to go for this one. It's risky, especially for EU having a Spectre in hand and especially pushing forward. They're going to be expecting him here. To the crossfire, a little bit of a bait as well. If it ends up working out, it's going to be great for M80.
A little bit of friendly fire there. Corey gets one back. The EU and Nismo do good. Find 2 kills for the team, and now Corey can't do a whole lot. He's got to look to back away from this one. Finally, the cavalry has arrived in 7 of Nature. Pick up a couple of their own. They're looking to punish the force, and they've done just that so far as John Cutie looks to back away and survive as the clock continues to tick. The spike just around the corner from exploding. We'll see if he's done enough. It doesn't look like... Oh. John Cutie so close, but yet so far. A lot of damage dealt. That force eventually punished.
1 second, and that's more than enough for TSM. And the buy, the only player who didn't go for that buy was John Cutie. And in that 1v2, just too difficult. Us M80 are gonna have to deal with not the best buy into that one. Going for that force round 2. Insta, a Marshall, a Spectre seems like it's as good as it gets for them. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about as well, M80 and TSM, last time that they faced each other was actually for that split 1 week 2. That was before TSM got Kempeki. A game changer for sure for TSM, and now trying to put up a challenge and to convert this round 2.
And if you're M80, this is, again, a shaky map. You definitely don't want to start 3 rounds down. So we'll see if they can pull the rabbit out of the hat here at this one, or else it's just an empty grab. Good fault line. Finds 4 of 5. But there's nothing behind it.
Every single player towards this area. Very similar to what we saw towards Arcade in the first pistol round. Trying to play a little more patient. M80, they like to take this time. And Corey trying to get ahead with it, does so.
He does get stunned up after Shock forced him off the angle. He has not taken a lick of damage, though, so he's going to continue forward. Ooh, good shot from Xander, though. Sits him down. That Spectre with high rates of fire because of the stim. Unfortunately, doesn't get any more value. And, I mean, the dust is settled, and we're even Steven here.
Yeah, Corey going for a repeat. Not the best one. Actually expecting it that time around, so it turns into a 3v3. Spike gonna get planted here. And TSM still doesn't have the best buy. One of them gets spotted. Kempeki gonna take care of it.
Kempeki healthy with the rifle in hand. Nature has to close the distance with the judge. That's exactly what he'll do, but he was not ready for the close angle of EU. And now a 1v1, 7 low in HP, and EU cuts him down. 4 kills for the breach, and M80 are on the board.
That did not feel like a Spectre at all for EU, boy. I was looking at it. It felt like a Phantom the way that he was getting the last 3. And wow. EU just taking care of it. I like that we get to see the players as well, kind of the energy clapping and getting a little bit more to work right now. Of Relling Thunder gonna be available for this player that we just saw clutching the round, closing it out of the end. Even with the buy that was not really benefiting them, they turn it around.
Yeah, a lot lesser of a buy, but M80 do M80 things. They find a way. Fortunately for TSM, it didn't hurt the bank. too bad. And I mean, M80 continue to do M80 things again. It's not necessarily a forced buy into a round win, but it's all 5 stacked together and it's supposed to play right next to one another as they go deep inside the spawn. Seekers reveal where this defense is playing. Trailblazer deep as well, going all the way through, spotting all 3. And I mean, TSM, they can't even fight out of their spawn.
And they had to just play back. The only thing holding that side was a utility. Now going for the over to strike. Not going to spot anything as the spike does get planted.
And A-main control belongs to M80 for now. Only Thunder available. EU can play it off the tap. No, instead just going to send it. Fault line comes through. Koala dashes to safety. EU pushes forward just before he got suppressed, so he had to get that ult off for that suppression as Corey tries to dance around it, but can't do enough with the blast packs. And TSM are all falling by the wayside. 7 and Campecta, the only 2 that remain. They'll find one on the way out. They'll look to save their weapons and concede the round to M80.
And that's when we get to see exactly why M80 go for that change in composition, right? Pushing Sands, you get to see Koala Noob and Nismo going for that flash thing, going for the each one getting a kill, and making sure that TSM did not stand a chance into the round. It's also well played, of course. Something that with Nismo on the sky gets done a little bit easier, as it was an expensive round for both of the teams when it comes to ultimately Rolling Thunder coming through, the Seekers as well. But it does not even feel like the Seekers got invested, right? Nismo getting closer to get them again as the 2 teams are 2-2.
This should do.
Yeah, and I think the Seekers are a good mention there. It allows you to take space deep into heaven to get into that smoke and use that Trailblazer because you know nobody was there. So we'll see if that is a play that continues as those Seekers continue to come back online.
And one thing that I like a lot about M80 that it feels like only them can pull off is everybody playing together, right? You see all 5 players stack, all of them going for the same push, even when they were cutting noise for that pistol round. And they're making sure that they're not splitting, that they're always getting those trades done, and that is what's giving them that early success, those 2 rounds.
Trailblazer, okay, it looks like they just shot the trip there instead of saying Trailblazer didn't look like it dealt with the trip there. Good flash out, Judge in hand, Xander still finds the kill. No value out of the Judge just yet for TSM as finally they look to retake this B site. Spike not planted yet. Koala deep into the spawn, but his feet are burning. The ground is lava, and he'll eventually get punished for it. Now Xander and John Cutie have to slow down and try and take a breath as that Spike down in an awkward position. Neither player really in a spot to pick that one up in TSM. All 3 players here on this side. We'll see if John gets spotted.
June kind of
30
pushing, trying to get closer to teammate. We talked about them playing together, but that's not going to be a chance. Corey goes for the showstopper at the end. Okay, there's a 4 kills. Just want to make sure those multi-kills go his way for the 4K in that round for TSM. And yeah, we talked about it at the beginning, everybody playing together. That allows for TSM to go into the flank. It does get shot down, but at that point, there's too many things going on. Like you said, that Trailblazer, it didn't really shot down the Cypher utility early on, so you have to take care of that. You have to take care of the 1 player in tower with a shotgun up close, the flank as well with 2 players coming through. There's a lot going on, so at this point, maybe you see the players for M80s playing a little bit more.
And as you mentioned, all 5, all of them stacked together. I think a typical default, you usually see the Cypher across the map, but John Cutie wants to be with the team, wants to be able to make the call with the information that they've all gathered one another. And that guiding light could be so deceiving here. They made do their due diligence. 2 players around the corner. Koala's down, but Nismo gets them right back. 2 kills for 1.
Seekers.
Happy to trade.
Seekers again now. 2nd time that we get to see on the 5 rounds so far. Nature gonna get spotted up close. Doesn't seem like there's a chance. The utility is good, but immediately having to back down.
Yeah, he tried to go just before he got tagged up by all that util, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It's good damage from TSM onto N80, but 4 players still alive. A spike planted. A Trailblazer now running you down and getting the information, and it doesn't seem like, I mean, there's enough in the savings account for TSM, so both players, once more, Campecta and 7 will look to save.
And a lot of these rounds are, towards the beginning, very slow for M80, but once they hit, they're going to go for it with the flashes as well. With that Brim and the Breach utility, so aggressive into side. And with the trades, the way that they're playing together, again, going back to all 5 players stacked, and pushing, it allows for the trades, while on the defense, you're going to have a little bit more of that split. Everybody kind of across the map getting something done, trying to get that info, but for M80, once again, this is the strong side for them. This is the attacking side that nobody has been able to shut down. Just last week when they went against Total Troop, it was a 3-9 half when they started on the defense, and on the attacking side they got 10-2. Just so one-sided, and we get to see why. It's something that not everything is able to pull off, because you lose that map control and it becomes so much more difficult, but M80 are always aware of it.
And on the inverse, 62% defense win rate for TSM here on Fracture. So this is where you would hope that TSM can also hold them to maybe something a bit more even and look to get it done as we swap sides. This time, though, not all five together. John QD is playing the map a little bit more. Meanwhile, Koala's got the knives and has already taken all this space. And if you're not... I mean, the spike is already planted, right? You cannot take the time to venture around the map. So again, TSM put in a position where they have players dish, sure, but the rest of the team, they're going to be coming from the spawn. And A main control belongs to M80.
And they changed that Cypher setup too, right? We've seen towards A over and over again. Now they put in B, and that's not where M80 wanted to go.
Boombot to try and find something. That knife will reveal one, and Koala knew the knives are gone. The shorty was out, but Corey finds the kills instead. Now starting to finally get the job done as the Incendiary goes down. Fault line on it. Nature gonna try and tank this to halfway, and he does so successfully. But you're just running out of time here. If you're TSM, you have to hop onto that spike. It's out in the open as they play the jiggle around the corner. Kimpeki mows them all down. And TSM secure the round in Dryad. This is a player that we failed to mention. The newest addition to TSM, now playing this M80 squad, and he comes up huge to grab the lead.
It's massive. Again, last time the two teams faced each other, they didn't have Kimpeki. TSM didn't have Kimpeki, and he's been a huge difference maker recently for that split number one, being the best player, even putting up a fight when it comes to stats against Koala Noob, right? With the better team, at least in paper, at least when it came to the results. And now Koala Noob, I guess, falling a little behind when it comes to what Kimpeki is capable of doing. And it's great to see Kimpeki showing off this way, right? Because it felt like he struggled for so long, but now he's for sure one of the best players that we have in Challengers, and clips like that one and multi-kills to close out the rounds are just a proof of it.
An early timeout called here for M80. You can see for the first half of this timeout, a lot of listening from the players. Now you're seeing Koala Noob get into the conversation a bit. See how they can get things figured out. You know, the plays behind the Seekers, they work so well because you don't have to guess where the defense is, right? You spot them out, Koala jumps in and takes it down, makes it look simple. But outside of that, it's been this guessing game for M80 as to where they need to clear out. TSM doing a good job keeping them guessing in that regard and expecting some type of aggression out towards Dish, as we've seen from TSM, but nobody's home.
And now, look, everything that we talked about, everything that we've seen for the last couple rounds of M80 with everybody playing together, that is finally changed after we got to see that timeout. Just across, playing for that default. And they have to do so, right? Kimpeki has a Rolling Thunder available. Once they go for the hit into sight, Kimpeki has to be in the right place, the right time as the defense try to push forward. And they haven't spotted anything just yet.
Triggered.
John QD makes some noise, seeing what information he can gather. TSM know it's all an elaborate ruse, and GMD ends up finding that kill against the Cypher, which, I mean, that's just those first blood that GMD finds for the squad. Corey also going to add to the mix, but he's been taken down, operator in hand. I don't know if TSM were expecting that.
No, not at all. And on a default as well with this operator, it becomes a lot more difficult to position Koala Noob here, but slowly trying to get that space towards the spawn of the defense of TSM.
Just about set up perfectly, but Kimpeki
Expecting it.
out of range. Fault line out. Koala needs to dance away. Also, mind you, a glass cannon as Seven tries to hold his ground up inside tower.
10
He's been
seconds
dealt with. Nature gonna look to stall for just a moment. There's not enough time to get that spike plan with an orbital strike available. GMD gonna send this one out, and that's gonna be the round. Oh, okay. Did they hear a tap?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That was a lot used there at the end to secure the round. M80 lost it, but I mean, two huge
Probably
ults now
heard
off the
it.
table.
Yeah, probably heard that tap for Kempeki to use that ultimate, was kind of waiting around, knew exactly how Koala was going to be pushing towards that spawn. Pushed them back, but yeah, it seems like they thought that was still a possibility, maybe planting. Not we're used to seeing, not in that standard position. As TSM, they get that round. A little weird for sure, but they're going to take it.
Yeah, a win's a win, you know, for TSM. M80 also probably kind of counting their blessings there as Koala takes that first shot too quick on the angle as Nature and GMD will end up finding those kills. It was Corey, the player that was running them down, but unfortunately doesn't walk away with anything. Meanwhile, the top side of the map, M80 have been playing it, and they've got the safe side for free. Well, free's maybe not the right word.
As the players were taking the north part of the map, and the other two got shot down, calling it a junk cutie. Though this is something that TSM talked about. When you take down the duelist, it becomes a lot easier. And now when you have the numbers advantage, it should be around for TSM.
Nismo, though, off angle here. They expected him. First one goes down. Nismo not able to find the next, but Xander lines up two. Grab those kills. Now TSM run out of time. M80 maybe have found themselves a way back into this round after losing two players early inside the smoke. EU waits. GMD gonna run down Xander. Orbital strike comes out on the opposite end, and Seven has done enough in way of kills, but does he have enough time? It does not sound like it. M80, I mean, they claw their way back into round 9, and they secure it for their fourth.
In a 5v3, and Xander just goes huge for the round. Like you said, the off angle was everything. Knowing where TSM were going to be coming from, and Corey has been playing so aggressive, and he's getting the kills, he's getting the results that he wants. But at some point, it's an M80 that's starting to catch on this pattern. Corey, you see him getting a kill, he's going in for more, he's looking for more, he's hungry for them. So definitely a risk to take for TSM, as they don't want to lose that lead. They don't want to make things even for the side of M80. Showstopper is going to be available. A 4-1 setup here on the defense. Again, the Cypher alone towards A. And that's where it seems like M80 want to go again.
Seven left on an island here. Now has that information, and when you spot Koala, you should know that the rest of the team could be behind it. Obviously, there's that small bit in your mind that makes you think maybe it is just an elaborate ruse. They show us Koala, but that elsewhere, but that's not the M80 way. So they're looking to take the safe site once more. Kempeki, beautiful timing through the smoke, finds kill onto Koala, and that is, I mean, that's hit the big red stop button for just a second as they take their time down, getting onto the rest of the site. We go back and forth as Seven and John Cutie find their way into the kill feed, but a player ahead are TSM. We've seen Dryad. This does not necessarily matter to M80. Cage trigger.
Junkyo is going to spot a couple of the players once again pushing from main. 4v3 to deal with.
The flashes back and forth. Corey finally gonna have that rocket back online, and it's more than just the rocket, it's the rifle right behind it. As EU looks to hold his ground on the site, but there's just too many targets running him down, and Corey will find yet another multi-kill, and TSM will punch their 6th ticket.
This is exactly what we were just talking about. Corey gets the first one. He's going to go in for more. No hesitation. And the way that TSM sets him up for this map is just beautiful. One of the best maps for sure that TSM has. 2 times only that they've played it recently. But it seems like the only 2 times that they need for the practice for a matchup like this one against M80. I'd love to see this version of Corey. Sometimes he's getting shot down, slowed down. But it seems like right now, no matter what M80 is doing, no matter the post-plant positionings, Corey always has an option, a way into the site.
Flash.
Yeah, the showstopper definitely helps things in that situation.
Yeah.
We go back to an awkward round for M80 in way of buy, but still a plenty. Trailblazer spots the Cypher. Walladoop has the only rifle, and there it goes. I mean, just as quickly as he had it, it's already gone.
The tag, yeah.
This is scary. This is scary for M80. TSM,
They found my
Seven eventually came online. This time it's taken a little bit longer to do so, but it seems he's starting to find it, Dryad.
And then M80, they have picked up the pace recently, going for the spike planted faster after what we saw a couple rounds ago. And it looks great initially, but you're losing Koala Noob so early on into these rounds. A 5v2 to deal with. EU does have a Rolling Thunder. The last one alive, not gonna stand a chance against Nature. And TSM, they're gonna get one more round, they make it to 7.
TSM, they secure the better of the half there, and they do it in flawless fashion. M80, you can't blame them really for not using those ultimates. You have now 3 online here into this, and we've seen, not necessarily the Rolling Thunder, but we've seen how much the Seekers mean to this team. Instead of Koala in that last round, you know, going hunting and trying to find 7, well, in this round, we'll see Koala playing behind those Seekers to help secure a kill for that Jet.
And now playing a 4-1, just leaving the Cypher at the bottom of the map. Just, again, catching the pattern for TSM. They like to go on this flank. They take advantage of the full stack that M80 have been playing on this attacking side. But it's still gonna be an early risk. Doesn't spot anybody up close early on.
I've got your trail.
And M80 that'll recur towards Arcade.
Koala Noob deep once more. Seekers are out. He does get tagged though, and he's gonna get rid of that. Now looks to work his way onto the site, but GMD spots him, takes him down, and Koala falls once more. This spells disaster for M80. We'll see if they can find their way back into it. They do still have the Rolling Thunder. Nismo with the Trailblazer. That'll be dealt with in Nature just around the corner. Good damage on the robot. A flash to follow, but that's only going to buy some time as Nature backs away. Gives this position to Nismo, and Nismo has single-handedly kept TSM on this site.
It's so good. So smart as well for the player that we've always seen playing KO here now, going for the sky. Corey, are they expecting it? Can they shut him down? Yeah, Sander's gonna do it just fine. Rolling Thunder for EU.
But he's in an awful spot. He'll have to get it sent right now. It looks like he's going to orbital strike behind it. It worked so good. The Wombo combo. And it's all up to 7, but he's been taken down. And M80, they find a way and they grab a fit.
And all of us on distraction, trying to figure out where everybody else was. Potentially right behind Nismo, not being the case in M80. They get to 5. Usually take a strong lead on the attacking side, but so do TSM on the defense. It was very even match for the two. We got to see many ideas, even for the end right now. That combination of the last 2 ultimates you could invest into the half, the orbital strike, the Rolling Thunder, shut down the play, shut down every single retake. When you have the big advantage for the set of M80.
Oh, man. And that, again, it's not often that you get good Wombo combos like that. The Rolling Thunder that knocked the GMD into the orbital strike.
Yeah.
To find that kill. So we swap sides. M80 currently trailing by 2 rounds. 7 feeling pressured on the top side of the map, so he'll look to link up with his teammates down south.
And TSM trying to do a little bit of the same. Everybody on this A side early on for the pistol round. Not gonna be or meet anybody up close. M80 going for the retake here.
Impeki allowed to plant, put some thought into that Rolling Thunder, maybe to try and get that one online early. And there's still a lot of util. Kempeki into this round comes no armor. Good flash around the corners, 2 players, and Corey was not ready to deal with them both. Does get damage across the board onto M80, but there's still a player ahead. Beautiful guiding light here, looking to assist on the kill onto GMD. Aftershock comes through as well, and GMD still standing. 7 is here to fight from the site. Kempeki will find another across the map here on the A side. Just like that, Xander, the last one standing here in the retake. M80 completely flub it there, as Corey was the only one to fall for TSM.
M80 on this retake, going for a crunch towards Sands, and everybody shot down. Also, GMD being so quick to react for it, going for the player all the way up top and then taking care of the rest. Expecting this kind of play as TSM. He managed to get the 2nd pistol round of Fracture. It's so interesting that it really seems like TSM caught onto the win condition against M80. Shot down Koala Noob. Koala Noob has 3 kills. He's 3 and 11 so far. And that's all the work that TSM has been putting. Corey in the front line, even when he was on the defensive side, going so aggressive to shut Koala Noob down. And it's paying off.
Yeah, it's forced the heroics out of M80. Not something that we've needed to see a whole lot because they are so strong as a unit. But M80 do a good job flexing that, hey, heroism is still here. We can take these 3v5 rounds. We can win these eco rounds. It doesn't look like it's going to be necessarily this eco round, but we do know that they have it in the tank as TSM just waltz their way through the A site, get that spike planted, collect a few heads, leave it all up to Koala Noob, and we'll see what he can find on the way out.
The only player with this vibe, with the Marshall, being the last one alive. Seems like an impossible mission as the time starts to run now into a 1v5. Looking for some damage, but that seems like it's gonna be it.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Fortunately, that is all Koala finds. He is allowed 2 ult orbs in that endeavor, though. One for the kill, one for the death. We'll take a look back around again. We expect TSM to scoop up here, but a side that is a little bit weaker, right? I guess this is the weak side for both of the teams. So for TSM,
yeah,
on the strong side to come away with 2 rounds, it makes you think, like, for M80, is this rifle round, it means a whole lot. This rifle round not only means a lot in way of the score, you know, and being 9-6 versus 10-5, but also it shows us, you know, where M80 are at. Can they show us a strong defense? And that's a pretty good start.
It's a good start, something that Koala Noob has been looking for and has been trying to find for so long, just to get the opening picks. Corey trying to put up a fight, gonna get shot down early on, 3v3. And TSM going for that faster pace as the spike gets planted.
Spikes down heaps of utility as well. This, just the bonus. You see Campeki walking out of the site. He's only got a ghost in hand. Nature only bringing the Spectre. But where that spike is planted, you can get Campeki disconnected from the play. You can also play that fragment, which it looks like... Okay. That looks like me in my ranked game. I say I know a lineup, and then I do something like that. Campeki also has already tossed out his utility. Aftershock on, fault line used, couple of flashes available, 0 points, it's happening on the spike. It's getting dicey. I mean, there's so much fear of the unknown here as EU just pushes forward. Now, does he have enough time? He has to hop onto the spike, and it doesn't seem like he does. I think it's a good call from EU to back away from it. But there it is, the 10-5 scoreline that TSM were hoping for.
Wow. And that was, you know, for the first rounds, for the first half, it was a force into round 2 for M80 after losing that pistol. That one, that second and third round, that wasn't it. That was as standard as it goes for them. Maybe only calling Noob round 2 buying that Marshall, but everything else, the rifles were and attempted to be enough. Wasn't the case. This is a scary scenario to be in for this out of M80. A big disadvantage in half. It doesn't really benefit them. A side that doesn't benefit them on the defense. This is where they got not only 3 rounds against Proto Troop. And Colin trying to catch this out of TSM off guard, playing it faster. Doesn't spot anybody up close.
And this is kind of the M80 way that we would expect from defense too, right? They always want to fight. They want to take every fight that they can. So they look to do that early here in this one. They don't necessarily have the tools to do it. It's Koala with the rifle. He's going to get backed away, stunned up, but now looking to be run down. A good cloud burst keeps him alive, but GMD does it again. Finds him through the smoke. The head of Koala has been collected once more. This usually spells good things for TSM.
Moving M80 into this retake. The buy isn't the greatest. 1 by 1, they get shot down by the side of TSM.
1 enemy remaining.
TSM should be getting to 11 rounds. EU, no choice, no option here. Suppress as well.
Yeah, EU, all you can do here in this situation is drop your frenzy, pull your knife out, do a couple of wiggles, and ask for an honorable knife fight. This round, unfortunately, just does not belong to M80, and neither do any of the kills. The spike will blow. TSM They'll grab that 11, and the EU gonna hope to grab a weapon. Oh, that does not feel good. I don't think that's the weapon that he was hoping for.
Definitely not. Not at all. And M80, 4 rounds that he lost in a row without finding an answer, leaving and doing kind of going for the same approach that we saw for TSM, leaving these rounds up to the retakes just because of how strong that utility can be. But with 4 rounds in a row, you already know the advantage is going to be on the side of TSM. They have, besides the momentum, of course, they also have the ultimates, the kills that have gone their way, the possibility to close this first map for M80. And I think this is one of the reasons why people still question if they are the #1 in challengers, is because they go to 3 maps against a lot of teams. And even when they go to maps, sometimes they really go the distance, like we saw last week. So they're comfortable in the long run. They're comfortable going to 3 maps. But of course, you want to start off with a win here on Fracture. And it's going to take quite a lot, because TSM really found out the secret strategy to shutting down M80, right? Koala Noob goes down. I mean, I feel like it's only been 1 round where we saw Koala Noob getting that first kill.
That goes there.
And is one of the players that we're always expecting to get that first kill, but he's getting shut down so fast. The utility going right and left, trying to protect himself, and it's always too late.
Yeah, it brings me back to mid-season face-off. Bach had brought up the stat of, you know, how well does Koala do into the support roles, and how well do team support roles do into duels? It's always been a stat that we've been, you know, wary of, as Koala who misses the first shot, GMD will get punished by the players behind. So fortunate. Ooh, and a drop of this spike on the ropes here from Campeki means it travels backwards to the team, and you can see it's in the hands of nature.
Yeah. And the Seekers too to answer.
3 for 3.
Oh, but what can Campeki do? I mean, almost nullified there as Corey tried to help the team out. Stunned up. Was Xander still finds the kill, still alive, and full control of A main here to M80. Finally, it looks like TSM are going to work their way through. Xander's been dealt with. Campeki around the corner, but it's John Cutie to make quick work of that one. As the neural theft comes through, it might not matter. Nature finds 2. The spike is down, but 7 here to collect. It's 12-5 for TSM.
That felt like it was the round for M80 for a second. Playing a little bit more aggressive, trying to push forward, get that map control towards that A side for Koala Noob and this operator. But both of them answering right away. Campeki, especially with this Rolling Thunder, making sure that nobody's pushing map close. Nobody for M80 is getting the space that they want. And it was good for a couple of trades, but in that 1v1 with the 2 ciphers, there's gonna be 7 coming up on top. 12 rounds for TSM, only 1 needed, and nothing that has been found in the second half for M80.
TSM, they've got rounds to waste. They'll take the fight right to the face of M80 here on this B site. Heaps of ultimates used here. No command was just a second too late, and because of that, M80 completely run down TSM. If you blink, you missed it. A flawless round to stay alive here on Fracture.
And that's one way to get around for M80 so quick. It got scary for a second. Koala Noob got the first one with a Blade Storm, then gets suppressed, and to right back for Nature. And with the ultimates going right and left, M80 get to see another day of Fracture. With a buy that wasn't the greatest, but this is where the team, and this is what makes M80 the best team so far, just being able to answer, not really caring about the amount of rounds that they're down, taking it 1 by 1. So 6 for M80 so far. TSM willing to slow things down for a little bit very early on, and also having to deal with the Cypher utility up close towards this B site.
And how often have we seen teams struggle to close out games when they only need a couple of rounds? Not necessarily saying that's going to be TSM, but I mean, Xander's making a pretty good argument for that. We'll deal with the Brimstone, but Still 3 players alive for M80. They've got the player advantage. GMD gonna try and get that spike planted after.
Spike
Shot
planted.
will allow the plant, but force him off the angle. Trailblazer just behind it, and guess who's behind the Trailblazer? It's Qualanoob, but GMD does it again. I want to see the performance between
So
those
good.
2 players because GMD continues to find those frags against the duelist.
Always one step ahead for GMD, it seems like, for this map. It's been so clean, and now a 2v2 for TSM to close it out. Spike planted. Time running out for
Player
M80.
standing. One enemy remaining.
It's all down to the 1v1. It's all up to 7 to do it.
Attackers
And he gets
win.
it done. TSM 13-6. A dominant victory here over M80 on map 1.
And they feel good. We get to see the smiles. It's great to see. Again, the last couple of matches, the last 2 times these 2 teams face each other, and it's only been 2 times in the past year, it was always the domination for M80. It was always them getting ahead and closing it out in 2. But now, it is at least guaranteeing that 3rd map, and it, honestly, a change for TSM. They look so clean, and it really felt like Corey gave that key away right at the beginning when we got to watch the video. We shut down Qualanoob. Seems like it's a lot easier. We get the closer games. It was, of course, the map pick for the side of TSM, but it's still, it looked even better than we expected.
Yeah, a tough one here for M80, but a map that we thought would be shaky for them. Maybe not this shaky, but TSM show up big here early in the series. And as you mentioned, Dryad, that kind of cues us up to assume that we are headed to 3. The next 2 maps, Haven and Ascent, are maps that we've played before. They're familiar grounds, but the faces for M80 against this TSM team will be a little different. So here in map 1, M80, the Bomb Squad unfortunately able to defuse a very explosive TSM here on Fracture. We'll see if they can get it done as we jump over to map 2 just after this.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
Well, there it is. First map between these two teams over on Fracture. Going in way of TSM, a strong victory and already changing things up a little bit from the last time these two teams met. Now, if M80 want a chance to be the top team in Group A, Dan, they got to be winning out the next 2 in a row.
And that's going to be interesting, right? Because this is what we were talking about during the cast. M80, they're used to going through 3 maps. It happens relatively often for them, so they're comfortable taking it to the long run. But TSM, I mean, what a performance. They definitely have a chance to close out the series, and it would be an insane upset with how good TSM has been looking. I think they really showed it on Fracture. And these two teams, they have one of the best Fractures that we have in Challengers overall. We got to see it with many different ideas, even with that M80 going for the change, going for that Sky instead of the KO. Both of them trying to adapt, playing to their strengths, but TSM just closing it out. And doing so, it felt like in the first half more than anything, where both the teams were really strong on that respective side. And TSM just got ahead, but a little bit, then they got the pistol, and it seems like it was game over then.
And so I'm starting to think with this Fracture first pick, this is obviously a map that M80 are starting to show weakness on, right? We've seen M80 bleed, and if it bleeds, you can kill it, and TSM did that, right? 13-6 is dominant here against the #1 team, and it makes me a little worried now, right? If you're M80, obviously we still have series to play, but I mean, do you keep allowing Fracture into the pool against teams and continue to ban Split and Lotus? I think it's a very scary prospect because it doesn't feel like they're banning Lotus and Split because they just don't want to show it yet, because they're allowing Fracture through, and we've seen that Fracture is not strong for them. So I'm a little worried after this first map, but now we go back to something, and maybe they are kind of investing in, we're good on every other map. So if we ban Split and Lotus, we'll take the loss on Fracture to win on Haven and Ascent. And I wanted to see these numbers. Unfortunately, they don't quite tell me what I wanted to see. Dryad, we had the kind of the question all year of, you know, Campeki stats rivaling Koala Noobs. And we didn't get the best showing from both of these players, but you do see Campeki a little bit higher up on the chart than Koala Noob in way of the stats that were put up for this player.
I feel like it's definitely a thing too with Koala Noob. When you're going up against Koala Noob, if you can shut Koala Noob down, you're going to have a lot better of a time. So at this point, M80 gonna have to look at going forward onto Haven, how Koala Noob can be enabled, and maybe keeping Koala Noob out of harm's way away from TSM as they're looking to slow and shut him down. Haven and Ascent, though, I feel like this is where we start to get into the gauntlet for TSM, because last time the two teams met, Dan, it was Haven and Ascent to start things off, and this is where M80 took that 2-0 win.
But it was in overtime, though, so that's one of the things to take into account for these two teams, how close it can really get in Haven. I think one thing that we have to give for M80 is, yes, they went for that wall and change instead of the KO having that Sky. I'm wondering if we're going to continue to see the small changes, because M80, they did talk about this after that first split. They said, we might be seeing some or trying some different things. We have a lot of confidence that we can make it to playoffs already with all the points that they got, you know, making it far in the split one, winning the mid-season face-off. They are all set up essentially, so now they can play with different things, trying to see how the long run for them is going to look like.
I feel like this is the point here. I'm going to cut in real quick. This is where we'll see that change with our agent select. So I'm going to take my exit. I'm going to leave this over to you, Tanner, to break down.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and thank you for cutting me off. Sometimes I just, you know,
He just
Like
talks.
I'm on the ball, you know. I just talk. I just go. I even said it during the break. I said, guys, sometimes I'm long-winded. I apologize. Sometimes I really do be doing the thing. And unfortunately, because of all of that, I don't even remember what I was going to talk about. So
That's awesome.
it's very unfortunate. But what I do know, what we can't talk about, and something I do have scribbled in my notes here is this is New Haven for TSM. It's obviously the map is the same, but we get to see 7 on the Duelist now. Corey on that, Sova like we saw on their Ascent. So for M80 coming into this one, again, it's a different IGL. It's no longer having Haze, it's Kempeki on the team, and it's a completely different thing. And the question that I have here, Dryad, is how does 7's Duelist rival Koala, right? It's no longer the Kempeki Koala talk for me. It's now 7 on the Jet, Koala on the Jet. Who does it better?
Because 7 last week looked so good on this Jet. We were so excited about it because we always honestly had questions for Corey on this Jet, knowing that he was always more comfortable on the Raze. So these role changes look ideal now, putting Corey in a position where he's able to support his team a little bit more in the way that he's always done. But now playing so far back and leaving that space for 7 to create. So like you said, that duel is the one thing that you want to keep your eyes on. 7 against Koala Noob, and who is able to take that win against the Jet v Jet?
TSM starting on their strong side here on Haven. 7. Okay, we're about to find out just how strong 7 can be. He is on a solo mission. He goes right past 2 players, and they're expecting more behind him, but there's nobody. Unfortunately for TSM, 2 players already die as they take the C site. It was a lot of chaos out towards B. It was a scramble. Let M80 come out a player ahead.
This spike in the meantime for TSM is going to be planted. As the numbers might not be their way, but that space, like you said, created initially towards B, just to end up on that C side. Looking pretty good for TSM. Kempeki goes down. Corey does too.
Enemy remaining.
No way! GMD almost made it happen. 3 kills. But Tander gonna shut it down.
Wow, yeah, that got a little closer than it should have, but a really solid retake, and a player that we have kind of failed to mention, and I think Dust is, wherever Dust is at, he's feeling kind of this itchy feeling all over his body because something's not sitting right, and it's because we haven't mentioned you as much as we should have, and a huge shock dart kill to even make that a bit more possible, right? He digs out that player default with shock darts, and then ultimate leaves GMD alone to fight back site. 4 players pushing in, right? You have another player there. You can play off a contact, and that round looks winnable for TSM. So shout outs to EU for getting that one done, but huge for M80. Again, back on a map that they're comfortable on, and they start on the right foot.
And even with a cool idea for TSM that we talked about starting towards that B side, then also trying to push towards C, but now it's only trying to go for B. 7 gets stunned. Nismo gonna take care of it.
Yeah, just flooding in and being taken down. A right click that goes wide means Corey finds absolutely nothing. But a bit of damage on the John QD. Nature is just a wandering alt orb here at this point, and we'll see who picks it up.
And the last one here for TSM, that being Nature. You know, one of the things as well that I find interesting about TSM is that they are a team that have always shown greatness. They won a match in that first split against the Guard, but during the mid-season, kind of falling short, right? Losing against Oxygen, losing against Moist. It's a team for TSM that have always seek consistency for this victories. They know what they're capable of doing. They know how good individually each one of them are, and it seems like even now they look solid with the changes that we already mentioned. And so it would be a statement that things have changed if they get to take this map against M80, against the #1 team that we have in Challengers.
Yeah, I think that mid-season face-off was the changes finally catching up to TSM. They came out of the gates hot with those changes and slowly started to peter out. Now they've had some extra time, but it seems like the results, for the most part, have not changed as much here on Haven. Mady still up with a 2-round lead. Oof. And maybe a little disconnect there. Nebula Smoke actually blocks any angle that the drone could find. Corey clears out the close angle, sure, but Wallace still here on the long.
Potentially expecting Kolanu to be going for that forward position.
Oof, man, Koala has just been put in some awkward positions. He does bail himself out this time. Shock darts are out. Dash onto the site from 7. EU still trying to help his team in way of utility. Only has one more to play with.
Planted.
That one does find a bit of damage onto Kimpeki. Will now tuck away and hope to survive as he's got that spike planted.
The retake, something that we saw a lot in the map number 1, is gonna have to be the case for M80 in this 3rd round. The buy into the greatest. No way!
Wow, Corey finds 3 up in heaven, but Xander still making it hurt. Drops the shotgun, picks up a rifle. Tap onto the smoke, or inside the smoke, but could not get there in time. Nature quicker on the trigger, TSM on the round, but talk about the heroics for Corey there.
And he doesn't have to be on the race. He's gonna do it to any character, any agent. He's ready for it. And that Sova's not gonna be an exception. 3 kills at the end. Make sure that there's no chance for M80 as they started to go for that defuse. They started to get for that space into sight. Very, very clean. And for the map number 1, the one on this side of M80, even on the second half, putting up a fight. Who was it? It was Xander. We've seen also some really good plays from him, especially today. He does not want to lose. He does not want to lose the advantage on Haven. And so you can expect him being one of the other players you need to keep an eye on. Individually, just so skilled.
And they spotted the op. A good discipline from TSM too to not be out in the open down C long with that drone still clearing things out. So with that, they'll threaten this B site nice and early. Turret there, Nano Swarm pop, so delay for just a moment for M80 as they look to rotate this way.
And the B side though, it's a lot more difficult to deal with, and the spike have yet to be planted. Because of that full delay that they had with the killjoy utility. Finally, they go for the plant. It's a 5v5 retake. Noob still has an operator. Look at what Corey is.
Perfect. Oh, Corey with the rat strats going all the way around the world. Operator here, but 7 sits it down. Koala's gone. This retake for TSM. They're a player ahead as they look to play in the post. Updraft available. 7 in an awkward situation. Can't really get himself out of this position, but M80, they don't want to fish him out. They're going to back away and try and save.
Early call for that save. And Corey on this sofa, going for the lurk towards A side, manages to get one. It seems like that was, after the kill happened, that was the call for M80 to go for the save, to save these rifles into the next one. And for Corey, one of the things that he wasn't able to do so before, right? It's still rare to see the Sova going for the lurk, but it's something that at least is a possibility instead of when he was on the jet, when he was on the race. So bringing something new to the table, guaranteeing TSM are gonna keep up a close fight early on against M80 on their map pick.
No operator this time from Koala, but close to the blades. Looks like they want to put some investment on this one. No, instead, he'll just cross sides, reveal. Cloudburst goes out. I mean, Koala, oh my goodness, wait, he's still not dealt with. Koala eventually finds one, make it. 2, he survives with 5 HP. And we trade back and forth as Nismo here to try and help his jet out. In some way, somehow, Koala has done the unthinkable.
No way, he just never dies. It seems like everybody thought he was dead after the spray inside of the Cloudburst. He was still alive, manages to get 2, turns things even for the 2 teams, and forces TSM to go for a rotate towards A side.
And that Nanoswarm just misses, so the 5 HP Koala can keep pushing forward. He's got 2 on the round. Nature will match it, though. Finally, in that reign of terror as Nismo left to pick up the pieces. All on his lonesome. Dodges out of that recon bolt. Nature on the swing. Nature's gone. Kampeki follows, and Corey not long for this world. Out comes the rolling thunder. Corey stunned up, taken down, and M80 have done it.
What a round, and M80 are gonna make sure they stay ahead here. 3 rounds for this squad, and Nismo taking care of that situation. Immediate call as well. Immediate decision making for this player, going for that rolling thunder and giving that eBay clutch.
Wow. I mean, craziest round?
Yeah, look at 7. He turns around.
Like, yeah, what is going on?
pretty sure it's one of those things where you're 100% sure you're if that player is down, the player is dead. And that wasn't really the case. Also, 7 had too many things to take care of. Crazy round by M80 to get the best of it.
Give me those back.
He gets one there too. No way. And this is what TSM was fearing a couple of rounds ago. Going pushing forward because this is what he likes to do towards A long, going a little bit more aggressive, even and especially with that Blade Storm. It seems like Nature and GMD were gonna take care of it, but Koala Noob now feeling himself a little bit more on this map number 2.
You are divided.
This guy still a problem. Eventually will get walled off though. Cosmic Divide makes Koala Noob's job a little bit harder here. He does still, however, have the blades.
Spike
See how
planted.
far Cordy looks to play after this plant because he's got a shock darts. His ultimate online. Kempke also having that rolling thunder could look to stall things. Meanwhile, 7 postured up aggressively here on the front foot. This drone should spot him though. Op shot taken. GMD's gone. 3 players only remain here for TSM. I talked about the post plant, but they might not have nothing. Xander, beautiful paranoia there. Kempke able to dash away, but jumps right into the welcome arms of Nismo. The rest of M80 here on the site will secure the round.
Good patience for M80. They wait out for the Cosmic Divide to go down. And that is a perfect opportunity. Also, really good idea because the only real difference that we're seeing between these two compositions is the Omen and the Astra on both sides. And Sander, I think on this Omen, he's able to play by himself a little bit more for those individual plays that benefit him so much. It really plays to his strength, as we saw in that map number 1, and now especially he can continue to see it for sure. But GMD trying to play for the team, the Astra Stars that allow for that rotation that gets forced for TSM, as we saw a couple of rounds ago. But an M80 that
Get out of my way.
starts to get ahead, and this is not what you want to happen. Blade Storm gonna get activated by 7.
Off your feet!
Right back to it on B. Blades in hand. Weapon now
Right
to be
click.
picked up. 7 survives. And this has been a solo mission for 7. Out towards B while the rest of the team looks to play C. Xander
Last player
ready for the players
standing.
inside the smoke. Nismo ready for the flank and deals with 7. But it has not been enough as Koala, the last one standing now. Finally,
planted.
the pistol round strat, it works here for TSM. Rifles in hand, but Koala Noob is here. And if he thought he was going to save, that does not seem to be the call just yet.
It's scary because of the positioning. 1 is going to be towards Cubby. Has to be the swing at the perfect time from Kempke. Make sure that it doesn't turn into a 1v1.
There's a
Okay.
world
Yeah.
where Koala does that. You expect Kempke to be on the swing, but if Koala's a second earlier with that tailwind, able to dash away, that's a scary prospect. But huge pickup there from TSM. As I said, this round, it eventually does work, right? 7 up towards B. I believe it's Nature working through Garage and the rest of the team out towards Long. A lot of that is kind of, hey, 7, we need you to get their attention, so that way we can walk onto this B side and eventually crunch the players here. So it does work. The operator has been lost, so things looking up for TSM, although it round down.
Oh, and immediately Unleashed Fury getting used by EU. Answer right back by the Sova on the other side. Being forward, but EU gets the best of it early on, yeah.
Ooh, and do they know? Through all that chaos, they might not have heard Koala Noob jump all the way up into heaven. Nature... Oh, okay, he is going to clear this one. Not going to get the better of it this
Spike
time, though.
down
Waller
A.
rights his wrongs and finds that kill into the spike.
And everybody's gonna have to run back. That is the green light for M80 to get that space, but actually, you're gonna be playing it together. Have to draw now, have to invest that utility just to make sure nobody's gonna be up close for M80. And in a very risky round, a very risky Hunter's Fury early on. We've seen it a couple of times by different teams throughout challengers. But it's a high risk, high reward, if anything. And GMD going down is just a perfect reward for M80.
And I wonder if that call was because Corey
30
threw
seconds
an
left.
early dart out towards A long, that same dart that he's been trying to reveal Koala Noob with. So they see that dart and they say, hey, somebody's got to be here. Maybe we expect multiple and eventually get dealt with. Speaking of dealt with, 7 gone. That's the operator. Another huge investment for TSM taken off the table, and Spike's planted, so some extra credits go their way, sure, but a 2v5 is a scary position to be.
Well, it is Korean Kenpeki.
That is true, but what do they have to work with? Fault line, shock darts, aftershock, couple of flashes.
Shock darts, yeah.
I mean, it seems like they're just playing
They're so far back, yeah.
to save. They planted the spikes and said, hey, we got the credits, sure, no problem. You guys can have the round. That is the strangest thing.
It really is, right? Usually we see it for the team trying to go for the retake, not for the attacking team in the post-one scenario.
Corey did get the op, so there is that. That's I guess seems to be a pretty obvious. But yeah, they did not want to lose what they had, and I guess it does give them some extra time before calling this timeout to talk and try and get things situated. But a relatively close game, one that we were expecting M80 to definitely show up on more than Fracture.
Because of how good this team has looked in the past. They played M80. They have played this map so many times since that first split. 6 times that they've won, 1 time that they lost against Moist. But it's always this map where they like to dominate. They love being dominant against maybe the weaker teams, even a TSM that took them to overtime, but always making sure that it's gonna get closed out. And I feel like it goes back for TSM as they go into this timeout to how they get ahead. Now with Corey on this Sova, has been good for those multi-kills, has been good for that info that you mentioned early into the round. But it's going to depend on a little bit more if they want to shut down Koala Noob early on if they were doing that Fracture. They have the right read in so many rounds. You know Koala Noob is going to be towards that A-long position, maybe even pushing forward. This time around, getting supported by everybody else.
Yeah, 4 players here. This worked last time for M80, but a lot of it was because Koala Noob was allowed to survive into this cloud burst. This time he'll be dealt with. EU just on the other side, and Nature will find that kill. Expecting a player behind, and inside Cerebro, RTSM, they saw it all playing out in front of them, and they punish M80 for the play.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? A really good read, knowing Koala Noob, it's more often than not going to be positioned towards long, and he likes to go aggressive. He likes to go for that aggressive push. And even with 4 players, each one of them gets shot down. Nismo here with
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, Nature quick to react.
And understanding too, all right, how many rounds have M80? When you give them space on one side of the map, they take it, right? We saw Koala Noob with an operator, mind you, push through A and go all the way out towards C long to try and retake that site after TSM had hit it. So they cut noise. They expect the player to be fighting back for that space. Nismo gets his one, but gets punished for it. With that, John Cutie, it just disconnected from the play completely, unfortunately. That'll get this lockdown involved, and we'll have to give this one up.
Especially after that timeout for M80, you have to be expecting that aggression, and they were expecting it just one step ahead for TSM, and it was so good to see. These are the rounds where we get to see the level between these 2 teams. Some of the best that we have in that second split. 2 teams that have also looked better and better every time we get to watch them, especially for TSM. And they're gonna secure 1 more round here. They get to 4. And they're always 1 round behind on this map.
Just chasing that one. They haven't quite been able to get over that hurdle. As you've mentioned, they've got this read of, hey, we just need to figure out a way to deal with this aggression from Koala Noob, right? We need to find this guy, and we need to be ready for it. It's a lot of what I've seen from M80's Haven is they do like to just either continue to fight forward. They will be fast. They will be in your face. But they also do good to break up the pace, to kind of slow down and leave you guessing. If you give them a second to get set up, right? If you can let them open up and read through their playbook and look to hit a site together, you're going to have a bad time. So you need to take the fight to them. And it's much the inverse here as TSM are just ready for the aggression, ready to accept the fight. This time, however, Xander comes out on top. It's nature to fall nice and early, and TSM, they're flexing an idea of hitting this B site. They're slowed down by that nano swarm.
And it's a good idea here, right when Qualinoob gets tagged towards the C side. It was a green light, it was a call. You saw everybody moving for TSM to get the spike planted towards B.
And post-plant positions now set up. Rolling Thunder comes through, but unfortunately, it's just a bit short to find absolutely nobody. Xander here on the site, go through the smoke, will find a third. Koala for the fourth. And Koi now the last one standing, dodges out of the fault line, heaps of utility, tosses away, a flash to follow. A defuse on the spike, 2 players come through, 2 more to worry about, but it's Qualinoob out from Garage. EU goes down, but Koala's here to pick up the pieces, and M80 hang on for another.
And the read again now for Qualinoob was so good, knowing exactly where the solo was going to be located with the shock darts. Corey almost made that round happen all by himself. But M80 now 1 more round.
Thanks.
It feels like going back to this Qualinoob, playing around Qualinoob idea that TSM has is either going to be getting him taken down right at the beginning towards that A side, or once he gets spotted towards C, avoiding him as much as possible, forcing a retake scenario for M80 where Qualinoob, you know he's going to have that operator. And for that round, it almost was possible, but yeah, really good read from M80. And for TSM to slow down things just a little bit.
On Kempeki, this is not the man that you want to be posted up here. He's got the spike in hand and 2 players walking down. Koala will just help Xander get deposited here. We'll go back to the C site and 7 deals with him.
You should
It's so clean. The swing as well, knowing where this was going to be located as the lockdown is going to get activated too for TSM. Really good picks early on. It seems like
spike planted.
And not only you have to shut down this jet, but this omen for Xander. And they do so.
Wow. And again, another round where M80 just do not feel comfortable retaking this one here. This is much like we saw in Fracture, where I believe same scoreline, 6-4. We're creeping towards the end of the half. John Cutie still sitting on this lockdown, hasn't been able to get it involved, but they would rather take the percentage play. They'd rather try and have, you know, numbers in their favor, or maybe not be a 3v5 with the Cosmic Divide to work through, to be able to use this lockdown. So they'll hang on to it for another round. They'll concede 1 more over to TSM, and we inch closer to a 6-6 half.
The white swings against this jet have been so good just to get the early presence. And there was a lot going on for TSM. That lockdown from nature, this early kills. And so M80 with a good call here to go for that save. Are we gonna be seeing that lockdown from John Cutie, hoping to slow things down for this attacking side? But Corey, because John Cutie has been holding on to his ultimate for 3 rounds, Corey has been getting those kills, has been getting those chances to get the Hunter Sphere, to shut it down and still be able to push forward. So it's all about the timings here for M80 and the aggression here that they want to bring.
Yeah, aggression, paranoia right behind it. Koala allowed to survive, and he cuts his losses, takes a bit of damage, but backs away, still has blades in hand. And the rest of the team, look at this, how quick everybody's out this way, and TSM buy out the lockdown.
And as the lockdown waste a little bit more time for TSM, everybody has to back up, everybody has to go for that rotation. So the same thing as what M80 is bringing to them. 3 players are already here, and there's still so much time. 1 minute. TSM could rotate again once they spot all the players here.
Koala tucked away perfectly behind the aftershock. This could be just their undoing here, not expecting him. Does find his 1-4, eventually going down. Kempeki waltzes onto the site and will find John Cute. ZU works his way through. He's solo, but still finds one as the aftershock looks to delay. Kempeki low in HP. Corey just as low, and Nismo
planted.
makes quick work of that
enemy
one.
remaining.
Now it's all to GMD as he looks to go aggressive as the player in the drone. Was EU a headshot through the wall, but GMG just does not have enough in the tank. A 1v3 was too tall of an ask. He loses the 1v1, and M80 secure. Better half of the side.
A 7-5, pretty good for M80. Especially for this last round. They had finally that lockdown to invest. They wasted time, and It seems like it was gonna be the call for the rotation, but it was already too late. And the patience for Koala paying off for that 1 kill. Making sure that TSM don't really get comfortable. Don't make the score even.
Easy. Man. And Koala just allowed to survive in a couple of rounds that were so pivotal for M80. That last one being huge, dodging out on that aftershock, and eventually, in just finding 1 kill, it's just something that Koala should not have been able to do. It would have made it so much easier for TSM, but that's the M80 way. So now 2 rounds ahead are M80s. They jump into their pistol round, and this is where they want to be. 2 rounds ahead, and they get to attack now. This looks good for M80.
But it's gonna get slowed down. At least that push from Garage. Calling Noob though, gonna take care of Corey.
Ooh.
And TSM answer right back.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying for M80, right? If you're TSM on this defense, you just have to fight forward, right? You have to be aggressive against this aggressive team. M80 sometimes they fumble inside the scramble, and that's exactly what happens here. They were so ready for this pistol round, this strat inside Garage. It works beautifully, but M80, you can't count them out just yet. Nismo and John Cutie still alive, and we've seen them pull out these miracle plays.
It's a 2v4 though, a lot more difficult to pull off for this round specifically. Good for 1. As Nature goes down, it's a 1v3. John Cutie gonna go for that rotation, leaving that B side, going for the spike planted on A.
And, I mean, now where do you play here if you're John? You have a Nano Swarm to work with. Players are now heard. Turd also reveals that information, and
Turret down.
he's going to play the smallest of angles that he's been allowed here inside short.
Yeah, you know exactly where he's gonna be. 7. Gonna be good for 3 on this pistol round as TSM. They make it to 6. And the idea for the aggression of M80, it was good on towards Garage. But, okay, you shut down Corey. You didn't expect anybody else to be towards window, and that's the perfect opportunity for 7 to do just this, to swing and get a little bit of crossfire with the player on C-Link. Kind of 1 step ahead, once again, is TSM on the mental games when it comes to the aggression that you said. Both of the teams are trying to match up.
You cannot give... If you give M80 any amount of space for free, not only do they take that space, but then they'll just find you. They will hunt you down on your site, and they will take it from you. You have to fight them forward. So we'll see if anything changes here. A bit more relaxed RTSM this time around. They play safe here. 2 players out towards long. Drone spot a handful. 7 to spot a few. Unfortunately, could not capitalize on a kill, though.
You know, he's gonna have a Phantom too, but the damage... M80 is gonna back up very, very quietly. Haven't spotted anybody towards B. TSM trying to play it all together.
Bot coming back.
GMD with the star. We're able to use... Okay, never mind. Just plops that one out there. Doesn't want to give up anything. I thought he was going to play the jiggle until he saw a bit more. Fault line goes out. Shots to land.
No way.
And Koala falls, but there's still good damage on TSM. 2 players are low.
But so close.
I mean, the back and forth continues. Some way, somehow, M80 continue to find kills, even with that paranoia just going a bit wide. But at the end of the day, 7, the only one to fall, and TSM, pistol round and anti-eco, and they've got us all tied up.
And with the buy as well, or lack of buy, if anything, that M80 had, you know they had to push towards that A link. So on the other side, TSM super patient on it, waiting for exactly this to happen. And he doesn't get flashed, but they get the kills at the end. So it all goes their way. 7 to 7. And this is one of the things that we mentioned, right? TSM was always 1 round, maybe 2 rounds behind. They make it close, but can they make the conversion?
This is where it gets really telling, right? Finally, M80 have rifles in hand. This is where we're going to start to see these setups. It's usually, when they're hitting this A site, they usually do it with 5, but they're giving us a different look here.
And 7 is going to push forward, doing a little bit of what we saw in the first half for Koala Noob. Along with Corey, that's scary to deal with.
Oh, GMD spotted, almost taken down, forced to use that nebula smoke as well. They're on that seaside. Xander ready for some aggression here. Two Spectres are there, and Xander is no longer. Spike falls. The rest of M80 are here to pick it up and look to force Corey off this position. He's all the way down towards Sewer. He's hearing all these footsteps. They know the rotation's coming this way, but Koala goes huge out towards mid, and now the possibilities are endless for M80.
And as everybody seemed like was running it down towards A side, once they got the kill on Koala Noob, or once they got the kill onto 7, Koala Noob was waiting patiently for exactly that push to happen from the defense. So well read once again. In a 2v4, Kempeki and Corey. The last one's alive, and the spike gonna get planted towards C.
And if Koala's... Now, it's still relatively early to tell here on the attacking side, but if Koala is struggling to find these entries and win these early fights, I love this look of, okay, Koala no longer has to be our spearhead. We can leave him as our deposit, and we know he's going to win out these fights that are way more percentage than, you know, your duelist dashing into a cloudburst and then coming out and hoping that you're on the right angle. So I like this. You have 5-star players for M80, and they're really using everybody. It's not just Koala here to be, you know, that early entry, that first blood machine, and then scooping up the round after that.
And that's a cool thing about M80. One of the things that make them the strongest team in challengers right now is that anybody, individually and even with these stages, they can be the spearhead. It doesn't always have to be Koala Noob. It can be any of them. Xander especially, I feel like, has come up on top in so many crucial moments for the squad. And so has been Nismo.
Yeah.
In situations like this one, when it comes to a trade, to make things even, to get that call, and give that space for M80, everybody's so aware of these situations.
Signs of life there. You give M80 rifles, they'll find a way to win the round. That one, they do so handedly. Rifles still available for TSM, I think. Revealing, you know, a glaring rifle, that scoped weapon in the hands of 7, but for now, it seems to be on the wrong side of the map.
So nobody's going to be pushing forward on that A long for the defensive side of TSM. Rather playing back, playing a little bit more reactive to what M80 like to do, especially because M80 on these attacking rounds, they like to play it slow. One of the slower teams that we have with how patient they are. As the operator's going to get spotted, yeah, immediate call to fall back.
And much like you want to avoid Koala, M80 want to avoid 7 with the operator. And I guess even more so because your smokes are on the opposite side of the map. Xander could not help you clearing or blocking some of those angles. Good fault lines exchanged, though. TSM seemingly having a read. They want to hit this site. Maybe been the footsteps that would have told them. 2 players get fished out here. Koala deep up here. Flashes are there. Both GMD and Corey run right into the welcome arms of John Cutie, and this A belongs to M80.
And the idea was so good with GMD and Corey, right outside of short, trying to watch at different angles. Both of them get taken care of by John Cutie as his lockdown gets activated, and the chances slowly fade away on this round by TSM for this retake. They don't have the numbers. They lost 2 crucial players for that info, for that space that they needed to take.
And this economy's, it's scary good for M80, right? For TSM, because they can get hunted down. They're not safe in any of these positions. If they wanted to, they could look to strip these weapons away, but it does look like they want to hang on to their own. It makes sense if you're trying to get an op to the attacking hands of Koala. Just keep bolstering. So another 2-round lead here for M80. As they handedly secure that A site, they forced a save from TSM, and they're a few rounds away from closing this one out.
But remembering, again, last time these 2 teams faced each other on Haven, it ended up going overtime. It ended up going as far as it gets with a 14-12 lead for TSM as they close it out. So there's a possibility to see that again, even with the changes. I feel like TSM is just looking better and better the more that we get to see them. But an M80 that doesn't really care too much about that. And that's something that the players talked about. they feel like the score should be about the same. They should still get away with the series victory. It's got to be taken step by step. The first one is taking the lead, closing this map.
I'm trying to think back to, it may have been G2, right? Another strong team we expected to do well against M80, that we're expecting an aggressive, in-your-face playstyle all the time, but M80 did not give that to them. And we're seeing it again. M80 changed it up, and TSM,
Corey.
well, okay, Corey finds 2 huge kills there, so the point that I was making is now moot. As another kill comes through, and only 1 remains. That can be EU here with 70 HP. He'll try and fight his way out of the situation. It's an operator and a stinger just outside the site to try and retake here for TSM. A tap on the spike, but no commitment just yet. EU goes on the hunt, and Corey secures a 3rd. And the round belongs to TSM. And all that mumbo-jumbo I was saying about TSM not being ready for the slow play style, that was just, as I said, mumbo-jumbo, I guess.
Just a really good reaction. Really good round by Corey. Gets 2 with the Hunter's Fury right away.
Deleted.
And knowing that there was going to be a delay, so it was a good setup, right? When we get to see the Nano Swarm right at the choke. So you know the only one that's going to be in early on is going to be Koala Noob. Inside of the smoke, not too much that you can do about it, but what Corey can do is make sure that the players trying to push forward late are going to get killed, and he does just that. Massive round for TSM.
Yeah, and Koala Noob just a bit better. 7 gives up all of that angle. And Koala Noob punishes Corey now. Gonna try his hand down here, and it seemed like they were ready for it. Aftershock goes out. Shock dart in hand, drone to run him down, and Corey, no way he's long for this low right. Laser online, he's in an awkward spot. He's gonna try and sneak his way out, but he's the only one here for now. Koala's on the site. He made it atop the box and survives. He almost gets 1, but eventually goes down, and all things are right in the world.
That would have been crazy for Corey to be on top of the box. No longer stunned as he was backside and get the kills, but no. Made him make sure that there's no chance that's gonna happen as Nature and GMD are left behind on this round.
Placing sentry.
While 7 wanted to get an early pick, wanted to get that space, holding short, and Koala Noob expecting it fully, goes for the call, goes for the blades as well. You're hunting for it.
Yeah, when allowed to save, I mean, we just saw it in that last round, right? They brought in Sticks and Stone, that being TSM, but they made it work, and they take the round away from M80. M80 are saying, hey, we cannot just continue to let these rifles end up in their hands. And because of that, Nismo gives up his life. Koala has to reinvest in full shields, and there is still a buy around this TSM squad.
There's still a chance for TSM on this defense, but it seems like in a lot of these rounds, they're trying to play more reactive. As we got to see one of the plays for GMD and Corey just outside of short. And it was the same for 7, going for that swing, trying to find something, but completely expected. Now he goes back to this A site. This is a long position. And M80, again, expecting it fully.
Yeah, M80 are really keeping TSM guessing.
Just playing so far back. Waiting for this
Swarm
aggression
grenade.
that TSM has already shown. It has already brought to the table. If they wanted to push A. They're gonna keep one of the players watching there as they try to get more space.
Enemy mark.
Towards the garden.
And this is a different M80 that I had written my notes on. I talked about them flexing this beat push early in the game. But it's a little bit later here that we finally get to see it. Aftershock will delay for a moment. 35 seconds on the clock, so still options for M80. They do settle here and getting that spike planted on B.
And it seems like that wasn't that initial plan at all, but they have to respect that jet towards that A side, and so they have to play back. Quality ready for it too. Nature goes down.
Nature fallen. Cosmic Divide here, though, so the players off the site won't really be able to help. Seven comes around with the blades. They all go wide. He's got one left in the tank. He'll, nope, make it two, but he eventually goes down. And because of the Cosmic Divide, everybody's just still on site for M80. This is seemingly an impossible retake. Campeki, the only player close to this one, and he's going to try and back away. He does get spotted. Knife out, leaps around the corner. Will hope to take somebody with him, but Nismo won't allow him to take his rifle. Corium GMD forced to save once more here for TSM. M80 find an 11.
And taking that stronger lead is M80. But for TSM as well, a round that was so difficult because we don't recently get to see a lot of the plants coming and ending up on that B side, right? Usually just either you're forced to go into that B side, like it seemed like at the beginning of the round, or it's a situation where the defense is already going for the lure, going behind, trying to get that space. But with a Cosmic Divide, with that space as well, and that first go for Koala Noob, there was no chance, it felt like, for TSM. As they take a timeout, see if they can at least take it to overtime, turn things around. Just like they were able to do last time they went into this map.
Three rounds, the deficit. We talked about how Seven's bragging power, Seven's duelist, will shape up against Koala Noobs, and we kind of have our answer here. Koala,
yeah,
a bit more potent. Still opportunities for Seven, but also a member that we mentioned was Campeki, and you know, his stats rivaling Koala Noobs without having played Koala in Split 1, and now we're seeing it here, and unfortunately Campeki's been having a pretty rocky game. Hopefully, if not for himself, he can continue to find ways to get his team into the mix, and it does look like the play is out towards long. Campeki and Seven working hand in hand. Recon Bolt just behind it, but nobody's home.
The deep smoke towards A-Long just to do exactly this. All 5 players of M80 pushing here. The Kojo utility is going to slow it down, but it hasn't really worked out just to hold it for TSM.
Yuta drone. Nature spotted. Fault line at his feet. GMD blinded up by the paranoia. Out and back sight goes Koala Noob. He finds 2 for himself. Corey gets one back. Gives up the site. 3 players remain. An aftershock to stall the push, and Nismo will get that spike planted.
Koala Noob plays so fast. Was able to catch GMD and Nature off guard, and with the entrance, with the execute that M80 have, they're just so clean. Xander gonna take care of 2 more. It seems like there's no chance for this TSM squad on that round.
Match point.
M80, they make the 12. 1 away from pushing us to a 3rd map.
I wonder if they're gonna be kicking themselves if we take another look. GMD was just coming out of paranoia, so he might not have even heard that tailwind out and over the top. Obviously, Seven does what he can here at the end, but needed 4 of 4, only finds 2 of 4. And what I was about to say is Campeki had a flash going into that 1-2-3 swing, or that 3-2-1, but hung on to it. And because of that, Xander, clear vision, able to find both of those kills, leaving only 1 surviving. But speaking of Xander, Xander's down. Yeah, we go back to the aggression for TSM, and it's working once more.
But only for a couple trades. It's a 3v3. It was 3 players pushing A on the defensive side. And Becky, risky position here. Doesn't matter. He's gonna get you back up immediately.
I mean, it's still so scary. Koala walks up, finds Campeki, takes him down. Rolling Thunder will be available next round if there is a next round.
If there is, there's a 2v2 lockdown. Gonna get activated right away by Nature, and they're gonna have to wait for this a little bit longer. Even then, with this lockdown, the positionings here for M80 are not gonna be bad at all. Even Koala waiting for a little bit longer.
Ooh, and they might like to go aggressive here. There's a lot on the shoulders of John here as the solo player. Nanoswarms used, turrets are down, but 1 is gone. Now both available to fight here as they push on forward.
Last
John
player
2D cuts them
standing.
both down, and M80
Attackers
get it
win.
done here on Haven, and they give us a set.
For the second half, it just felt like there was no chance for TSM. The Koala noob that we talked about, that we always mentioned, was there, was online and ready to take those fights, those duels. Like I said, the question that we had between Seven and Koala noob, it does get answered at the end. But the Koala noob that was always ahead, going so aggressive. Even when we got to see this A execute, that is so clean for M80. This is why they have the best Haven in Challengers. Only lost it once, but have won it 7 times. They go into this map every chance they can.
Yeah, and this time, more of a statement made against TSM on this map. Said, we don't care about the changes that you've made. From 14 to 12, now 13 to 8. M80 get it done, and they give us another look, right? We can completely erase Fracture from our minds because Haven and Ascent still existed in the pool. Haven and Ascent are the maps that M80 beat TSM on the last time they faced in Split 1. It was a long time ago. Things looked different for TSM, but nothing changes here for M80. They get it done in map 2. They force us out to a map 3, which will be Ascent right after this.
Will be televised. The retribution will be the terrorized, and the celebration will leave you mesmerized. Got the stage set, do it big, mega size. You want me believe you? Tell some better lies. I'm in the TV room, I'm doing exercise. I let the money flow, so I live a better life. Hey, live a better life. When I step out, hey, when I step out, hey, come on, hey. What are you about? When I show up, I show out. It's magical, I can never let the balance blow. The practicalities, we throw them out the window. This life is challenging, but I set the tempo. I got a grip on the day that I let go. Ooh, it's so simple, don't be so vengeful. Keep up the mystery, keep it suspenseful. Roll with the vets and watch what the best do. Cause one day they gon' respect you. When I step out, hey, come on. When I step out, hey, come on. Hey, what are you about? Hey, when I show up, I show out.
Well, we were definitely wondering what team was going to be coming out of the gate today. And sure, TSM, they showed us a lot of great things on Fracture, but Haven was all going to be M80's way. This is one that was a little bit closer last time that they matched up Tanner, but this time M80 seemed ready. Koala Noob was unleashed, and they take it pretty easily.
Yeah, I think TSM showed kind of what we wanted to see on defense. Hey, fight forward, right? Play these angles that you're not just going to give up space for free. And then they got away from it. And I don't blame them from getting away from it because M80 weren't playing incredibly aggressive. They were playing a bit more measured. They were hanging out in their spawn a little bit, having players kind of go on solo missions out towards mid and see what they can find from window or grass out towards C long. They did a really good job of playing a style that I don't think TSM was expecting. So you have to applaud M80 for doing just that. It's unfortunate that TSM had this game plan and then it just falls through, but that's the way that it is sometimes. So shout outs to M80. It's hard when you're at the top. Everybody is looking at you, right? When you're the champion, everybody's looking at you and how to beat you. So you have to stay malleable, and M80 showed that they can do that.
And you can definitely see the pressure that Seven was feeling now on this Jet, because we've talked about it so much, but when you're going against Noob, it's a different story. He was trying to get ahead with the small mental games, even going for that swing. When was the right time? Were you going to be able to catch Noob off guard? And most of the times that was not really the case. Noob, just so much more experience from that first split to the mid-season face-off on this Jet that is benefiting him in so many different maps, including Haven. This is what we talked about. Haven is one of the best maps here for M80, if not the best one. And so it is an expected result for sure, but you have to be wondering how this is going to transition into our map number 3 of Ascent, where you're also very likely to see that Jet v Jet.
Especially too, last time that they matched up on Haven, this is a lot closer of a map with M80 having to win it out in overtime, but Ascent was one that they picked up quite a bit more easily. And now, since they're going to have that momentum going in, feeling good, we are going to see that Jet v Jet. I'm curious with how TSM is going to be able to adjust, and just the fact that this is going to be the decider, Tanner. This is where we need to see the change. We have seen a couple of changes from them throughout their time in the split, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much of that map kind of put pressure now on Seven to perform, because obviously didn't put up the numbers that you're expecting, or didn't put up the numbers that Koala Noob did, right? So when you're looking at the direct jet to jet and what they're getting in terms of value, I'm hoping that Seven and the rest of the team are able to shake that one off and help Seven kind of get into that mindset of, you know, hey, we put you on jet for a reason, so go back to it and make it work, right? So I sent a map that, yeah, exactly. No pressure, no pressure. I think also though to mention that there really is no pressure, just because on top of all of that, you're in the middle of the season. You still have a lot of time left. You're taking the best team in challengers to a third map. So yeah, the pressure is kind of off. I would hope for Seven going into this one.
I definitely feel like in scope of a couple of the games that we have going on, sure, there's a lot of pressure here with these points. There's a lot of pressure for getting the standings that you need for teams that have made these big changes to be coming together and show us what they're capable of. But these teams have already proven what they are capable of. And regardless, that one who doesn't win here, Dan, is still going to be sitting in a pretty decent spot, especially heading into the rest of the split. So the win here is definitely going to be nice. It'll be nice to be able to say that they are the top of the group, but you know.
Well, I feel like it goes back to one of the things that we were mentioning about TSM. TSM, a team that has shown greatness in previous matches, winning one of the matches against the Guard for that first split, but then losing against teams that they should be favored on, including Moist initially. Well, okay, now they're looking really good, but Oxygen as well, a team that has also struggled for that consistency. So for TSM, it is one of the things that we were talking about. This is a match that they win just to show that consistency, and that the changes that they made actually make sense to take that consistency all the way into Ascension, because it's the steps to get there.
I want to mention, I just want to take a step back to Ascent again, since we are going to get there eventually. And something that I completely forgot about is that TSM, they lost that map against Shopify, sure, but they also came into it super silly and like super wonky, right? They come into it with Seven playing the Jet and Corey now playing the Initiator, and then they're also playing the Viper comp. And at first glance, I think you guys, you changed up way too much, right? You moved way too many parts. As comfortable as you thought 7 might be, maybe you work on that first and then then work the Viper into your composition and see if that could work. So I'm very interested to see if they go to more a default style, or if they have just kind of been hammering that Viper Ascent comp with 7 on the Jet and kind of just continue to push that forward until eventually they do find a way to make that work. So this could be interesting. I don't know if it's a comp that M80 also have played against, because not many teams are running that. I think we've seen it from FaZe. I think Fly has played the Viper on this map, but it's definitely an interesting look from TSM going into map 3.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, especially too, since Buck did get to speak to Corey last week, talking about the role changes, talking about, hey, things that, hey, where we're feeling right with this, make sure they're adaptable, but at the same time, you can't get too silly with it. But they do have to make the debut of stuff like the Viper eventually. So, hey, it'll be interesting to see if they run it back with just last week being a little bit of an outlier, a little bit of those growing pains, Dan, or if it's going to be something that going on forward, still just a bit more of experimenting, a little bit more tweaking to get it right.
And honestly, with the way things are looking and with the changes for TSM, I love to see them. I feel like it makes so much more sense for TSM. But did they have enough time to prepare for a match like this one, where it goes back to once not only the Jet v Jet, but the composition that you guys are bringing up that I feel like works great, but needs time to adapt. And a couple of those things, a couple of the timings, we didn't really see quite working the way the TSM wanted to for the first week, because again, it's just not something that you do from one week to another, from a couple of scrims until the official match. So TSM, did they have enough time to get this, or are they going to go back to comfort?
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, I guess when I say silly, I don't mean that it's a bad comp by any means, and they're doing something super weird and it doesn't work. I just mean that they are kind of, there's too many moving parts. They're getting a little goofy. They're all inside the bounce house, except instead of, some people outside watching the kids, the adults are in there jumping with them. And it gets a little weird because everybody's moving. From Nature, we just saw play a Killjoy to, playing a Viper, from coming out of mid-season face-off, not playing this comp, and then having a week to be ready for Split 2, playing this comp where you also made that 7 change. So I don't mean silly as in TSM are doing the wrong thing. I would just like to have seen them maybe crawl, walk, run. You have to crawl before you can walk, before you can run. And they just went right into sprinting the first time that they played Ascent.
Hey, on the flip side of that, though, if you hit the ground running, you go straight to running, then you can figure out right away. I mean, you don't have to tweak one thing. Oh, we like this. You can just figure out right from the gate. Okay, we really like this part. No, we're not going to be sticking with this one. So that'll being said, I cannot wait to see what they're bringing out today, because teams have not really been shy whatsoever of switching things up and making sure into this Split 2 that they can be getting the results they need. And this is going to be a big one now, with us going into map 3 and our agent select. We'll see if there's a change, but I'm gonna head out. I'll catch up with you later.
Every time the host says I'm leaving, I always put the peace sign up to say goodbye, and nobody sees that. And I need to break that habit. And the producers see it. So shout out producers. They know that I'm saying bye to Sierra. Thank you for setting us up here for this one. We go back to it, and it's a similar look. We still have the Viper on this one. I guess there has been more time, and you can't fault TSM for saying just because we're playing M80 and just because it didn't work last week, we have to change it. They're just going to stick to their guns, and they're going to find ways to make this one work.
Also, one of the things is we've been talking about this composition that we saw on week 1, but this was the first map, right, between TSM and Shopify. Of course, TSM making it very, very close, but not being able to close it out at the end. But one of the things that made it close is Kanpeki, one of the pieces that we've been talking about today that had made a difference, a massive difference for the squad on that first split, but today has been fairly quiet. So if there's a time for Kanpeki to turn on, to get ready for this one, is gonna be for this map number 3, and that would be one of the pieces to bring an upset to M80.
Shutting them down.
And again, we start here, both teams. This is the opposite sides. I guess TSM a bit better on the defense. So is M80. So we'll see who comes out weak side to strong side. GMD has also made the change to the Astra. And I think one of the problems that we had, right, not having that Killjoy, if you just disrespect the Viper utility, there's no more stalling power. There's no more stopping power. But that Astra behind the Viper gives you that with the stuns, with the gravity well. So see how things to eventually evolve for this team. A couple of right clicks and some spray later from the Frenzy. Nismo finds the first.
Is gonna be that one player you were talking about, GMD going down first as it seems like the hit wants to end up towards this B site. Or you're gonna be all the way back. Do you know where he is?
Shock dart's already expended here. Out goes the recon bolt. Ooh, a right click. Okay, it finds him one. Nismo, however, still collects another TSM. They're not giving up just yet. 7 gets taken down. Koala low HP, but still alive to fight. Now eventually gone as Nature looks to get it done. A 1v2. 27 HP with that spike planted, and he hopes to find a head just over the box. And Nismo doesn't give it to him. EU drops down. That's been heard. The swing comes through. Nismo 4 kills on the ground, secure for M80.
Nismo going massive. Another player we mentioned for the map number 2 especially. Besides Koala Noob, it was Nismo because of the support he's able to give on this initiator role. And he's been doing so throughout the first split, throughout the mid-season phase-off. Now, for the second split, building up to do exactly that. And on top of that, one of the things that the players for M80 mentioned, and Sanders specifically talked about, is that he feels like even today, even on the second split, M80 have the craziest aimers in the league. And it really does seem like it is the case for some cool clutches that we've seen, multi-kills for M80 to turn things around, and now to get the pistol round.
Pistol round and the anti-eco just behind it, or in front of it, I should say. Corey will play the close angle. He's got a shorty. He's going to run out, try and deal with somebody, but he only does a bit of damage onto EU. And we can take this time as Kenpeki just tries his darndest to get something. To mention the changes in the M80 comp, right? M80 was the team that was bringing triple initiator, but they go back to something more defaulted, as we've seen on this map. And not that that doesn't work, but I think what it really bodes well for M80 is they put themselves in a great spot. Being number 1 in Split 1 and number 1 coming out of mid-season face-off, they don't have to test things in scrims, which I'm sure they are doing, but they can afford to bring it into officials and still be all right when it comes to points, right? They're still secured themselves a spot, if not already secured for playoffs. They're in the driver's seat. They're very close to it. So they come out and they treat officials, or I don't want to say treat them like scrims, but this is the best experience you can get with the comp, is how you're going to play it in officials, and they get to do that because of how they set themselves up.
Yeah, and they set themselves up with the scores that they got throughout. And since the beginning of Challengers, it's been so clean for them, and it can continue to do so. Koala Noob getting the first kill.
Koala finds the first onto 7. Nature there for the trade. Paranoia goes through the site, and M80 are here just around the corner. Nismo makes it scary to push through, especially when you know an Odin just around the corner. We're going to go hunting. 44 rounds left in the drum. And nobody goes down just yet. Creeping up a Sander. That's the spike to fall. Nismo, rifle in hand, just around the corner. 2 more. Nature, 3 kills on the round, but this one's still winnable for M80 as both defenders are here. Spike has been picked up. M80 want to head elsewhere.
They want to make first contact here. Is going to be GMD.
Bot coming back. Bot coming back.
Dart dealt with. You saw the thought for M80.
Safe.
Maybe push their way through spawn.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, too much of a risk, so
30
gonna go
seconds.
for playing it safe.
Spot.
We're playing it together. It seems like for TSM. The buy was so strong for round 2 for M80. Yeah, they're set up to win this round as well. The Killjoy for Junkyuti playing up close. You a little bit more far away. 2 shock darts available as well.
I mean, yeah, it looked like they were saving, but they're just gambling that they're going to hit this B site again. And now it's taken them 20 seconds to get over towards this A site, and they're completely out of time. EU's going to back away, look to play shock dart lineups. John Cutie still here on the site. A tap onto the spike before he's gone. And I mean, John Cutie might be all that they need as the shock darts come through. TSM, I mean, they take the gamble and they lose the round because of it.
It is at the end what they were trying to do here is try to play together for TSM, but like you said, at that point you waste so much time. You have to clear all those corners one by one, and the positioning on the post plan was so clean. for EU and Junk Cutie, especially when it's the Sova and the Killjoy left, right? Because they have so much utility to invest. You have to play it faster. You have to bait that utility early on, and that was not even a possibility for TSM. So 3 rounds the bonus. And something that I mentioned, the buy for round 2 was so strong for M80 that they could get away with a round like that one.
Nature does have the Viper's Pit here, so domain expansion out towards B main. Judge in hand. That's been the weapon of choice for the Viper.
Domain expansion thing always it catches me off every time you say it.
If I could say the Japanese phrase, I would, but I do not know.
I don't know
how.
what it is, but it's a good one. It's a good one, Tanner.
Wow. Somebody clip that.
No.
I'm putting that on my wall. A little voice recording that I could put on the fridge and play that Dryad said it was good. W.
There's gonna be 2 players on that Viper spit that you mentioned. Trying to bait the players towards the A side for M80, but the contact is made. GMD doesn't catch anything. Actually, is gonna take some damage.
Very unfortunate there from GMD. Narrowly missing on a few players of M80. I mean, that could have opened the round up for TSM, but now it looks just as it started. An awkward buy. Spray through the smoke. Corey goes down. Nature still survives. And with that pit still standing, they know Viper surely still playing inside of it. I planted M80 on the front foot here. Not a whole lot for TSM to get done.
It's difficult because that Viper spit, it just gets B main. It just gets the garage. So M80, they recognize this, they play around it, they go through market.
Flashbang.
They go all the way to spawn and they capitalize from this. Even Koala ended up catching one of the players inside of the Viper spit to make it look clean, as once again the time is gonna run out. The buy wasn't the greatest, so you're not expecting too much for TSM into this one. Besides the extra tracks, the attempt to get does not seem like it's gonna be the case though. M80, they're gonna make it to 4.
Four rounds for M80. TSM gonna have their rifles again, and I'm just gonna float this into the universe after seeing the way that GMD and Corey played so safe and played together, which is the right play, right? A 2v2, they play, they gamble on the B side, they eventually lose it. It's very hindsight to say, hey, that was the wrong play. But I would love to see them take more risks. That is how you're going to beat M80. If you're just looking to play safe, M80 are going to run over you, and that's what they've done here for the first 4 rounds. So we'll see if any of said risks are taken, as we already get. Okay, I mean, a push through A main from TSM, have good space there, and a solid frag from Nature, finding Koala once more.
There's gonna be 2 of the players giving a little bit more space early on for M80 to work with on this B side. The first one here, Corey, with a tall task on that first lane to get that first kill. No, it's actually gonna be Nature going down. Both of them trying to go for the thing, not gonna work out. And so once again, numbers are even. 4v4. Corey once again has to play up close and get shot down.
B.
And good timing from Seven.
Got one.
He gets revealed, but he backs away before he can be dealt with. He finds that trade kill. But just when you had the player advantage, M80 take it away.
Cover going out.
Advantage M80 with an operator. GMD still across the map. Looks like they're going to concede it.
Yeah, you're going to have to back up. Don't want to give that operator on the defensive side of Haven. Especially with how the rounds are looking for M80. It is one of the teams, right, where we've talked about they like to play aggressive, they have a cool aggressive style, but they're able to shut down and slow down that pace just a little bit, make TSM uncomfortable and go for that hit. It is exactly what happened towards A with the 2 players holding it, standing no chance, right? Nature goes for the swing, goes down, Corey has to push forward. It's also expected. And it is one of those things that need the adaptation, the timings that we talked about. With this new composition, so different to everything that all the other teams across Valorant have been playing on Ascent recently.
surprisingly, it's that Viper who's at the top. It's actually been Nature who's dealt with Koala for a couple of rounds now. With that save, they'll buy up what they can around it.
Yeah.
Best purchase, but it is something. Koala in the angle expecting this aggression, and S7 just walks right into the scope.
Again, 7 has been trying to get timings into this, but Koala Noob is so always expecting it. Over and over again is going to activate a Blade Storm too, and because of that, it seems like there's more hesitation to go into that B side. The Viper wall changes. We've seen it towards A, we've seen it completely horizontal. For this B hit, it becomes easier to get it this way, and even if you're forced to go into the A side, the kills are still gonna go the way of M80. You mentioned it, the buy is whatever TSM could afford, and it wasn't the greatest.
And now a Stinger and a Bulldog. Those are the hopes for TSM.
We've seen this before.
Walanoob is playing a completely different game. Oh, he does get taken down though. And with that, another save from TSM, but in a round that was probably going to end in loss anyways. Now a huge pickup. They've got this operator.
A good call by Corey. Actually checking the angle. It's a hard one to check. And Nature doesn't do so initially. It would have been a disaster maybe. For the last two players alive trying to go for that save. Corey gets an operator, so...
Revealing area.
It is, at this point, the little things that you can get for TSM. Imagine.
Okay. Yeah, you're holding your breath a little bit there.
Imagine.
There's a world where Corey doesn't make it out with that. But how about that round? Corey grabs the operator or finds a kill, grabs the operator, finds 2 more. And those are 3 of the 4 kills that Corey has for this team, right? A very slow start from TSM. A slow start that needs this timeout.
When it's 6 rounds in a row, yeah, there's a call up for that timeout of TSM where nothing has been working out. And I like I mentioned, I'd like that Viper wall towards the B a little bit more because it's gonna create that decay, even that hesitation alone for Koala Noob to go into side the way that they did in the first couple rounds. But even then, okay, that Viper wall, it's utilized. You go into the A side and M80 are still picking the players of TSM one by one. This is what we mentioned, right? With this composition, with this kind of plays being so new for TSM, you need to be coordinated in at least the swings that are going to happen. And it's not something that we saw towards A. It was an attempt to take a little bit of map control, but shot down over and over again. Now, Lockdown is going to be available for M80. And Corey is going to try to answer back with it. Is Corey going to keep the operator?
Yep, 7 with the blades. He wants to take that fight. They remove this space from M80, saying, hey, if you want to lock down this B site, you're going to have to go through me. But Suppression finds 1, but does not find intended target in 7.
And be quiet for M80 early on. They know this presence going on very early on into this B site. And the one opener for that last round was calling to catching that player cap and then going for that A hit. This time around, seems like it's gonna be harder for them to find that opening towards mid. Nobody gonna be up close. The first one's gonna be 7.
Oh, the drone. It forces the movement from Corey, so the shot doesn't land. He's been suppressed. Paranoia now. He backs away. 7 does find his 1. Viper wall up, and it allows for M80 to creep all the way up into market as that wall will fall. The up shot lands. Corey makes right on his first shot. Can't quite do it for the next. But Koala down to 20 HP. Corey low as well. 36 of his own. Another shot that goes wide, but 7's here. Nature the backup, and TSM have finally done it.
Nature, the quiet hero for TSM. We saw it from that map number 1 all the way for the first round finally that TSM finds on this 3rd map. Nature is always good for the last couple kills in so many scenarios. where he needs to step up, and he does just that right now, being at the top of the board for TSM. But still a scrappy round into it for the defense. Not what makes you feel comfortable for the Viper, for everything that we mentioned on this team. And M80 now want to go for the A side. The flash is good. They know where 7 is.
And there's, yeah, again, no way he gets out of that one.
Operator.
Just not quick enough. Yeah, Koala happy to have this 4700 credit weapon in his hands. EU. Good drone. Okay, that weapon's fallen. Now tagged up as GMD. He finds another. You talk about the silent hero, and it's Nature here. He only goes good for one this time around as John Cutie trades it out. GMD on 1 HP, heard on the drop, but does not give John the peek that he was hoping for.
I didn't know there's gonna be a one up close. Yeah, it's fine. Capecchi gonna handle it just fine for TSM.
I know this is an awkward question to ask players, but I'm gonna hold that thought because everybody's low. GMD, basically no HP. He does find a kill onto EU, and TSM will find a second. I want to know what happened in that timeout. I want to know what the read was, what the call was, because when we had the player cams up, TSM looked defeated. You could also argue that they looked like they were just sitting there listening to what the coach had to say, because they came out of that one, I mean, fired up 6 rounds in a row, now broken up for 2 rounds of their own. And even though it's only 2 rounds thus far, there's still more to come. And if, sure, they lose the rest out here, at least they find those 2 and they don't go into the half, you know, 12-0, right? This is big turnaround after that timeout.
Especially because now they're fighting up close, but so is Koala, you know, going right in. It doesn't matter though. 7's gonna go down by Nismo. And then the ult command gonna get activated for that B side.
Oh man, and just so aware there, but Nature does it again. He plays inside the smoke.
You should
might
run.
just find a timing. Lockdown comes through. That one in a position that might be able to get spammed. Corey here on the side. He doesn't have to leave just yet, but he'll be uprooted by Xander. Lockdown dealt with. Odin in hand here for EU, trying to find a spray of his own. Nature eventually able to collect that kill onto the robot that could not be revived. But the only 2 kills for TSM are that of Nature here, Dryad.
Again, the quiet hero for this team, but not going to be able to close out that round against M80. As M80, they get to 7. And the ideas were good. One of the things that I was mentioning is TSM, after the timeout, playing a little bit closer, playing a little more aggressive on that side with different crossfires to deal with. And so it was working out for 2, but now an M80 that catches on to this. They have been doing so pretty well. This round has to be massive for TSM. They need that 3rd, potentially 4th round on the defense.
Standing ahead.
Another Viper's Pit makes the B site less than desirable, but we saw last time M80, they just go around it.
Yeah.
This time, though, they're postured up towards A.
Time.
Awful timing.
Wow. Just nothing you can do there. The operator by 7, he gets spotted. Getting out of this position a little risky.
And this is, again, where things start to get terrifying as Koala timing a normal kill, a spray through smoke that eventually just finds the kill. I mean, there is so much going right for M80 as they immediately take away all of that momentum that TSM was building up with those 2 rounds. And they put 2 now in a row together, and why not, right? Why not if Koala's got 3 on the round? Why not go hunting?
Koala Noob really showing off for this map number 3. Making sure it is as dominant as it can be against a TSM that has had some right ideas, but once again and over again getting shot down round by round, not even gonna stay alive for this one. And it's just so solid. M80, they're just running circles around them. Every single idea that this defense has, especially with a Viper, with a Viper spit, with a Viper wall, trying to create a delay. It's just, yeah, frustration. For TSM, they can't find a space where they feel comfortable. It was good for 2 rounds, and after that, M80, again, they find their way.
Shadows traveling.
Pushing up
And-
now.
The player cams again just looked defeated for TSM. As you mentioned, though, they are looking to go aggressive. 7 already. Ooh, okay, all the way out towards mid. Finds a kill. Koala was there. Koala beat him to the position. They end up sniffing him out, taking him down. TSM start on the right foot this time.
An aggressive push for the defense that we never really got to see before. Now they have to take care of the market players.
And Odin doesn't quite have that same penetrating factor as the Vandal does. So it only takes one for GMD to find that kill. Corey there on the trade. A bit of a bloodbath out towards mid, whether it be top mid, bottom mid. TSM out on top. GMD the only player to fall. They've given up this B site.
Luca is going to be behind here. This Corey, and the timing can be great.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
You expect one of the players to be pushing main, but yeah, it works out for one. It's still though, it feels like there's not much that Nismo can do. Also gonna get shot down by Corey. Okay, good opportunity here for TSM. What changes there, as well as the setup that they had very early on. They go for aggression towards Catwalk. They leave that Viper wall for the retake, and they capitalize from that first kill, immediately backing up and making it work their way as TSM. They get to 3.
8-4 is the best that they could hope for. Got some pretty good retaking tools. We'll see when Corey decides to let rip the Hunter's Fury. Cosmic Divide. Available from GMD. Oh, no, it looks... We're about to see an M80 round. If there was ever a round that could be an M80 round, it looks like it's going to be this one.
I mean, everybody towards this A side so aggressive, and immediately Konpeki has to back down.
Konpeki gives it up. Blazer outdoors, close. Up and over the top goes Koala Noob as GMD is here. Hunter's Fury comes out. Corey picks up 2 huge kills. 7 will find the dip onto Koala. And arguably one of the most important rounds for this team as Xander gets one back, but a second escapes him. Footsteps still heard in heaven. That's where all 4 defenders will be coming from.
And you said it was an M80 round, but what a read for TSM into that one. Corey, once again, good for 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Today, we've seen so many of those plays by Corey, turning things around, making it winnable for TSM.
They have to be expecting this. No way! Oh, it was almost everything that they needed. EU, almost the support of the year. But unfortunately, things just don't work out for M80, and TSM have done it for a 4th.
Everybody gets stacked, and how scary is that? That handle to perfection at the end. TSM, they make it to 4 rounds.
Switching sides.
And it was so similar to one of the ideas that we saw in the previous map for Corey. Just making sure and knowing that the timing is going to be just a little delayed for M80 to go into this hit. So Corey was good for 2. But I mean, it still feels so one-sided towards M80. With the ideas, they just seem to be better for the early execute. And now we get to see a little bit more of what TSM has prepared on the other side.
And give me more of that. Those rounds are so exciting. I know it's probably terrifying for the players to play inside that scramble like that, but that was a very electric way to close out the half, and we'll see if momentum keeps up here. Xander gets spotted. 7 should be able to take him down. That he does. Unscathed for now as John Cutie tucked away. Doesn't give up his position just yet. Nice flash on the outside. Koala Noob's right behind it. John Cutie eventually dug out of position, but M80, they've been fighting back for all of it, but 7 goes huge. Picks up the Sheriff on low HP. Another good reveal from EU, and that spike yet to be planted. Needs to be picked up. 2 players to worry about, both around this Jenny side. Oh my goodness, they make their way to safety. They walk all the way out, and EU just too late on the chase.
Trying to catch up, trying to catch one of them as they run. But late for those corners, still so doable for EU. If anybody can do it, it's gotta be EU in the clutch.
Spike planted.
EU in the clutch. A frenzy to work with both players. Low in health. What is that? 75 HP. collectively between both of them, and they're going to use that 75 to their advantage. 7 with 4 kills on the round, grabs the pistol for TSM and starts this train moving forward.
What a way to turn it around for 7. A player that absolutely needed to, right? In the duels with Koala, it just hasn't looked too great most of the times. Before that pistol, or the chance for TSM to stay alive and to bring the opposite against M80, it is exactly what this side of TSM needs. It's looking at least doable for the squad. And Koala Noob is going to go for the same buy that we've seen from him before, right? Just the Marshall. That's the only buy that M80 commits to.
Area.
You can't really blame him. Koala, performance.
Poison's off.
I mean, this is cheeky.
There's 4 players here. Okay, they're going to push up.
They're gonna walk up here, and the classics are doing so much, but look at the health. It's not great. Mouse one held down. Beautiful flash on the opposite side from Nismo is gonna send another one. Devin gonna take the duel with Koala, but loses it in way of health. He walks away with his life door. Still so low. Koala eventually run down. That spike picked up, and TSM are headed for the hills, but they're about to be met on the opposite side. Sanders here.
The timing here, it's so good for Sander again. The spike is down.
Ooh, and he's hit by that gravity well. Paranoia comes on through. GMD.
Everybody low.
To play the fight here just around the corner is dealt with. Now Nismo, the last one standing. Ooh, and GMD almost goes for the cheeky play to stay inside tree, but he gets that door closed. Has a star to play with. And KO Nismo, I mean, makes it so scary. Makes him waste that star. No, not like this. Not like this. GMD's got to reel it in. 8 rounds left in the magazine. Nismo with the classic, but he's got to make the play. No util to play with for either team here. GMD gonna hold the close angle. Nismo to drop down and try and find the right click, but how much does he expose in doing so? GMD goes on the hunt and Nismo punishes.
And the jump is perfect for Nismo, right where it had to be. With a classic to take care of it. M80. No way. They win that second round. And it was so cool. The idea, even initially, even though we didn't really get to see it into play, all 4 players here towards main, just disaster.
1 enemy remains.
For a TSM, that was definitely expecting that aggression. That's why they were playing a little bit more far back, but not like that. Not so up close.
Wow, I mean, that's heartbreaking for TSM. Their buy is awful. It looks great for M80, and any momentum that TSM had, it completely stripped away, and new life breathed into the defense of M80, but shots go wide. That's a rifle down. Nature continuing to be this hero for TSM. A Paranoia catches Nismo. A bit of flash is just behind it, and TSM have not committed just yet, but now they will. Dash on in. Players looking to work through main. They're trying to play this crunch. Flashed up and taken down to 7. GMD and Corey follow. This A side, I mean, it's just anything but free. Spam through the wall. Nature the last one to go, and M80 are now on double digits.
Sander good for 3 as well for that round. And we get to see the util making sure that that push from Cat is just not going to be possible at all. With a KO playing up close with Sander as well. Shutting it down with the Paranoia. There's so many cool ideas that M80 has to make a play like this one happen, as M80, yeah, they get to double digits. TSM in the back foot, trying to catch up to all these ideas, and the trades are good initially, but when it comes to the 2v2s, to the 1v1, it's M80 all the way at the top, and it matches what they said. They just, for M80, they said they feel like they are the better aimers. They're always right when they need to be, right where they need to be. For this match, it could be just that.
Of course, Koala Noob's gonna push in front of the smoke and find that kill before anything else comes out behind it. Why wouldn't he? Fortunately, there is a trade. Nismo's down. Shorty, footsteps heard, trying to walk away. Squall and Noopy pulls the Shorty back out. Unfortunately, not a long-range weapon. Cosmic Divide blocks the defenders for now. Good snake bite down. It'll force Xander off his angles. The shock darts go through. That spike will get planted.
You know, one of the players is hell. Try to spam that util, doesn't get the kill.
Okay, the Odin comes leaping out. That player hell does eventually reveal himself. Don Cutie also going to drop down both on the swing, and GMD will deal with them.
Just in time, GMD is going to step up once again for TSM. And the Cosmic Divide as well, so good for GMD. It definitely felt like the one win condition the TSM needed to stay on this game for a little bit longer. M80 on the defense, and it connects right into one of the things that we were bringing up, just being in the right time, right place. It seems like it is always the case for Koala Noob, as M80 now are going for a stack into the B site. It could be the wrong gamble early on.
I mean, they're just saying, hey, where can we throw Koala Noob, and what can we throw behind it? There was util there, but nothing found. That means the A site a little less defended here by M80. They're in the vicinity, but not quite on the site, so TSM will secure it. Shock darts delay for now. Meanwhile, Koala's bringing up the rear. I don't know if TSM are ready for that.
Not at all. Nature with a good idea here.
Oh, timing. Oh, timing! No way. Nature does it again. Digs out Koala here from the flank. GMD gets revealed, sends some shots, a little bit of damage, but M80 are here on the retake, and they're here doing it fiercely. Kempeki, the last one standing, the Odin, to just play suppression around the corner, but it's not even needed. Xander, 3 kills again for the Omen here. Mr. Multi-kill for M80. His 11th has been found.
Xander's so good. I mean, so confident. The amount of support that he's given to his team and the individual plays that he gets to have is just absolutely insane for the Omen. There aren't many Omens that we have in challenges that are able to play to this level, to give that much support, but also be on top when it comes to kills. It's just a confidence as well for an M80 that has been staying together for so much time. Know exactly how they have to play this map of Ascent, this map number 3. Again, a situation that they've had to deal with before, but they always close it out.
TSM with few answers. Matey got the answer. There's a judge just around the corner. Koala Noob not dealt with just yet. There goes the robot. Spike fall. 7 there on the trade, but Nismo here as the spam comes through, and the Odin so much, too much, I should say, to deal with. Nismo takes some damage on the way out. John Cutie walks away 1 HP from the fight.
Last
the GMT
player
is just left on his lonesome.
Recovering it.
No 1v3 with a Bulldog as well at hand. Not the best weapon to take care of. Yeah, 2 of the players are pretty low for M80. But this clutch is so difficult as well for GMD.
He gets revealed. You know where he's playing. Paranoia goes through, and I mean, all 3 players can just throw their bodies at this one. John Cutie's the first up, and he'll find that kill. 1 HP.
Yeah.
And a dream. GMD could not even land a shot. And M80, they'll take us all the way to map and series point.
M80 losing that first map, but the second map, all about them. This third one could be the exact same case. One of the things that they talked about, or how they felt about this matchup, is, yeah, it doesn't matter that TSM brings Kempeki in and that we haven't played against him on this TSM squad. We're still going to deliver the same score, that same result of M80 coming up on top for this matchup, and it seems like it is going to be that exact same case. The confidence for M80, and it is for a reason. A team that looks so solid. This map number 2 and 3 have been all about M80 and their ideas, and they're 1 round away from closing it out.
It doesn't stop.
Grounded.
Wow. Incredible timing. That's the timing that Seven has been looking for this entire game. And he finally gets it in one of the most dire moments.
Still, it's a TSM back against the wall. A tall task. Luca the Baya isn't the greatest. The Guardian, Bulldog as well. 2 Guardians, in fact, for TSM. Yeah, they have numbers. Yeah, you shut down Kuala, but what then? That has been the question for TSM this entire series. They talked about shutting down Kuala, but it's been difficult. Okay, now you make it happen. Can you convert it into a round?
It seems the call is back to the A site where it has been almost impossible to get Xander off this site without finding multiple kills. He has been, just as we talked about at the top of the show, a very strong anchor for this team. Very strong fragger, and gets another chance to do it and try and close us out here. Lockdown coming on through. Hunter's here to look to deal with this one. Nobody's tagged up in the process. It will eventually get destroyed, but Xander's just been undetected as John Cutie and the rest of the team, they're all here. TSM in the trenches as M80 work their way on through, and they're supposed to be defusing the bomb. Instead, the bomb squad will explode. They jump down once more, and that's how they get it done. 13-6, and the series belongs to M80.
M80 once again closing out this long series. They do it over and over again. This is why M80 is the best team in challengers, always dealing with different situations, dealing with different kinds of aggressions from whoever they're facing. And this time around with TSM is not going to be an exception for the side of M80 to come up on top. Clean victory for them. It felt like right when we get into the jet maps, there's just nothing the TSM can do.
And M80, they're allowed to rely on, hey, we can give up the first map because we're going to win the next 2. There's a lot to talk about, though, so we'll bring Sierra back into the mix and see how, get her thoughts on the conclusion of this 3-map series.
I think it's very simply put. I think M80, very good team. Simply put, it's a team that we've talked about so highly for so long, and there's a really good reason. Even when they drop a map, even when they have that first week jitters like they did last week, even when, hey, Kuala Noob gets shut down for a little bit, they always bounce back, and they always bounce back 10 times as much. Like, this team is just incredible, Dan. There was no exception going on today. 13-6, very strong look over on Ascent.
It was just so clean towards the end. The ideas, there were so many more ideas for M80 as we got to see that first and second half of that third map. And one of the things that we talked had to be the guarantee was the duels going this side of calling up for M80 to take this win, and also the shutdown of the heavy utility that TSM had, because that is the reason why they wanted to bring this composition that is so different to what everybody else is running, including the Viper that never could find any value, and Nature was doing so good individually too. But at that point, it just felt like it was too late. M80 already had that massive lead.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions coming into this one, and the two big ones, right, were how does 7 Duelists look against M80 or even Kuala Noob just in general? And it looked good. It just, good is not going to be enough to beat M80. And then we mentioned Kempeki in map 2, in map 3. We talked about this guy leading into those, last split. He was the #1 player when you go from when he joined TSM, when he joined the split, and on. Kempeki was at the top in most categories. And he just did not show up today. I don't know if that was jitters. I don't know if that was M80 just completely shutting him down. But the big factor that we had expected to be a big factor in this match was actually a non-factor.
It might have to be one of those things that it's a GG go next and see how TSM and Kempeki can bounce back next week. But the M80 factor, a little too much this time around. We're going to be having an interview up shortly. Until then, enjoy our per series highlights, and we'll be back soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. A little bit, but ultimately, M80 gonna be coming out victorious in their match going up against TSM, the strong finisher over on Ascent. And to talk to me a little bit more about that, I have Xander on the line. First off, congratulations on the win. That's 2 wins back to back. I know that the team didn't really seem too happy after the win last week based off of performance, but after today's victory, how are you feeling now?
It seems like we're almost never happy with our performance. There's always like things we can improve on, and I think that's like a good mindset to have. Obviously, we don't want to be like too negative all the time, but a lot to learn from the series. We played well, but there's a lot of things to fix up for sure.
All right, then talking about never being happy, things to fix. I know that there has been a lot of work put into the scrims. What are a couple of those things that, just for yourself, that's like these outline issues that's like, man, I really want to try and clean this up sooner rather than later?
It's more just like little micro stuff. It's like little communication stuff, maybe like listening overall, trusting our teammates and stuff like that. It's like really small mistakes that occur, and then from those small mistakes we kind of lose the round and just spirals from there, and that's how we can lose a match or two. And yeah, it's just small little stuff.
Is that kind of what started off the series then over on Fracture? Because Fracture hasn't looked the worst. I mean, it was close last week going up against Turtle Troops, but going up against TSM, it was the first loss. Was it just those little mistakes, or is it just a map that's not as comfy in the pool as comparison to others?
No, we're really good on Fracture. I mean, we just like started off really slow, like you said. Yeah, I think it started with Fracture. Some of those communication errors occurred. We were creating plans. We always like communicate a lot. Like everyone on this team is very, very talkative. But when it comes down to like actually like executing and listening to our teammates and doing that plan, stuff can get like a little messy. But yeah.
Yeah, how does it then track going on in game? Because M80 can definitely be pretty explosive sometimes. There's definitely a lot of rounds that today look pretty chaotic. How hard is it then to communicate and get everything across then to make sure that you come out victorious?
I mean, it's mainly like keeping cool. I feel like if we start yelling, we yell over each other and start like, you know, being too loud, it's gonna like mess up someone else that like needs to like get something out, like get a communicate a calm out, I guess. The majority of the time we just try to keep calm in the chaos. It's difficult at times. It's Valorant, like abilities just fly at you. Sometimes you gotta just yell something out, but we did well on the other 2 maps, so yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely great to see the comeback to make sure that you could grab the win at the end of the day. And M80 has definitely been one of the teams that's been regarded as one of the top dogs, or the team to be talking about. Is that something that's a shared sentiment by you and the team too?
I mean, of course, we don't want to like be cocky or egotistic, but I feel like we are proving ourselves each and every day. Obviously, we're gonna continue to work hard. Doesn't really matter if we're like the best. We have to continue being better, and yeah.
All right, the last question. This one's a real difficult one coming in from our fan zone. This one is coming out from chilling at home. Ice cream, cake, or pie?
Well, it depends what ice cream, cake, or pie. I mean, I'm more of a fan of ice cream cake, I'd say. Let's go with that.
Right. Is there a pie that would top it for you? Because there's some variety in the pies.
I like pumpkin pie. I like apple pie. I think those two. I mean, a mixture of like pie and ice cream, probably better than ice cream cake in my opinion. But yeah, I don't mind both. I like both.
Mind it all, then it's a winning combination. Easy peasy. Xander, thank you so much for chatting with me. Have a good rest of your day and good luck next week, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, that's just the first series of the day. We're going to be having one more going on, but we're going to be taking a short break first. So be back here in just a couple minutes.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
I know I'm worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
Welcome everybody back to Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. One series going 3 maps, but we're still gonna have Valorant up ahead for everybody. We got to see a VALORANT for 2 teams that have been doing really well. M80, of course, has been this powerhouse of a squad, and TSM have been consistent through and through. And now it's time to turn our eyes to a couple of teams that have struggled a little bit, and they've been a little bit shaky, but hey, one of them today is going to be able to get that win, go at least 1-1, and maybe be on that road to redemption to show us a little bit more of what they're capable of.
Yeah, those 2 teams being FaZe and Mad-Lions. 2 teams, like you said, have been struggling quite a lot. Have also made some changes for both of the squads, but it is still the question, are those changes enough to bring these 2 teams up? And one of them, especially for a victory that they absolutely need, right? FaZe is just right in the middle of the table, while Mad-Lions is at the bottom. And I feel like for the second split, we had 2 versions of teams. One version of teams is the teams that remain the same, the teams that stay consistent, and from that core of players that they keep, they are improving and looking better and better than being M80, Guard, Moist, all those teams. And the other version of teams is the teams that made changes, and now they are with the back against the wall to make sure that the changes actually give them results to make it to all the way to playoffs. So these are the 2 teams that you are looking at being that second option. We made those changes, now can they deliver the results?
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the new players. I think maybe some of that pressure relieved in week 1, kind of getting the tough, in air quotes, the tough matchup out of the way, whereas Mad-Lions had to play the new Group B Demons that are Moist Moguls, you know, at the top, and FaZe also had to play the Guard, right? So a very strong or difficult week 1 for both of these teams. And it's nice that, obviously, early in this one, somebody has to come out of this with a win. And if your schedule is looking a little bit easier from here on out, right, you're looking at if Mad-Lions get the win here, maybe they can transition that into some more momentum, because we know how strong this team can be. And they've done good in picking up additions that work for them.
With the last 5 matches for both of the teams, FaZe going 0-5, and for the set of Mad-Lions going 1-4. But I think it goes back to, you know, the good thing is that one of them gets away with a win.
And I think that might be nice just for the spirit too, for the soul going on for it. And at least they were able to rip off the Band-Aid in last week and going up against more difficult teams. Get it over with, get the growing pain done, and go into this week renewed. You're talking about that not so great scoreline coming into this. The last 5 games looking really rough. The only win being up against the OR Esports of old there, Dan. So this could be a way to be putting up a win against somebody else.
And there's a chance, maybe the only chance that this side of Mad-Lions had, a team that had really struggled so much, even last week. I know the casters were kind of calling it out. Mad-Lions, they had to make changes, and they made those changes. But again, are those changes enough? Because the individuals, yeah, are great, but the adaptation time is something to consider. And against a FaZe that, in a scenario like this one, is going to capitalize from those mistakes and play even more aggressive on your baby rate, it just seems like FaZe should be slightly favored for it.
And we got to see the last few series, including games from Split 1 for Mad Lions right there. And they finally get their win at the end of it all against OR Esports. A 3-map series goes a distance. They obviously didn't play a mid-season face-off, but I think, again, starting this one, getting an early win for this Mad Lions team could be huge in way of bolstering this confidence of the 2 new players who have to find a way to work their way in, but then also further kind of increasing the stonks that we have for this Narrate guy who's been so huge for them.
We'll have to see if they can be pulling out that win, though, and that confidence going up against FaZe today, though. And FaZe, especially looking at the players on this team, is a team that I always expect a bit more from, in all honesty. They made some roster changes. These are 2 players that I also really liked coming into the squad, too. But this is the time, Dan, if we can see if it could all really start to come together.
And it has to be this match. If there's going to be a start for this new FaZe squad, it has to be for this match against Mad Lions. And if you want to feel confident about the FaZe squad for what is left out of the Split 2 and even the future for playoffs and everything else that's to come after, they need to have a dominant performance. But honestly, it does not feel like it's going to be too one-sided. It feels like it's going to be a lot of back and forth with the 2 teams figuring it out. Though I'd say, and it goes back to the one win condition for FaZe, is are they going to be able to play that own style that we know them for? Are they going to be able to position BabyBay for success? Because if so, then there is a good chance they can take it in 2. If not, I can potentially see us going to the 3rd map.
And Dryad, you mentioned, as we take a peek at the last 5 games, these some of these included or including mid-season face-off for FaZe. So it's been a streak of 5 series losses for this team, 2 of which come from the guard, 1 of which comes from Moist, which we now look at today as regarded as one of the stronger teams. G2 obviously placing 2nd in that mid-season face-off. So it has not been an easy run. This could be kind of that fluff match that FaZe need. Not to say that it's going to be easy, because you mentioned those changes, but those 2 players, Tig and Mummy, what they did on their last team, that internal troop, was bolster the confidence of the rest of the team. They played well themselves. Tig played incredible in the short time that he had on that team, but also everybody else was playing well. We saw Weeded starting to step up, right? It was when that week 3 had hit that we really saw Turtle Troop start to turn things around. So I think, you continue to give this FaZe team more time, and that confidence is going to continue to rise.
There's definitely a couple of areas where I'm looking at both of these teams heading into today and where people need to be stepping up and who we can maybe look to for that. And for a head-to-head, we're going to be looking a little bit more into this duelist slot. Now, on the one end, Narrate was somebody that there was a lot of question marks around when he came into the squad of Mad Lions, being this ranked demon that we didn't really get to know too much about, Dan. But then that's necessarily not too bad, and going into today's matchup, the direct comparison with BabyBay here is kind of start.
For the match of week 1, Narrate was fighting demons to make rounds happen, and it was very difficult. Obviously, they don't end up with the win, but it really just showcased a little bit of what Narrate is capable of doing. While on the other side, we know the player that BabyBay is. Everybody talks about him when they talk about FaZe. BabyBay, so aggressive. He always gets away with his style, with his aggression, but sometimes he doesn't, and he gets shot down very early on. So it seems like the one really real win condition they're gonna have for the 2 teams to have, especially a dominant performance, is gonna be who's gonna be on top of their game today. Is it gonna be Narrate and the rest of Mad Lions, or is it gonna be FaZe and BabyBay?
Yeah, and I think when you look at that bottom stat again, much like we had in the first series, we see first kills, first deaths. You expect a lot of first kills, or well, you hope for more first kills and first deaths from your duelists, and you see that BabyBays aren't great, but BabyBays also, I don't know whether it's his doing, coach is getting in the mix. I know that Avino's been working with the squad now, but they just continue to put BabyBay on the neon. And we know that he likes that agent, sure, but you're just not going to be able to do the same things, right? If you're looking direct comparison, Jet to neon, Narrate to BabyBay, well, that Jet's going to have an op. Very rarely is BabyBay going to have an op. He's just going to be sliding his way on through, throwing up fast lanes, hoping that you're not peeking into it. And getting opt himself, right? So I would love to see some changes there for BabyBay, maybe something a little different than the neon. I don't expect the raise, but we know how strong of a Jet he can be, and we know that we're kind of in a Jet meta. Like, that's what a lot of people are playing right now.
And we're not at the point yet where things can't be changed up. So would love to see some changes so we can see the BabyBay that more so we'd expect coming on into this. But you've heard our thoughts. Now it's time to hear a little bit from our players before we get into our match.
FaZe is like one of those teams that have traditionally, I think it's just the baby bay factor, right? That guy has always been hyper aggressive and almost always been successful with it. And so I can see where you're coming from, yeah.
All the teams and challengers can't be underestimated, right? Mad Lions, I feel like they've found their footing somewhat in challengers, and even though, you know, they lost all these series or whatever, but we've seen improvements from series to series, right? So like going into this next split, we definitely, you know, like won't underestimate them.
If I was FaZe, I would be, you know, kind of reevaluating and kind of like remaking a lot of our like setups and that kind of stuff. So I see us in like the very same boat as FaZe, where like a lot of stuff's going to be new coming to the split. I think this is going to be a quick match versus FaZe. That's yep. I agree with that.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, Valorant is a very snowball-y game, right? So it can really go both ways. If we're not doing our things, you know, in the beginning, and they're up ahead, they can, you know, that can like snowball out of you know our favor. So, but definitely, if we do like, you know, if we get like the first few rounds going, and we're doing things right, we definitely can, you know, just steamroll them.
Like we're coming in with two new roster changes. They're coming in with one roster change. They have like they already had like a more puggy kind of aggressive play style a little bit. Like I think that matchup honestly just comes down to who's a little bit more on that day, or who's like, you know, gonna stick to their fundamentals more and grief less rounds. Because watching FaZe last season and watching Mad Lions, like there's a lot of that, but.
We definitely need to focus on our fundamentals against, like, you know, teams like Mad Lions more. I mean, not more, because we still need to our fundamentals against like teams like Guard, right? Because like if we don't have our fundamentals, we're just gonna get owned. But against like teams like Mad Lions, we can't just we gotta stick to our fundamentals and not like overthink too hard. You know what I mean? Just play our game, cause yeah, I mean, just play our game. That's the only thing I can say.
Let's have a fun game, guys. Let's see who can run it down harder.
Be ready, cause we're coming for you.
Okay, if Mad Lions is a scrim team, so is FaZe, man. Like we both gotta prove ourselves there. Like we both gotta prove we're not scrimmers, man.
I love being able to hear from the players and their perspective, talking about just running it down going into today. Ain't talking about this being a fast match. I don't know our thoughts on it, but hey, I am excited to see some chaos into this. I'm not gonna lie, Dan.
And honestly, I fully believe it. They're about to run it down. They're about to run it down. We just saw a second tweet saying that it was gonna feel a little bit more like a death match. So I feel like it is a possibility with these two teams.
I agree. The reason I agree, though, is because I did talk to Tig last week, and Tig was saying, like, hey, we're still figuring things out. So it's going to look a little scrambled. The roles might look a little different. You have to assume that the same thing for Mad Lions, right? They make the same amount of changes. They bring in two new players in Blackheart and Bjor, and yeah, it's going to be, hey, we're going to have a call at the start of the round, and then from there, I don't know, we're throwing caution to the wind, and whoever comes out on top. Now, FaZe has been a team that usually does better in the scramble. So if I had to put my eggs in any of the baskets, I'd put a few more in the FaZe basket, just because they do like to play that scrappy style.
Well, I'm excited to see where this chaos is going to ensue. So let's pull up our map picks and bans, see how this is going to go down. The first one is going to be Split. This is a FaZe pickup, and I'm actually really excited for this for a couple reasons. First off, Split can be absolutely chaotic. So if we're expecting chaos, well, this is a place to deliver. As well, though, Dan, we haven't gotten to see Mad Lions on Split yet, I believe. So we'll be able to see what they have to offer us here.
Even FaZe, yeah, they haven't played this map too many times, so it's going to be interesting with the new additions to see what changes they've brought to the table with the two players that feel comfortable on the initiator role that can help Baby Bay once again set him up for success. But honestly, if I were to think of 3 maps that can be chaotic, it's gotta be these 3.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. Fracture Pearl for the decider if we manage to get there. From the sounds of it in the video, they don't think that this might go that 3 games, or we're about to have the fastest rounds possible whatsoever. Either way, Tanner, I am here for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's an interesting first pick because, as we mentioned, FaZe don't have a lot of time played on Split. I think they have in Challengers one or recently just one game played on that.
Yeah,
and it didn't look the best. They had a pretty strong attacking side, but they got the best that they could on the attacking side. I think that's where they finished the game in their loss. Their defense, I believe it was a 9-3 half. It didn't look incredible. So I am going to be interested because they pick it, so they have to have made some changes. Obviously, we'll see what Tig and Mummy bring to the mix. I'm wondering what they bring in way of what do we see is because we know that Mummy can play the Jet. We know Baby Bay can play the Jet. If Baby Bay doesn't want to play the Jet, maybe that role does fall in the lap of Mummy.
I don't think so.
A Jet op on this map is also something we've seen from Mummy way previously, back in the day.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of options with the changes made for this team.
Well, this is the players during agent select. So if any of you are good at reading lips, there would be our little sneak peek of what to expect. But now that's, for me, that's where I'm curious with this FaZe squad going in today is Baby Bay. Because it was something that was also referenced by Mad Lions in the video that Baby Bay is this player, but we just need to see the team come around him to be able to unlock that potential then. So I'm hoping with the fact that this is both of these teams looking for that win, looking to not be the team that takes that 0-2, that we can maybe see him unlock.
And one of the things that I'm wondering right now is, yeah, FaZe in paper should be taking a dominant point against Mad Lions, but what happens if that's not the case, right? Is this really surprising knowing how shaky FaZe have been looking against 0 and 5 in the past 5 matches that they played, struggling to find any victory, any space? So they are really looking for anything, and that anything has to be something from beginning to end that is a statement against Mad Lions.
I do want to mention that as much as we kind of look at FaZe as to be the favorite team, and I said I'm putting my eggs in this basket, I don't think Narrate's going to let that happen.
We'll have to see. Narrate, the young, newer blood to the squad, but is definitely delivered. We'll have to see what him and the team have to offer as it's time for Split and our agent select, and time for me to leave you. Peace out, guys.
Double Jet here, Triad.
Yep, you know it is.
We get double Jet, baby. Oh, okay. I mean, double duelist at the end of the day. Obviously not double Jet.
I love seeing this, and it is one of the things that I was gonna bring up about Split. It felt like, but the way that FaZe likes to play, this was a must-have composition on this map. Obviously, couldn't really do it before. Maybe they didn't really feel comfortable, but now with these changes, we're gonna be seeing the double dualism both sides, and so there's big chances here, especially because, yeah, one of the things that you were saying is, yeah, Mome likes to play that Jet. Baby Bay does the same. We don't ever see Baby Bay on the race, so if it was gonna fall for the other duelists into somebody else, you know who it had to be.
And Tig with that crispy camera, really investing in the player cam there. Will also be sporting the sky. This has kind of been the default, I think, that we've seen from a lot of these teams. Some of the times we see teams opt out of specific agents to make sure we can get that Cypher into the mix. So Ancient Poised both going to be on their lurk duty, playing behind their walls. We already see it right now. Across the map is Poised playing out for Day. Meanwhile, 1-3-1 set up here for FaZe as they set their eyes up towards mid momentarily.
Also, one thing about these double duelist composition is that it really is setting us up for what they talked about them running it down, playing so aggressive, coming down to those duels, into those 1v1s between the Jets and the Rays.
Yeah, and Noise heard out towards mid, but since Mad Lions don't see anything else, they want to try and play aggressively here. No way, Narrate. You wouldn't even assume that he's got himself a frenzy. 2 players sprayed down with the single magazine in the frenzy. Ange backs away, gets this space up. Weapon not out, though, for Mummy. And, well, unfortunately, he meets his demise as Ange scoops up another. It's 2 kills for Narrate. 2 kills for Ange. And Superman left alone to find 3.
Vision.
A FaZe team that went very, very quiet early on, trying to play for contact, but Superman, in the meantime, good for 3. No idea who the player is. Is he going to do it?
No way. No way. Super, it would take the ace. There's no way, right?
30 seconds left.
There's no chance. 16 HP as well to work with. As a Mutil as well, so there's a good chance. Immediately goes for that rotation. Gets a spike planted towards B site.
The problem is Blackheart has shields. And 1 headshot is not going to do it. So it has to be perfect from Supa. It has to be more than that. It has to be the ace.
As perfect as he gets for a pistol round 2. There's a good chance here, but like you said, Blackheart definitely benefited for this one.
He's running out of time, though. He's got to get it done. Guy like goes out. Sure, that flash reveals that somebody is somewhere, but where? And there's the headshot. But again, the shields get it done for Blackheart, and Mad Lion secure the pistol.
Oh, and it was so close. Like you said, it came down to who has more HP, who has the shield, who doesn't. And Blackheart are going to take care of it just fine. He got scared for a second time running out, but that guiding light was going to reveal the location. One thing that FaZe tried doing here, right? Playing for contact. Oh, so quiet. And so Mad Lions, they push forward. They expected the push, and they get the pistol.
And a right click that does it, by the way. Those bullets could have literally ended up anywhere else. But one landed on Supa, and that was enough to do the trick.
Don't look like you need early on, but let's see the streak and how far it gets for Mad Lions. Okay. Boombog's actually going to manage to get Mummy.
Mummy was just hoping to get a little cheeky. Blast packs forward, but is eventually dealt with. Bit of damage onto Trick. Not much more than that. Nice shot from Baby Bay, though. Again, showing that proficiency. I know it's not a jet thing to find that headshot, but comfortability there for the player as he's got himself this sight. The spike, however, it's still disconnected from the play.
Yeah, still pretty far back as Boy's getting closer and closer, but so is Mad Lions. The 3 players that are going to be pushing together.
Spike planted.
Still going to be fine for the plant.
He's got a gun. Reveals his position, though. Tries to swing out for another one. Good damage, but Ainge collects 2 once more. Baby Bay has to find 5 total heads on the round here. Oh, a player just behind him. There's another one picked up. A tap onto the spike. 23 HP and a dream. These angles are close. The Sheriff could be good, but the Bulldog just a bit better. Another defuse, a tricky round, but it belongs to Mad Lion.
One of the cool things about these 2 teams is that they actually never face each other, and it feels like it already did. It feels like these players all know each other, but it was never really a chance. They never face each other on that first split because of the way the groups were sorted. They also never, of course, got the chance to see each other at the mid-season face-off. And so it's really a fight to see on this matchup, with the current situation, with the current changes, who was going to come up on top between the 2. Mad Lions, good for 2 rounds. Trying to get this bonus. Trying to stop that aggression as well for FaZe.
Toxic screen. Blocks that flash from finding any value. Mad Lions, their bonus round, it looks like a bonus round. It does not feel great based off of how close that previous one got.
Yeah. And how close the 2 rounds so far have been. I feel like it's going to be this kind of match, right? Into the 1v1s, into the 1v2s to close it out. And kind of doing individuals because of that shining a little bit more. I know the players, even for both teams, they talked about fundamentals and how strong they had to be for this matchup if they really want to take the lead, if they really want to make it fast, like they feel it could be for the entire series.
Great reveal there. Boombot from Trick. Get some info that players are out towards A main. That flash will further confirm. Oh, Trick was trying to get into a tricky position. Unfortunately, it's spotted out in doing so. Blackheart drops from heaven. Trick still going to play around the Cosmic Divide, and they're spamming it. Eventually, he will peek back through and walk into those bullets. His narrate tries to find something of his own. Unfortunately, goes without. And all of this being heard, muffled, but heard as your Ainge and narrate work their way back into this one, 3v5.
Like I said, the players initially get spotted by that Boombot, which is even hard to do, knowing how raised in that Boombot looks these days, how little it really lasts. But Mad Lions, they couldn't really do anything from it. The Trick was trying to capitalize, was trying to get that forward position, and it was just too late. They will go down, but the round should belong to FaZe. Narrate, the player that we talked about, though.
Last player standing.
Ainge on a big angle here. Could have done a little bit more, but he does his job. He gets his one. The round belongs to FaZe, but Mad Lions made sure that it was not a free round at the end of it all. Reinvestment will need to be had.
It should have been a little bit more of the players alive towards the end for FaZe. It was 5 players alive by the time they planted the spike towards A, but one by one they got shot down by Mad Lions, who it seemed like never really had an intention of going for the retake. Like you said, the buy obviously wasn't the greatest, was entirely that bonus. But the exit frags were good enough to make it expensive for FaZe, as Ainge does get the Viper's Pit towards mid. And that makes this B hit so much more difficult for FaZe. This is a team that likes playing aggressive. This is a team that benefits so much on the attacking side of any map, including Split. But the options or where you can push here are so limited.
And speaking of pushing, look at this. Narrate all the way through the A side. We're gonna play the rat poised, seemingly ready for this one, and wins it out. Now you have to assume that this A side defense, it might be a little weak if people are pushing their way up. Either way, as you mentioned, this B site is not going to be easy to hit because of that pit out towards mid, but it also doesn't feel good, right, to just have this one-pronged attack into the A side either. So being able to dig out Ainge here in this pit would be huge for FaZe. But seems like it let him live for a moment longer.
Narrate so aggressive as we saw him pushing from that A side. Ends up getting taken down at spawn, and that means a 4v5 to deal with for Mad Lions.
30 seconds left.
Good kill there from Frick. Unfortunately, gives himself up though, stays on the angle, and will be dealt with by Mummy. A pit of their own as Baby Bay looks to walk forward and get that spike planted. Knives will be online after this.
Spike planted.
Definitely not going to be for this round, but any space I can get for FaZe is good. The Viper Spid used both of them into the same round, but for FaZe benefiting them a little bit more for this post line.
And this is a pretty good gun to have walking into this pit here. Boys, now under fire. He's going to take it down. Shots to the back, though. No way, Mummy gets one with the blast pack, and we find ourselves 1v1 Astra versus Astra and Supa. Not going to jump on the angle just yet. Bjorn going to stick this one all the way. And Supa tries to run him down. He hops up for a second, and Supa gets it done. Bjorn hears the footsteps, comes off the spike, and FaZe will tie us up.
If he held it, it seems like it was going to be enough time, but things are going to be tied up 2-2 between these teams at the very end. And FaZe, again, with not too many options, ended up going for the B hit. I can't believe the pack is actually the one to get that multi-kill. I mean, things that you see on this matchup, and you have to be expecting more of those. The buy not looking too good now for Mad Lions. Very expensive one. We talked about as well that Blade Storm being available. And the defense wanting to push forward. Not going to spot anything towards A. It seems like that's a call yet towards B. There's some noise already being made.
Ooh.
Toxin screen down.
And that's one that you wish you could have back there poised.
Yeah.
Fishing it through the nebula smoke and comes up with a star kill there. Ainge is gone. Blades are still online though. Narrate still a problem.
And it has always been a problem, but on this vibe with what's available, it's a little bit harder. The Blade Storm though, gonna be good for another one.
And that's a weapon to be had too if they can push up and grab that one. Supa makes sure it's just not an easy feat. 3 kills on the round, and FaZe have this one secured as Blackheart sits only with a ghost. Another flash around the corner. 3 players to follow. Sure, they'll be blinded, but boys will be happy to have the kill.
FaZe gonna get ahead for the first time as they make it to 3. And again, the stats for FaZe are kind of insane when it comes to the attacking side, and it just makes sense, right? It's a little bit easier to position Baby Bay and to set him up for success. And even now with this dual duelist, the attacking side is so much more benefited. Now the one player that can shut them down, of course, is gonna be Narrate, the player that we talked about on the other side, the other Jim, with the operator now towards this A side where the hit wants to end up.
Grounded.
Exactly that.
ready for it right there. We talked about first bloods and how to get them, and it's your Jet opt to do it for Mad Lions. They're fast. FaZe all the way up inside A Heaven right now. Stopped momentarily by that Nebula smoke. Trailblazer doesn't reveal how many are there. Just that players are still on the angle, but that toxic screen might allow them to leave and look to play elsewhere.
It is so good for Narrate. Knows that the Viper wall is up, and the Jet doesn't necessarily want to go across it right away, so maybe it ends up going down because of it. Quick reaction from Narrate. Still holding on to this A site, as FaZe are forced to adapt without one of their duelists. And end up on this B side potentially. That we mentioned has been very difficult with the tools that Mad Lions has on this defense. The way that they're slowed down, and the way the poise can get some value, but it's gonna be in the long run. It's gonna be at the very end of the round if we see poise finding some success from this position.
Fire in the hole!
Okay, hold on. We go rocket for rocket. One gets sent out. We'll see who gets the value instead. It's just a bit of damage traded back and forth. Good paint shell is going to force Fjord to an awkward spot. And yeah, time now of the essence. That's the spike to fall. They have to pick it up and continue to deny. Supa does it once more. Spike in hand. Now to be planted. Narrate.
Spike planted.
The 1v2 is Supa sitting on 5 HP, and he has not given up his position just yet. Tucked away with the spike. Just around the corner is Poise. Narrate to drop down. Pillar to worry about. The footsteps behind him. Well, he's going to go back up top. He'll deal with Poise. Now he only needs one more. Supa to try and do it again as he pushes his way through. Supa finds the angle and the round for FaZe.
With 5 HP too, but Superman manages to do it. Having a really good game so far. 12-2 for Superman. And remembering the way that it started with the 4 kills and the pistol, and how it's continued for Superman. I think really going back to one of the things that they mentioned, understanding kind of how fundamentally they should be playing, how Superman should be staying alive until the very end of the round, and he's doing exactly that.
One of the most important things, we talked about it in our first series, right? Having your controller die immediately. We've seen teams full save with 4 players still alive because their smokes have died. And this Viper utility, it's not a very flexible setup, right? You have it the way that it is here. And, well, Narrate a little flexible as he does the splits and crab walks his way out, finds the kill on the Poise. So kind of little caster curse talking about the Vipers there, but Supa has done a fantastic job in staying alive and doing so much for his team.
In a defense where Mad Lions go for this aggression on A, and they fully commit to it. This time around, it was with more support, of course, from the sky. And initially, at least, paying off.
Trick only has a Bucky, and this is... Yeah, that's not the angle you want to take with the Bucky, unfortunately.
Just to see if there was somebody up close, but far away was the baby waiting around for the time. As Cosmic Divide is going to get activated. The spike once again ending on this B side. Mad Lions trying to fight it.
Spike down B. One enemy
Unfortunately, they just don't have much to fight with, right? Blackheart.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh, in a position to try and get this one done. No way, Blackheart!
Now there's some serenity.
No way Blackheart makes that one happen. 1 by 1, he isolates those duels and shuts them down for the 1v3. What a play. And it is also the 3rd time that we see Blackheart in this scenario, being the last one alive.
One enemy remaining.
Pretty much with no chance, nothing to do, but this one was perfect. 3 kills at the end. Wow, what a play for the new player.
Yeah, wait and look at him. Calm, cool, collected. I thought there's a lot of times, I think we saw it back in maybe the first strike days of Asuna doing something insane. And then the team taking a timeout because Asuna's like, yo, I'm shaking. Do you mind if we call a timeout? That is not one of those timeouts right here. Blackheart, calm, cool, collected here on the player cams as they talk their way through this one. You see Trick getting in the mix there at the end. And yeah, that is a shoot. Okay, there we go. Getting excited.
Let's go.
So the replay of the player cams there. And that could be what they need. As Sierra mentioned earlier on the desk, this is the first time we're seeing Mad Lions as Mad Lions on this map. And even if you said, okay, well, they played it before as Dark Ratio or anything of the sort, they didn't do that with Bjor and Blackheart or even Narrate.
Yeah, this is a new version of the team completely, and especially on Split, when we get to see this kind of composition, when we get to see the plays that Blackheart has brought to the table. I think it's still pretty messy for the two teams when you have this double duelist, even for FaZe. They want to have a comfortable post plan, and they haven't been able to do so. That is just the firepower alone the Mad Lions has.
Well, okay, Blackheart maybe get a little outside of himself there, trying to go aggressive, and there's 4 players around the corner, actually 5 players. Around the corner, beautiful flash into heaven that allow Baby Bay to safely waltz his way onto the site through a cloud burst. His Mummy finds first kill on the round, and the A site's been given up over to FaZe.
Poison's off.
I mentioned for FaZe, they haven't been able to play
Spike planted.
this post plan the way that they wanted to, but this might be the round where they're able to do so. The Trailblazer up close to spawning. Superman has to back up. Oh, he has no idea.
Wow, the footsteps. Surely they were in range. No way! Oh! Whoa!
Oh! My God.
I mean, that's just the round.
And Poise had no idea as well, but turns around, gets the kill. That has to hurt for Mad Lions.
Yeah, put that in the Valorant folder of things you hate to see.
Yeah?
That is, no matter who you're a fan of, whether you're a Valorant player or not, you see that play and... Woo! That one, yeah, that one.
You know, shout out to Poise, because he was,
Yeah.
you know... He was right there with the reaction time, and he was also moving right and left, you know? So, it was harder to hit. We'll say that.
Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. Yeah, the beautiful
He just
strafing there
knew.
by Poise.
He just
strafing.
knew that someone was gonna be behind, so he started moving, and you know how it goes.
Need that back.
Yeah, Poised, freshly out of the Matrix, dodges the bullets, finds the kill, and that basically secured the round for FaZe. Meanwhile, a lesser Vi, an operator, and 2 rifles, but have made quick work of our trick, and Blackheart had no way into this next round. Ainge gets one back, but the backstab is there. Bjorn Narrate gonna try and hang on. I think mostly Narrate is gonna try and hang on. He's still got that operator.
If there's gonna be someone holding on to this round, it's gonna be Narrate. With a lot of the rounds that we've seen for FaZe, especially when it gets contested early on, they end up on this B site. For Narrate, it's gonna be way now up close. There's a chance though, but you can potentially only get one and immediately having to back up.
He gets his one, he gets away. Bjor is here. But, I mean, Bjor... Yeah, can only hope to help, but a little bit. Now,
30 seconds
maybe
left.
not as all. Just going to try and play buffer between FaZe and Narrate, who wants to save the op. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
Dude, if Narrate finds the spike here, they might not have enough time for this. This could... I mean,
10
FaZe
seconds
just
left.
beat themselves. Oh, FaZe just beat themselves. FaZe just beat themselves.
Here's no time. That is exactly what I was gonna talk about. We see the kill, right, for Narrate very early on. And that was it felt like the immediate call, right? The operators on the B side. There's 2 players alive. We gotta go. We gotta run it down on the A side. But it seems like, I don't know, different ideas, different decisions. They go for the rotate way too late. And there was just not enough time for FaZe.
How much of that is FaZe just making a silly call at the end of that round?
Different
Or-
ideas, maybe? Different plans that they had? Still trying to commit, still trying to contest the operator?
Or
But
do
it
they
just fell.
respect Narrate that much, right? To think the 3 of us aren't going to be enough to run him down. There's no way. We just need to avoid the op. So
But
they
they
rotate.
took too long.
And they took too long. Yeah, that is a crazy round.
They were there was so much time in between when Neri got the kill and the chance that they had for the retake to have enough time. So yeah, that is a crazy round for FaZe to not find success on after everything they did early on towards that mid side. As we move into the next round, Neri once again trying to play aggressive. Good spot one player here.
Nice spot on the way out. Operator up close and personal. Good dash from Baby to stay alive. And now they've spotted where Narrate is, and they will give him that respect and head elsewhere.
And how quick is it going to be this time? Because now all the players for FaZe are a little bit more spread around this map, and Take goes down because of it.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, and I was going to say, Angel's flirting with the idea of putting this one down, and he does pit out towards mid. So if you want to split this site,
20 seconds.
You got to do so through the swamp. And yeah, time of the essence once more. Cloud bursts out. Mummy to follow right behind it. He's got the spike in hand. Trick inside the Nebula. And then sure, they're finding kills. They're spraying people down. But Mummy has to get that spike planted. He does get spotted as he jumps on through. A flash just on the other side. He's going to look to stick it. Noah hop off for a second. And again, Mad Lions punish FaZe for working the clock. And they tie us up.
And it's 2 rounds in a row, right? With a little bit more delay for FaZe than you would expect, and it's getting pretty uncomfortable for FaZe as they had the lead after the pistol round. They took all the advantage, and after that they lost it with 2 very unfortunate rounds. And it feels like it hasn't even been, you know, we talked about Narrate, big win condition. It put up a fight last week as Mad Lions were losing, and still is performing very well, but it's not even him getting the kills, right? It's spotting him and FaZe in the weird kind of mid-round call-out where you don't see them reacting from it immediately. You don't see that early contest, but though you don't see that early rotation. So it seems like, yeah, it could be different plans that are just not working out for FaZe for them to lose the 2 rounds. And then team as well, FaZe like to play it so fast, but have been slowed down so well. I mean, we saw the Astro Star, we saw the smoke, we saw Trick even just throwing the packs into the smoke, creating any delay possible for FaZe. So a little bit of the 2, and a chance here for Mad Lions to once again take control of the game.
Wow. Okay, so FaZe coming out of that timeout are going to have to find a way to make that play, but do it a little bit quicker. They can't continue to run that clock down and leave as many players of Mad Lions as they have in stable positions. This one starts just as slow, still a poison cloud to work with towards mid, and I mean that orb has just done so much. Ainge has been so strong in this position.
Yeah, this defense towards mid has been shutting down the aggression for FaZe over and over again.
Toxin screen down.
And again, a slow start early on for FaZe. A little bit less than a minute remaining, and this is what Mad Lions like to do. They like to play this long game at the end for the defense, throwing all that late utility. I mean, Mame is gonna have a showstopper for FaZe. That's gonna create a little space towards B where they have attempted to go. And first, the Seekers coming through.
30 seconds. They will decide to hit this B site. Out comes the rocket. Mummy clearing angles, but finding nothing. So plenty of time to get this spike planted. A free site, really no contention thus far. Take will get that one down. Working towards those Seekers once more. Out comes the Viper's pit from Poise. This round just got a whole lot harder here for Mad Lions. They're gonna work through it. Narrate the first one through. Baby Bait cuts down one. Tig will find another. Blackheart goes fishing through the swamp and finds a pretty large catch in Tig, but a little more players to worry about. Up close and personal is the right click. Yor is gone. Now Blackheart and Ainge gonna work their way back into this, but I mean, it just got so much harder. The only 2 that remain for the Mad Lions squad, and they look to save their rifles.
And a good play for FaZe. It seems like the Mad Lions, they knew this play was going to come through, especially with the Seekers. They were ready to back up. They did just that, but accounting for the Viper's pit and how you have to take a space with that ultimate being available and being utilized, is a different story.
Last
So
round
FaZe, once
before the
again, they
switch.
take the lead. They go back to having control of this match, of this half.
That is tough times there for Narrate. Dashes through, tries to cause some chaos to allow his team to funnel behind him, and he runs right into Baby Bay. So no longer a worry is the Jet of Mad Lions, and the rest of the round, well, it went as expected.
And this is aggressive here for Narrate. Recently, he's been getting a little bit more support from Blackheart. It's gonna be the same case, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be an operator. The rifles are gonna do the job. The phantoms are gonna do the job just fine to meet the aggression of FaZe towards A.
And with clear skies out towards A main, Trick says, hey guys, can I get, you guys mind if I get, I know you guys are in the middle of combat, but do you mind if I come over and grab this orb? I'd love to get this ult online, and that's exactly what happened. Showstopper available, and only 3 alive for FaZe right now, and one of which is still all the way across the map. Supa's still trying to sell something out towards B.
But him alone is difficult, and we see the Blackheart goes for the B side right away. Should be spotting the Astra. And no way, the Showstopper.
charges left. Spike down A.
Yeah, I mean, he just lost the round, though, it seems. Narrate finally dug out, spike down, the rotates come on through, but still, it's only one player. Cosmic Divide.
30 seconds left.
Taps a spike, hops off for a second. Now the footsteps are being heard, and he's not even going to get the spike planted. He has to just try and fight, and Bjor sprays him down. Now it's all up to Supa, who has to be the hero again. No shots go wide. Spike is out of reach. Time.
Pulling them in.
And as he pushes through, he'll find Bjor. Blackheart there on the trade, and Mad Lions tie us up as we swap sides.
Switching sides.
Mad Lions out. We never really got a chance to see it on this map before. And delivering what feels like it's just enough rounds on the defense.
Get out of my way. One enemy remains. Seconds left. Spike
Yeah, that might have been enough.
Yeah, and part of it just Narrate being able to be in the right place, right time, and just putting that pressure. It seems like it goes back to what you said, right? A lot of respect giving to Narrate. Even without the operator, there's some cool ideas to set him up and to put him into these forward positions. Now the question is FaZe gonna do the same with Baby Bay? Is FaZe gonna do the same with Mummy? Because in a lot of scenarios, it doesn't seem like it's the case. When we've seen this team on split, when we've seen this team trying to allow Baby Bay to frag out, but in so many times it just gets shot down.
Well, these could be huge paint shells here. Out they go. They don't find as much value. I'd expected there. Baby Bay takes some fall damage on the Jet. Walk away from this one. Blackheart brings a regrowth into this, so the rest of the team just topped off after that early skirmish.
Has been doing so constantly, making sure the team is as good as they can be for the kills. But Poise, in the meantime, towards mid, ends up going down.
A great smoke timing there, too, from Baby Bay. You don't just want to sit there and spam the Sheriff like you can the Ghost, like you can the Ghost and the Frenzy. Bjor gonna try and pick up the pieces here to this one, but Mummy won't allow it. It got dangerous, but it belongs to FaZe.
Another one that turns into a 1v1, and FaZe come up on top just from it. Right after Ainge got 2 massive picks, it was the call to go into the B side after he got the first. All the time now, FaZe capitalized from it. This is now the half, though, for FaZe that they always struggle with. No matter the map, defense is just not their strength. Now, they have 2 new players, that being Mame and Tig. And this new core with this new idea of FaZe, they have a chance to change their stats around. They do so early on with the pistol. Scary.
Good stars. Forces Superman off the angle. Allows for this space to be taken for the squad. And Well, the Viper's the closest to the ultimate, so that is where the orbs will go for now.
And just from that utility, not really finding any kill. The positioning now towards that mid side, and FaZe in the meantime, Baby waiting for it. The stars are great.
I mean, how is that happening though?
Spike down,
Kills
mid.
still found from the classics. Today has been a great day for classic
enemy remaining.
users. An even better one here for Spectre users for FaZe, and now you just have to assume, yeah, if the Viper wasn't lurking, the Astra is. Legs get spotted, they get shot, and FaZe will secure that second round.
Given 3 out of the Spectres into this bonus round for FaZe. As Mad Lions finally are going to get a chance to show us what they got. Again, they haven't played this map. You're playing with this double duelist. And on the attacking side, that's when you're expecting to see a little bit more of Trick. That has been fairly quiet so far. But with the double satchel and the way that he's able to complement Narrate just to get that side control is a good opportunity for Mad Lions.
This
Very
would be a confidence booster for FaZe to win this one. They have a bonuses here. Yeah, fast out towards mid. Trick. I mean, I feel like that right there, the little rope trick to go down quietly, that's something that every player needs to have in their arsenal.
I know, I've seen it so much recently. And it's good. More and more players doing it. Can secure kill, can secure a round, just a little bit of timing, especially when you get to see them fracture, but here too on split.
Bars are down, flashes out, Spectre in hand, Judge right behind it, and yep, Narrate goes down. That's gonna be the go button to go elsewhere for Mad Lions, but there's still players waiting for him.
And just like we saw FaZe going slow, it was the same case for Mad Lions. That means that FaZe on this defense are set up to be in the right position. They don't rotate too early.
No
and they
way.
don't clear it again.
Again, they don't clear that angle, and they get punished for it.
Twice. And he said it was going to be the confidence booster here for FaZe if they were able to secure that bonus round. Well, guess what? They did that. They managed to do it just from, it seems like the first kill into Narrate as he doesn't clear the corner. And then, yeah, the same thing. That repositioning. I mean, to be fair, you're not expecting a player, especially a different player, to be in that angle. But it is what it takes for FaZe to take that stronger lead.
And I mean, a sticks and stones vibe, but a pretty good start. Narrate finds Baby Bay. This would be a good way to break some of that confidence. It wouldn't quite break the economy as there's just so much of it. Pure finishes that kill out on the Tig. A ghost in hand, a Viper's Pit that's down, a spike planted. I mean, this... Okay, Mad Lions. They're not done yet.
What? And the round had to be fast, where the aggression was going to be met by Baby Bay, and he ends up being the one getting taken down early on for the duel that we talked about, that head-to-head that we talked about early on the Narrate against Baby Bay. Trying to get the timing into the two.
Last player standing.
I almost saw it. But yeah, no chance, and with the buy that they had, Mad Lions, they get the round.
The sticks and stones, they turn them into slingshots. They get it done. They also find some upgrades on the way out. So much like that FaZe economy that was bolstering. Doesn't look too bad on the side of Mad Lions just yet. And 2 ultimates online matched by the 2 of FaZe. And with that, Mad Lions, they call this timeout.
The 2 times that we've seen Mad Lions get a timeout is after they win a round. And it is a big round for them as well. A round that shuts down scary momentum for FaZe. For the last one, they made it pretty close. The first half, But for Mad Lions, I feel like it goes back to something that I mentioned, Trick. On this race, it has been pretty quiet. We've been talking about Narrate, we've been talking about Blackheart. But Trick has a big role into this one if they want to come back, if they want to make things even, and then even get this map of Split. It was a map chosen by FaZe.
And finding out what works, right? You can't just slam into the site over and over again. It worked for the last round, sure, but Mad Lions obviously having that conversation of how do we make it work now in this next one. Pure early contact inside B main, but it's all an elaborate ruse, as Baby Bay will also be waiting there for them to push with an op in hand.
Are they going to be pushing the... Does not seem like it's going to be the case early on, especially after those timeouts. Definitely, and between these two teams, you are expecting that aggression after the timeout, but nothing to be found early on. The Trailblazer is going to be clearing all the way
I've got your trail.
towards Vans, and that's going to give the space for Trick.
Grenade!
Seekers are out. Ooh, okay. On both sides, Seekers will be used. It does confirm players up inside heaven here for the attack of Mad Lions. Taking it back away. Snakebite goes through. He's just around the corner, but he's dealt with. Showstopper used. Trick gonna go up and over the top. Can he find the kill? No, he can't. Mummy instead to collect. Paint shells go out. A satchel. Oof, right into the face of two. Almost two as Mummy. Not quite giving up this position just yet. He's got help around the corners. Players swing on up. Out comes Supa. But no trade found, and it's left all up to Baby Bay with the operator in hand. Player in Bure just around the corner. He hears that spike plan, and he's going to head the opposite way.
Entered.
In this defense, one of them being inside of that smoke, not being able to swing out, and not getting the timing right, going for the fight, not even expecting the two players of Mad Lions to be pushing and to be so close to them. Yeah, Baby Bay with his operator is gonna go for the save. Mad Lions, after the timeout as well, find some success. But honestly, all these rounds have been so messy, so expensive between the two.
Very messy.
The idea is though for Mad Lions, I like what we saw early on. The Trailblazer getting used just to clear out that space and give that positioning for Trick. Yeah, he ends up going down, but it seems like that was the one thing that we needed to see him do. So yeah, Mad Lions get to 8.
Yeah, they bring us within 1. They break up that 3-round win streak after losing their full buy into the FaZe bonus, right? They have that scrappy buy. They pick that one up. They get the next one off the back end of their timeout, but now they have to keep it going. Mummy did expend the showstopper in the last, but Boys is postured up here out towards A to make this one less than desirable to push with that Viper's pick.
And when we got to see it before on the other side, it was this ultimate towards that mid side. Now securing and making sure nobody's going to be contesting this A side, as it doesn't matter. Mad Lions still going for the B hit.
Yeah, paint shells for paint shells. Narrate gets spotted. Does survive for now. With that FaZe, will give up the site with confidence they can retake it.
No, 5v5. It seems like we haven't seen this one before. Well, Baby Bay having to retake with this operator. It seems like this is often the problem. Baby Bay trying to find some early success, doesn't spot anyone with the operator, doesn't get the kills, and so the retake becomes a lot more difficult to deal with.
I mean, impossible. They barely even moved, and they're about to be out of time. Flash is on the backside. The clock continues to tick, tick, tick. As Trick only finds 1. Only 2 remain. Flash out. The push comes through. Blackheart's dealt with Ainge to take one with the snake bite. Is that spike halfway? Yes, it is. Once more hopping on it. Poise has just enough time. And FaZe, it looked like they fell asleep, but right into the belly of the beast were Mad Lions. They woke them up, and they'll find their 10.
And the time was running out, but FaZe answers good enough, just in time. with the distraction as well. They clear up close with the util, then they go in for the hit, and they go massive for that retake. Double digits now for FaZe, and Mad Lions, it really felt like they had an advantage. They got a kill with a snake bite at the end, but too much pressure for Ainge to deal with.
Crazy how FaZe were literally given no information. They throw out a guiding light, it doesn't pop and reveal anybody, and they still worked away onto the site and win the fights necessary with enough time.
Yeah,
that is a beautiful retake.
Is good. They clear up close, then they know they have to go far away.
Wow, okay, Supa, I mean, not gonna get dug out of this position. He looks away from the flash perfectly. Mad Lions say, hey, it worked in the last round, why not try it again? This time, not as much success. Ainge tosses out what bit of utility he has left. Boombot dealt with 2 players just around the corner, and Ainge walks away from this fight with 8 HP. Rifle in hand with no economy to buy into the next.
Poison's off.
And this is way too much time to try and save. We'll see if Ainge can even make it out of this round.
Has a spike, but like you said, so low, 8 HP to work with. In pretty much every angle on that B side being watched. Knowing there's going to be a possibility of Ainge going for a spike planted towards A, but not easy at all. Even with all the time, because everything this time around got to happen so fast, and one player that went massive again was Superman, right? With the angle so far back into the backside, almost didn't catch the timing to get the stars activated, but does so, and with that, every single one of the players for Mad Lions went down. FaZe, they take kills closer and closer to the finish line of split. Mad Lions have some tools to work with, though.
And they do have a few ultimates to play. A couple to take the site, and then 1 to secure it. I do want to mention the 6th sense that Mummy had there, just saying, you know what, maybe I'm not in the best position, I'm gonna sneak away from it. He blast packs towards the site and eventually makes the right call there. So big ups to Mummy for having that awareness, helping secure the round for FaZe. Narrate and friends are out towards mid. Bladestorm online here. This is a very scary Narrate.
We've seen what Narrate is capable of doing with that Bladestorm, with that ultimate. But in a round like this one, could be a different story. Be holding with this operator towards the B site. And slowly, the FaZe side backing up, giving more space for the hit to come through for Mad Lions.
Scout destroyed.
And now they know.
Bit of info. Knives on the front foot here. Smoke goes out and allows them to cross out towards the site. Unbeknownst to Mad Lions, no players here from FaZe are directly on this site, so Trick pop out the showstopper. Doesn't find anything just yet, and with that FaZe, everybody backing away to make sure there's no value on this one. So the 2 ultimates to take the site, they've been used. The one to hang on to it has also gone down. On the inverse. FaZe looking to get back into this one quick. Look at this. They've got some ults of their own. Cosmic Divide goes down. Great on the wrong side of it. Gonna look to push forward. Black card dealt with on the back line. Cloudburst goes out. Down goes Bjorn. Narrate able to trade that one back, but 1 for 2. It's not favorable thus far for Mad Lions. Ainge falls. So does the pit. And it's all up to Trick, but he's been dealt with. FaZe again in the retake. Looks so darn good.
And with a baby having to use that Bladestorm at the very end, but FaZe, yeah, like I said, looking good. And looking different too. We mentioned it early on, this defense has been a struggle for FaZe before the previous phase, but now a little bit more consistent. 6 rounds that they've been able to get on this half so far, and 1 round away from taking that map lead. 1-0. With the Mad Lions have some right ideas early on. It seems like into the late round, that's when the struggle comes up. Even with a 5v5 retake, even with the ultimates that they get invested into it, it just doesn't seem to be enough. A good chance here for FaZe to close it out.
Tig Okay, Tig
Spike
still
down
gets
A.
one. Not even the intended target. Blackheart,
Yeah.
unfortunately, just gets randomed. As he's shooting at Trick, who also down to 60 HP. Next up is Poise, and there
Oh, that's scary.
4 players on the other side, and he's been quickly dealt with. So this round not as easy for FaZe to close us out. Paint shells follow. Here comes a showstopper. Mummy wants to end it right here, right now, and he does heaps of damage. One of the players of Mad Lions cuts it down. An even 3v3. Baby Bay with a beautiful shot will take down his counterpart. Now Bjordange, the controllers here, have to get it done to try and hang on. With 50 seconds on the clock. Mummy up on the high ground, taken off the top ropes. There's life yet here for Mad Lions.
And two very different positionings here. Superman gonna get a timing into it. Okay.
Spike planted.
Gonna find the answer right away. A 1v2 to deal with for Mad Lions to stay on this map.
Recovering it.
So difficult here for Bjor. But just lulled right into complacency. This is what FaZe does. They make you think that they're taking too much time. Instead, it's just the right amount. They give it a second. They let it breathe. They make Bjor wonder, and they get it done. Another retake that goes the way of FaZe. Their defense looking up as they take the first map in the series.
And it started more back and forth, but at the end, FaZe taking that lead and not letting it go for this map of Split. It is a map of Split. It needed to go the way of FaZe. Their map pick, but besides that, with the composition and everything that seemed to go the way of FaZe. And again, Mad Lions had some cool ideas, had some red ideas, even for the mid control that FaZe couldn't even ever contest in the first half. But that late round, even that retake, 5v5 retake that we got to see twice, it was always FaZe coming up on top.
And these, some of these retakes look scary, but again, they did a good job of... Even for me here on the desk, I'm sitting, I'm watching, I'm thinking, FaZe, when are you going to pull the trigger? I'm sure Mad Lions are thinking the same thing, right? When are these guys going to go? And before you know it, it's just like they're attacking the site, right? They're right in your face. Util aplenty. They find the kills. Mummy really stepping up big, filling this duelist role, this secondary duelist role that we know he has in his back pocket. Yeah, FaZe get it done. That's only one map, though, right? This is one that they wanted to play, though, right? This is a split where I think not only did they think that they could get a win here against Mad Lions, but they wanted to show us, Triad, you and I we've had the pleasure of casting all FaZe forever, basically, in Split 1 and Mid-Season Face-Off. I believe we've got them for a long time moving forward as well. But they show us, right, that they have righted their wrongs on this map of Split. It's not the same FaZe of old, and they look pretty darn good on it. But as we said, that is only one map here. We've got 2 to go, Dryad. You know that we're in for a 3-mapper. That's just the Tandan way here on the broadcast. That is. It's just our way. We always get 3. So stay with us. Hang out in the chat. Don't move your feet or move your butts from the seats, because we'll be back right after this short break.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Well, it was definitely an entertaining map over on Split. A couple of things to throw in a highlight reel, a couple of things that hopefully don't make its way onto the broadcast yet again. But hey, it was fun. It was entertaining. FaZe able to take the win. Dan, I know you and Tanner have been almost like the FaZe connoisseurs just in the fact that you're on every single game. I don't know if it's coincidence at this point, but how are we feeling about FaZe going on today?
Look, I mean, some rounds, some things happen. Some rounds a little messy, to say the least, but they're able to close it out, and they look great on the defensive side. So I think that's kind of what I was looking forward to, because on the attacking side, it's always being their strength. You always know that on the attacking side, Baby Bay is going to give that entry, probably going to be good for one at least. But on the defense, how can everybody else adapt to each other, and how are they able to rotate? And I feel like they answered those questions, so at least in that sense, I feel like FaZe look great.
Yeah, I think so. Looking at this one, I think there are some things to punish for FaZe in what they did well. I thought their retakes were really strong. Obviously, we talked about it before we went to a break, where they get themselves set up to make sure that this retake happens, and then they make it happen. They find a way. So good on them for shoring up their defense and making it look a whole lot stronger, because we talk about them being more of an attacker-heavy team, more attacker-sided. On the inverse, we saw some kind of awkward things coming out from both of the teams. I thought Mummy looked incredible as the double duelist here. A little bit slower of a start, but really started to find his footing there. We talked about the sixth sense that he had, and kind of just understanding the role that has been poised for him on this team, which coming into my my notes on the day, right, is can Poised find a way to drag FaZe across the finish line? Because a lot of the times it was Poised or is Poised at the top of the leaderboard. And when you're having to do that much as the IGL, it made me think about, you know, how is that affecting his IGLing if he has to also be the star player? And you can see in this game, in this map, a lot of that fragging load was taken off his shoulders, and he could just do his job as the Viper, as the IGL.
And it was not only Mummy and even a little bit of Baby Bay that we got the chance to talk about, but Superman going massive in the first half really stepped it up when he had to. It was so nice for this Astra to do just that, because a lot of this composition is going to be great to take space, but for the post plans, that's when FaZe had to be set up. And in a lot of scenarios I mentioned during the cast, it was him staying alive. It was this Astra making sure that it was going to be the last one alive and with a chance to clutch.
And on the inverse, I thought Ainge looked so strong holding mid. There were times, though, that once this util was expended for Ainge, he was backing away and just looking to go play the A site, and that was starting to get punished by FaZe Clan. Yeah. I also think going into this one for Mad Lions, if we see the same style of retake, where FaZe are kind of holding their hands for a little bit, or holding their cards close to their chest for a little bit, and then retaking the site, I would love to see Mad Lions explore some of these options of, hey, let's just push these guys, right? We don't have to sit on the site and let them retake into us. That's what they want. So let's try and find maybe some cheeky plays, right? Let's send Narrate on a risky mission because we know that guy usually comes out on top.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some great kills from Narrate going on in that game. I'm hoping, looking towards our next game, that maybe teams can recognize a couple of the errors that were made, because there is definitely a couple of rounds that were won by a little trial, a little error. And if we can get a little bit of that cleaned up going towards Fracture, I'd actually be really excited looking forward on into this. Their agent select, though, this is where you hopefully see the neon, but I will find out and I will leave you to be.
Thank you, Sierra. As we already get some changes, I thought, hey, Mummy looked great. Mummy looked really good on the Raze. Let's put him on it. Instead, Baby Bay says, I'll do it. I'll do it.
And I'm wondering how this is gonna look like, right? Because
yeah.
For FaZe, we've seen so many different variations of the duelist. We've seen the neon for Baby Bay. That was kind of the one-win condition that found them that early success. That first match that they had, split one, just being that surprise factor taken into advantage that not many teams are still playing that neon. Then he went into that jet, a little bit more standard, but still managing to frag out. And now we get to see that race.
And we get it on the side of Narrate as well. Also sporting the Raze. So our head-to-head finally really comes to fruition as the sole duelist for the teams. We've got the fade out for Tig as well. Supa gonna be rocking smokes as always. Supa has been a rock for this FaZe team. I think regarded as one of the strongest controllers, and I think we kind of forgot that in the shortcomings of FaZe in the most recent weeks, but really showed up in that last map and reminded us just how strong he can be. We'll see if he keeps that moving forward.
And another thing here, right, is Tig and into one of the engines that we've seen recently on Fracture, that being the Sky, but obviously not going to be the case for this one. Instead, going for a fade. It has been the opposite, actually. Less and less popular of a pick, especially on Fracture, but still some teams wanting to go for it. So I'm curious to see how this new version changing from week 1 to week 2 for FaZe is going to look like.
And I'm trying to think to which of the teams. It may have been Shopify that was it Shopify that was running the fade, but they were never with the team. They were never really playing with the team, so we weren't seeing these prowlers getting the value that you're expecting, right? Hey, prowl this Cypher utility and just completely deal with that. We didn't get a whole lot of that in the fades that we've seen here on Fracture, so we'll see if Tig can kind of live up to that and allow for it to be a little bit easier for our duelist to get on the site. I think it was actually Shopify where B-Dog kept trying to come back to deal with the Cypher utility because the prowlers weren't, and it didn't work. But for now, we cage out. 5 players top side of the map, but poised a bit disconnected, hoping to find somebody lurking. Meanwhile, out towards B. We got tower control here for Tig. Haas is out that haunt. Will drop down, give up that position. Baby Bay using these satchels to try and deal with said utility instead. And I mean, nobody's home. Mad Lions have given this one up.
into 5v5 retake to deal with, and as we get to see Poise in a pretty good position here to catch some of the players off guard. What you would expect a Cypher to be doing, and yeah, manages to do so.
Good lurk kill there. Now always something to worry about for Mad Lions is where is Poise? Is he still in the back lines? Good aftershock. Poise eventually dealt with, but the trades are there. Nice kill from Tig. Make it 2 for eventually being answered. Ainge gonna hop up inside the smoke, find one of his own. Now down to the last, that being Narrate, who's good for 2 usually, but this time around it won't happen. FaZe will take the pistol.
A quick one for FaZe, as they could get that side control quite easily. Only had to take care of that Cypher util, and thanks to the Prowlers, thanks to the Fade, that wasn't really a big concern into the early round. And another point, right? So we've talked about the different versions of Fade. So you mentioned for Shopify, kind of a Fade playing a little bit more by themselves. And then you can even compare it to what a lot of teams are even trying to imitate, potentially FaZe doing the same. And it is what Trent was doing on the Fade when we got to see their Fracture. It was super interesting, giving so much support, coming up with different lineups as well to get value out of the hunt, to spot the players every single time. And I have a feeling that Tig is that kind of player, right? Just like Trent, when they went against each other on week 1, he's trying to give that support for his duelist of Baby Bay.
Good paint shells to stall. FaZe make a lot of noise out towards B, and all 4 defenders on this side of the map. Bjorn gonna be the first to spot or hear anything, and he does spot it with that camera.
I must wait a moment.
Tries to hop out, unfortunately can't do so in time, so they take that one down. And this trusty classic. Hey, Bjorn with the classic last time, it won him the round. It was when FaZe ran out of time. It's not gonna be the call this time around though.
It was good, but because of the Cypher alone into this A site, still is gonna have to play back, play to the spawn, and then play with everybody else.
All 5 players here. A main control belongs to FaZe. And all 5 are going to work their way through. They want to try and fight for this control here, understanding that the spike is here, but it's just a firing squad. Baby Bay 3 kills on the round. Supa also finding himself in that kill feed, and eco frags for FaZe.
Making it fast, making it quick. Kind of one of the things that the players talked about, right? Just making sure that this was going to be very quickly for the match, for the maps. But as FaZe took that first map, this is not something that Mad Lions actually want to happen anymore. They want it. The 90s bonus for the side of FaZe. There's gonna be a forward positioning on the A side. It's actually that race pushing forward towards main. And on the other side, FaZe giving that respect, expecting the push, expecting the aggression early on. And yeah, backing up for Mad Lions.
And initially a very passive hold again for Mad Lions. They were essentially all the way off this B side except for Trick, who was playing up inside tower. Now they go hunting, trying to find something, which you can't fault them for. It could mean that the rotation comes from the top side of the map. Paint shells stall for just a bit longer. 50 seconds left on the clock, so FaZe have time. But Narrate's going hunting here. Just narrowly misses the timing onto one. Mummy on the swing. Poised there for the trade. And now this A site, the defense a bit weakened here.
It's a thing that we saw on map 1. Narrate going aggressive, but all by himself. So it's so hard to get more than one in that kind of situation and able to back up.
30 seconds
and have to wait for the rest of the team. And see, the flash is good. Poise goes down.
Amateur. Supa's still allowed to get 2 some way. But Blackheart, I mean, matches 2 for 3. Now it's all up to Tig, who he's going to get the spike planted. Yeah, absolutely. But really no way out of this one. Fault line has him stunned up completely. Nowhere to go with the fragment at his feet. He backs away from it, plays a close angle, tries to take the first duel, but loses it. Out trick to get it done, and Mad Lions to 1.
And a 1v3 is still pretty expensive, but it doesn't really matter as Mad Lions going to secure the first round of Fracture. Trying to convert those in a way that they couldn't do so in Split. It was a Mad Lions. They got the initial advantage. They initially got those pistols, but they could never really catch up to the score that FaZe had. it just seems like it was always behind. It was always a FaZe that was one step ahead, even when things and when rounds were going wrong.
This goes here.
Look at this. Narrate. Aggressive. All of this is being heard, though. FaZe should be ready for something. Maybe ready to fight. Narrate. Let's see if he keeps going forward. No, instead, he'll grab the orb. Take the rocket elsewhere. Hang on to that one. No blast backs. It does make it a little bit harder to get into the fight with that showstopper. At least he has it for now.
This is something that the two teams have been doing, making sure that they're grabbing those orbs. Grabbing this ultimates early on, but yeah, Narrate again gets spotted. He's gonna stay alive though. 49 HP, but takes that early damage. Has to back up.
Baby Bay trying to find the camp. Doesn't quite find it there. So that bit of utility still set up for Bjor. He's also on that very close angle. Just outside the door in Sands. And he's got himself a judge. Taking close angles. Trick, excuse me. Tig's in front of him. Trick is here. Might be caught on this close angle.
30 seconds
You have to be
left.
expecting it, but it's been quite some time, so you're really expecting one of the players to be still holding this position.
Wow, no, they're not expecting him at all. The Prowler doesn't clear him out. No way. Trick capitalizes huge.
It's so good, and the bait as well, being that distraction from far
10
away,
seconds
back
left.
on that side for Trick to swing and get 4 kills. Was poised. The one player that we saw early on towards that A site ends up all alone for this one with no time, and Matt Lyons, they secure that second round.
I love the storytelling in that round where 4 players of FaZe, they're fighting for their lives against this murder bot inside Arcade. Trick was absolutely huge, and then once all 4 are eventually erased, we hop on board with Poised, who is slowly creeping across the wires.
Yeah.
Just absolutely nothing to do in the round. That doesn't feel good.
It's so
right?
good. For Matt Lyons, it's just so good that Blackheart just creates that distraction just in time. So, yeah, crazy round, but good win for Matt Lyons.
Oh no, things are getting
Stun.
awkward. Oh, that. And we just praised Blackheart, but unfortunately, is the reason Narrate goes down there. They kind of get tangled up on one another. That blast pack does not work as intended.
Yeah.
When it finally does, it's right into the paint shells. That's the showstopper gone for nothing.
Launching smoke. Been beacon down.
And Baby Bait almost got taken down because of it, but not ideal for that round as Narrate goes down very, very early on. And this positioning for Tig was good, but gets flashed, gets spotted, doesn't matter. Trick still goes down.
Nice.
Yeah, and Tig will also be able to find another as, again, a very passive hold. Trick, usually the only member here on the B site holding it, and as soon as he's erased from the site, there's nobody else, and FaZe have been reading that, spraying into the spawn. Tig is able to find that second kill, and that also means a third round here for FaZe.
As a 2-player, Sange. So gonna be having to back up.
One enemy remaining.
No, not gonna be a chance. A good chance here to start the lead. It's gonna be good for the last kill and a flawless for FaZe. But the right idea into the B side, the way they're hitting from Arcade. And just forcing Tig into that position, into that corner. To get value out of it. Yeah, that first one, I don't know.
Yeah, that's... Again, clip it, put it in the folder, the Valorant folder of unfortunate things there for Narrate, who is going to try his hand at upping here on the race. Out towards B main, looks to be postured up. Only one player on that side of the map. That player is poised, and he is no longer there. So this operator makes the wrong call. At least for now.
Well, Nightfall's gonna spot one.
Spike down B.
And under, in the meantime, there was a war going on. A couple trades early on just to get that side as Matt Lyons wanted to fight it for a little bit longer with the smoke. So he's gonna create that space in between the two teams.
Even still, ooh, beautiful timing there. Rocket comes out, but so does the no command, a stun. Babybay tries to sneak away. Aftershock here gonna force him off the angle. Both players ready for that one. Now Babybay, what can he get done? 57 HP. Here's the footsteps on the first. Now needs to try and fight the second. Just around the corner is Trick, and Babybay gets it done for the clutch.
And of course, Babybay is gonna do it for the clutch right at the end. 1v2, even after seeing almost perfect utility for Mad Lions, right? That no command shutting down the showstopper. Then that stun coming through, forcing one of the players out of position, but Babybay is gonna handle it to perfection at the end. Wow. Taking down 3 of the players. A clean round for FaZe at the end. And this is what you don't want if you're in the set of Mad Lions, right? Because you lose the lead and it's so hard to catch up against a FaZe that likes to see exactly this. Even with the changes, even with the Babybay on that race.
Yeah, that was a round where Mad Lions went on the hunt to find these FaZe players from sewers. They pick him off, and with 57 health, Babybay wins 2 fights without taking a lick of damage.
Yeah.
You just got Babybay.
And for this round, there was an attempt of a crunch here in the south part of the map, the bottom part of the map, with nobody to be found. Just a Cypher utility. As FaZe are making their way into arcade again.
This could... Oh, I thought Trick could be good on the bait here. Now just gonna get run down by the Prowler. Finds the first, no way. Finds a second. Paint shells are here. Aftershock behind it. Trick gets a third?
How? How does he get a third one? Even the first one, it seems like it was almost impossible. The utility thrown at him. The Prowler as well. He shuts it down.
30 seconds left.
And just dodging everything right and left. Good for 3. Gives now the advantage to Mad Lions. As FaZe still gonna go for the spike planted on A.
If Bjor used the ultimate, confirms players here. Not a whole lot of time, but just enough to go pick up some of those rifles to have at least something to try and fight their way back into this one. Disconnected, though, are both players of FaZe. Flash comes out. Babybay looks away from it. Expecting a few players around the corner. Blackheart maybe caught with util out. No, fault line comes through. Sands looking to be dealt with. Poise will find the first, make it 2. The Rolling Thunder finds absolutely nothing. An ultimate from Poise now to confirm this positioning with 1 flash available. A 1v2. This is gonna be FaZe's round. They do it again.
Massive for Poise. You mentioned it. The two players for FaZe disconnected. Different parts of the map could not play for each other. But they each get their 1, and Poise gets a +1 to guarantee 1 more round for FaZe. Mad Lions now being shot down in so many different ways, right? 3 rounds in a row. Even with the numbers, even with the 3v2, it's just not enough to deal with. With their Rolling Thunder, that had to be the factor. Even after spotting Babybay from him shooting. No chances, no opportunities, as Babybay wants to play a faster one here.
Yeah, and you gotta give Babybay credit here on the raise. Does eventually go down first here in this round, but the rest of the team is here to trade it out. 2 for 2 we go. Low HP is Blackheart as he backs away from the A site. The rest of the team to try and follow. Aftershock to stop the push onto the site, but that's not gonna slow anybody down. Poised works his way through it. Mummy to follow, and a player still inside, that being Superman with an incendiary in hand. He's gonna try and back away from this one, and I think look to play his lineups. No. He stays to fight. Incendiary, he had the idea of placing it down at their feet instead. We'll head for the hills, going all the way across the map. It's Mummy and Poised. They're going to try and hold it down. Fault line to buy some time. Both players behind the box, and they're just going to get sprayed down. 0 point comes through, sure, but they don't need the abilities here at this point. And Zupa is back in the mix,
enemy remaining.
back in the action. Poised will deal with Blackheart, who had 6 HP. You're down to 26 of his own, and he is just headed for the hills. This FaZe team, I was going to hype up Baby Bay, but they did not need him to make this round possible.
Yeah, even after Baby Bay goes down to narrate on the A side, a duel that we expected and we waited so long to see. It finally happens. Doesn't go the way of Baby Bay, but it goes the way of FaZe at the end of the day. Even with Superman just being caught in that position at the end after this spike gets planted, has to back up. Good call to go all the way around and using that incendiary, making sure that nobody has a plan, nobody's gonna push and defuse. The round belongs to FaZe, with the Mad Lions falling behind more and more on this fracture, on this map number 2.
Bring them down.
Zero point from across the map. It reveals 2 players. Up towards A. This time the cam up on dish for Bjor. The narrate's been good with this Bulldog. How much can you keep putting? How much weight can you lean on this player, right? We talk about narrate. We talk a big game for this guy. It's a lot of pressure for just the Rays alone.
Yeah. For the 2 teams and new players, for both of the teams having so much pressure, knowing, hey, a team hasn't been doing so good recently. I want to be the difference maker. I want to make sure that they're winning all the next couple matches. But for this one, only one can be on top, and as of right now, it seems like it's gonna be FaZe.
And this one's shaping up maybe to be convincing. Oh my goodness, Ainge with damage from the Spectre. 3 kills found. He pushed his way through the smoke, and Supa has to try and do it again. Has to be the hero for FaZe to keep this rain moving forward, this win streak moving forward, and he's about to get run down. He just escapes the timing. Here's that flash being used. With 1 smoke available. It's deeper inside the spawn.
Superman has been good for these kind of scenarios, but can he do it for this round?
Wow, and this is very tricky, right? Where did he go? Are you expecting him drop? Are you expecting him inside main? Are you still expecting him here on the site? No, they weren't. He cuts it down to a 1v1, and he gets it done!
For the epic clutch, Superman's gonna do it so good again. In so many scenarios where he's the last one alive and it doesn't matter. Cool, calm, and collected is gonna be the Brimstone player for FaZe. To clutch up that round. Just massive, yeah. And they feel pretty good about it. FaZe, they take this half to 7. And it really seems like it's been all that team effort, right? With the changes, with the way that we've highlighted different players, even the change in composition, bringing that fade. Everybody fighting for that space, and in a Mad Lions that is a little bit behind on it.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking again for Mad Lions. They just cannot strip away this momentum. Baby Bay starts this game 10-2. The last couple of rounds, he's the first to die in finding nothing, mind you, from 10-2 to 10-4, but the rest of the team just comes up absolutely huge.
Yeah.
When they're needed.
Massive. And yeah, like you said, when they are needed, it seems like for this FaZe squad, they are going to be there. Another thing that the players talked about, it seems like it could come down to who's more activated today. What squad is going to be feeling it a little bit more? And FaZe, at least for this half, for this attacking side, it has it on them. Nightfall going to be available for Tig, as it is that orbital strike. One more round could be secure here. Mad Lions trying to catch up into it. And they've gone for that aggression led by Narrate, but so many rounds they haven't found success from it. Now it has to be that early info. The Cypher and the Breach playing up close, playing together.
Camera taken.
Ooh, this is a beautiful play here. Camera spots him. Blackheart stuns him. And Ainge takes him down. One through orbital strike. One in way of rifle. So FaZe cut down by 2 early in this one. Baby Bay, one of the first to fall once more. So that 10-2 scoreline becomes a 5, 10 and 5.
Yep.
Scoreline.
One player on site. Gonna get spotted too. Blackheart trying to catch up as well. Trying to get some kills. The damage for FaZe is already there. And that was a cool play. Those are some of the things Mad Lions tried showing us.
One enemy remaining.
Timing getting so weird. Tig has been getting kills that he is not allowed to get. And eventually Narrate puts a stop to the nonsense.
And it seems like things almost went out of control again for Mad Lions, but they handled it just fine at the end, especially for Narrate. Being the last player alive, making sure Tig's not going to get away with an ace with a round 4 FaZe. But the initial plan was so clean. It was a breach, util, answer, and used right after one of the players gets spotted by the Cypher cam. Then we saw the orbital strike. And the swing coming through. We want to see more of those. This one is aggressive for Narrate.
Yep, allowed now, or awarded, I should say. The showstopper, good damage onto Poise, but does not connect to the kill just yet. And I mean, somehow. Okay, there we go. All right, they'll make quick work of that one as Tig takes quite a bit of damage in his endeavors at the start of this round, but he finds that kill in return. So another 3vx situation. This time for Mad Lions, it's only 4. 2 now on the side of FaZe. Mummy battles back. Fragment maybe goes a little bit high. Tig this time not allowed to do what he was doing in the round previous. And Mad Lions have seemingly got a read on this FaZe squad.
An aggressive push on this defensive side for Mad Lions. They've been attempting over and over again. Usually it was on the A side more than anything. It was on the A side going main, trying to catch somebody was Narrate, but it didn't happen over and over again, so he changes it up, goes arcade, and finds that success right at the end. One more round here off the half. FaZe already have the lead, but would like to get away with one more. They have the utility to do so. They have the tools to do so. It also looks like they're having a good time.
Smiles across the face, really for everybody on the server. Bjor, I would imagine, just trying to make light of the situation. He's been having a tougher game here. And on cam duty for really most of Fracture. I'm a little sad we don't get to see Super's face. His cam not working today for us. And I would imagine he would have had some pretty interesting facial expressions.
There's something I want to see this round. We saw a kill for fall damage, right?
When?
Just right at the end of the last round. Feels like it's fine.
Did not see that.
Feels like it's fine. Some interesting things happening up close and inside of the smoke too. As FaZe, they get the first 2. Both of the teams having the same idea.
And the 3 remaining for Mad Lions. They were crunching from this A site, but just a little bit behind the play. Kill from Bjor, though. Takes down Supa, poised completely unsuspected on this angle. Here on the bench. Tosses off the hat. Will take the fight with Bjor, who goes a little bit wider than the spray of Poise and gets that one right back. So a doable situation. Baby Bay does still have the ultimate online here. Showstopper look to play linchpin. Oh, and instead it's going to be used.
One enemy
try
remaining.
and fend off Bjor for now, who's eventually fallen. Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper used, but hey, it's the last round of the half, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, what do you do in that scenario of 1v3 to deal with 2 ultimates thrown at you? And with that, FaZe secure one more round. They get to 8 in the first half.
Spike down.
Yeah, it was a little back and forth. Very, very early on, but after that, it was 3-4 rounds in a row, I believe, that we got to see for FaZe. Even with clutches, right, that came down to the wire.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what we expected to see for this match, right? The two teams still trying to adapt to the new additions. In scenarios where you're gonna have to rely on those kills, you're gonna have to rely on the aim, on that individual ability, and so FaZe just on top of it. At least for the half, like we gotta see what Mad Lions can do. It's looking closer compared to matches in the past that they've had, but they'd like to get away with a win.
8-4, not over by any means of the score line. Ooh, Baby Bay tried to sneak away, could not fall down in time to narrate. Eventually find that spray. Good fault line to come on through. Mummy gonna go aggressive against the stunned players, but go right click for right click, kill for kill, and Mad Lions come out a player ahead.
Player ahead, things can turn around because yeah, Blackheart's so low.
And Tig has just been the linchpin here. Everybody, though, looking to get a piece of the pie. Zange will have to do his best Superman impression. He drops down from tower. This one, not heard just yet. Spike just out of reach. And who's watching the rear? Looks like it's Tig, and oh, who better than FaZe will take the pistol.
FaZe get to 9. In a pistol round, that again turned things around because of how low Blackheart was into it. And in a comfortable position as well, gets taken down by Tig, and Tig that has been having a really good game. We talked about it from the week 1 when FaZe was playing against Guard. They changed this composition, and I feel like it had to be inspired, right? Because this is the fade that the Guard was playing, that Trent was playing, and so Tig goes, I want to do the exact same thing, and is delivering to that level.
Nice kill there from Baby Bay. I mean, just wants some more. The Bulldog takes a bite out of 3, and this was a round that was over just as quick as it began. A 10th now picked up for FaZe, and I think Mad Lions just wanted to get that one over with so they can get to this one right here.
Yeah, the one that matters, the one that can, if you're a fan of Mad Lions, turn things around, and you're hoping we'll do just that. But it is difficult for sure. A massive lead that FaZe had, and knowing that they won the map number 1, knowing that they might just take away the map pick of Mad Lions, there is a good chance. Ooh, aggression once again. Early on, trying to find anybody up close this Tig. Doesn't spot anyone. Narrate where you expect them to play aggressive. It has to be around like this one. When they got for that side hit. Getting that extra support, which sometimes it seems like it's what Mad Lions is missing. Narrate that individually is so good. If he gets that extra support, that extra factor to set him up, it could be Mad Lions turning a map like this one around. But it's gonna take a lot. Going through the rope, going where this position is 4 of the players. Brimstone the only one staying behind.
And a reminder that this is one of the maps that we have not seen with Mad Lions and this roster. So, good information being garnered by the team thus far. A 10-4 score line finds them here on the A site, looking to pick up their 5th.
30 seconds left.
They've got the A site. They've got that spike planted. FaZe a little bit quicker, though, not biding their time before retaking the site. Aftershock comes on through. A player mark. That's Blackheart just around the corner. Flash out, but not much behind it. Take to find the first. Blackheart there for the trade. A backstab from Hange, and the kills continue to go the way of Mad Lions. As Boys and Baby Bay still have to retake this site. Now it's just Boys and Baby Bay. Now it's just Baby Bay, all down to 1. Zenarate, the only player to fall this bonus round. Seemingly secured for Mad Lions. Baby Bay with the Bulldog can only hope to do some extra damage, and Angel makes sure that he does not.
Making sure that there's no chance into it as that space finally, that round finally gets obtained and belongs for this set of Mad Lions. In a quicker way with Tig trying to react in time, but having to take care of the player all the way in spawn. The other one forward, the Prowler is only going to do so much for it.
Yes, this
And we get to see a round where one of those rounds that we've seen more recently, right? The light shields with the rifles for FaZe. And it doesn't really matter, you know, you're getting the headshots, you're going for the deathmatch plays, and it's all good.
Oh, good. Boys kind of left on an island here.
They know.
Forced off by the paint shells. Yeah, really good read. This is a important round for Mad Lions to be able to secure here with this one. And they've got the spike planted once more on a site here, and they have so many tools to use. Ooh, good aftershock just behind the C's. Unfortunately, not quite in time. Paint shells also used, but the linchpin here in this round is Ange. How long can he stay alive with that orbital strike? In Incendiary still available. So Util tossed on the opposite side. Incendiary to stop a push from A main through the cage. Tig gonna play. He's gonna dance around it. He does not make the noise, and the backstab is there as Blackheart finds the first. Tig there on the trade. A tap onto the spike to try and buy out this orbital strike. But it hasn't done the job just yet because Narrate's here to make sure they're not on the spike. So confirmation is there.
Yeah.
And yeah, time of the essence. Incendiary comes down, plops right on the spike. The orbital strike has been held on to, and FaZe are headed across the map to save.
They try to bait and see if that orbital strike gets utilized at the end, but not gonna be the case. So Mad Lions, they get to keep this massive tool for one more round. FaZe are slowly running out of time and just clearing it. It's so annoying because you have that brimstone to take care of with the smokes just outside of that spawn for FaZe. And the utility, the idea was pretty good as well. What we got to see with the C's doesn't catch the player that they wanted, doesn't catch it in time at least. So Mad Lions, like I said, big round for them, and they secure it.
And it forces the FaZe timeout. First for the squad. Still a 4-round lead. But after losing that one, you know, maybe you're talking about what your buy looks like in the next. It's not going to be the best purchase they could hope for. We'll see if they can find ways to secure. And now if you're anybody playing on that B side, you know you just cannot play dice, right? You cannot play behind that position, behind those double boxes, because that is going to get, I mean, fished out almost every single time. I think another conversation that needs to be had is, if they let the spike get planted, what does that retake look like if the orbital strike is still available, right? There's a lot of tools for Mad Lions to secure another round.
Yeah, there's a chance here that FaZe are gonna have to play for the long run on this map, at least for a couple more rounds, trying to bait, like you said, that orbital strike early on. Because of the positionings as well for the post plan. It's been pretty tough, even for this defense, as they try to play and surprise Mad Lions into it, but they're reading it pretty well. So at least trying to waste this big win conditions that Mad Lion has is what FaZe is trying to do for around. It looks uncomfortable when it comes to the buy. A couple, yeah, with the Vandal, with the Phantom, but everybody else is struggling quite a lot. The Sheriff here for Tig.
If they could get Baby Bay that orb, he still has both blast packs and paint shells.
Seems like one opening pick here for FaZe would spark that possibility of winning it, making it a little bit easier for them. But step one comes first.
I'll find you. 30 seconds left.
One step at a time. Mad Lions, they walk in to a vacant A site. Rolling Thunder queued up here. Blackheart gonna wait for the call, but it sounds like, hey, let's get back away from this one. Let's save that ult and use it for the tap, because that's now another tool that we can use to secure this round in the post.
Because they still have so much utility, so the ultimates are not even needed. Nobody's in sight.
I mean, I can't believe that worked the way that it does. Either way, Baby Bay comes out on top now, deep inside main. He's inside the smoke. He's trying to play the linchpin here as the aftershock goes through. The Rolling Thunder, excuse me. It knocks up two players here. Orbital Strike still available as Supa. Battles back for 2 kills of his own, and now it's all up to Ange and Blackheart. Good incendiary kill on the Tig. Did he get the spike halfway? Orbital strike, I mean, still available. Might not even have been needed, but they'll use it just to secure it. And Mad Lions cut the lead down once more. They trail by 3.
That's why I said it seems like for this map, at least, is going to be the long run for FaZe to try to close it out. As that round, it was almost doable for them. They made it very close, especially exactly this, what we got to see for Baby Bay. And the paint shows managing to catch that one player early on. Over the time running out, the Rolling Thunder with the Orbital Strike, nothing else was going to be possible for FaZe. It's still good. This is still the success that you try to find in a round like that one. Baiting those ultimates, making sure that they're getting invested by Mad Lions. And that is exactly what happens. Mad Lions, they want to be secure. They're going to go for it with no hesitation, as now it is them who take a timeout.
Yeah, and Mad Lions proving to be very proactive in their timeouts. You brought it up in the last one where it's, you know, they're calling these timeouts after winning rounds. Yeah.
It's interesting because it's barely ever like that for any team, any kind of team in Valorant. You see them after losing either bonus, maybe round number 6 when things change around, but not after they win. And they found that success as well from winning that round, getting that timeout, and making sure that they can keep it going. We gotta see if that's gonna be the case for Mad Lions though. 3 rounds in a row. Would like to make it to 4.
Yes, this should do. That they would. They've got a lot to work through, though. A full buy for FaZe. Showstopper, Orbital Strike, and Nightfall. All available here for the defense.
And Superman gets suppressed by that knife. There's another one of those rounds for Mad Lions where they're going to be holding onto it for just a little bit longer. The tools here for the retake look stronger. Even Superman, who's going for that Orbital Strike as they hear that spike getting planted, should be enough for that delay for FaZe to take action and not have to play a full 5v5 retake. Maybe take an early advantage into it.
I mean, a lot of utility used here, but for what? I think they're hoping to buy some rotations over towards this B site and maybe walk into another open A site. But the FaZe defense, they haven't budged.
Can't use that.
Yeah, holding on to it.
Ult line.
Yeah.
Orbital strike. Just split the upright.
30 seconds left.
The time now is running out. 20 seconds left. It's 5v5. Mad Lions fighting to get some space, trying to get some early kill. They could not do so. Trick gets caught by the Seas.
Wow. I mean, they've done it though, Dryad. They eventually got the rotate that they wanted. They walk into an open A site. And Trick also walks out with his life. He didn't die over at B. Ainge goes fishing through the cage and he gets one. Huge kill there. Narrates the match. Now 2 kills to 1. Mad Lions the lead. The Nightfall also being used here as Baby Bay will eventually equalize, but just for a moment as Bjor hops his way into the kill feed, tosses his hat, and gets heaps of info as to where these defenders are coming from, and it's both from spawn.
And he's been on this position after getting 1 kill as well. They know exactly where he is, as FaZe are gonna have to back up, give up that round that seems like almost belonged to them with 20 seconds. And Mad Lions had just gotten that side control. FaZe had to give up. You're so good for it. It feels like in that first half, he was really struggling to find some kills, to find success. But once he's positioned all the way up top, the post plan just comes stronger for Mad Lions. And yeah, the timeout again after winning a round, that turns you into another round victory. This is where it gets more risky, and FaZe know it. Operator for Baby Babe, something that we haven't seen on the Rays, something that we haven't seen too much ever because of how rare it is for us to see him with this agent.
Blinding. Flash out.
Oof. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe FaZe getting a little worried here after Mad Lions put more in a row together, but yeah, good aggression on one side of the map. Meanwhile, the op on the other. FaZe back in the driver's seat, at least for now.
Things had to get serious, and FaZe are able to do just that. Baby good for 2 with his operator. We mentioned early on, we haven't seen too much of, but it doesn't matter. Still gonna be enough as long as it is in the hands of this player. Leaving 2 behind for Mad Lions, Blackheart, and Neri. 2 that have proven a lot today for this one. It's just a lot more difficult though. Poise gonna go down.
One enemy remaining.
Tig just needs to buy some time. Oh my god, Tig is winning champions, man. I don't know. Tig is winning champions. I don't know. This guy is on another level here on Fracture.
And the patience as well, with so low in HP, knowing that even if the C's caught that one player, still had to be playing it safe. Very, very well done by Tig. And yeah, one of the players that we highlighted, Tig. Such a good addition that has proven to be for this squad, especially when he has to go big on rounds like that one. To turn things around once again, to start to give some momentum for FaZe that have struggled on the second half.
And also terrifying now for Mad Lions that Baby Bay has been able to find so much value with the operator. You have to be so worried about that rifle now.
And they always talk about it. For that video that we got to watch, everybody just talks about the Baby Bay factor. Having Baby Bay on the team alone is already terrifying to deal with, but with this operator is another story. Nobody was planted on this side though, so the spike gonna get planted.
Ooh, Supa, 5 HP. Beautiful incendiary though, just on the feet of Narrate. He takes it for so long, but look at the backstab. You're big for 2 of his own. Blackheart also matches those numbers, poised. Now healthy as can be. In a 1v2, a spike to worry about. Ult available, should he find a body that's warm enough to use it. But he's just running out of time here. Looks like he wants to concede the round. Will head for the hills. 100 credits in his back pocket. Not enough to buy a rifle in the next. And exits are all he can hope for at this point.
Oh, the pinch just in time on tower for Blackheart to pull that one off and get the last couple kills. Make it impossible for FaZe. Mad Lions answer right back after the last round.
Planted.
Yeah, this was big. Narrate going down there. Then 2 kills being found from Blackheart on the site.
Yeah.
And then on the inverse, right, you had that backstab from Bjor, who had a 2 and 8, I believe, at one point.
Yeah, he did.
Has now gone on an 8 and 5 run since then. So really starting to wake up for Mad Lions.
What are the players that you want to have in a post-plan scenario like that one? He's gonna be around. He's gonna be surprising the side of FaZe, trying to turn things around now.
Ooh.
Baby
oh man, Baby Bay in a really tough spot. Operator not able to find that shot, and the player that we mentioned, Bjor, is the one to shut him down. Rolling Thunder available once this spike gets planted. Age also working back towards that orbital strike. And once more, Mad Lions have that spike planted.
And you lose Baby Bay early on as he gets completely surrounded, but can you beat a Rolling Thunder from Blackheart? That would be as good as he gets, maybe for FaZe on this retake, would take already so low.
And Tig biting off more than he can chew there. Poise also meets that same fate. As the incendiary goes down right on top of that spike. Supa and Mummy, and just as we saw Poise do a round prior, gonna head for the hills, hang on to their weapons. Mad Lions seemingly on the hunt just a bit. Supa gets taken down. We'll see if Mummy meets that same fate. He is not long for this world. 6 seconds to stay alive. Narrate just around the corner, takes the duel, finds it, strips away the weapon and FaZe. They're gonna be hurt and coming into this next.
Oh, this buy's not gonna look good. Or FaZe gonna be uncomfortable. And this is when it always gets scary for FaZe, when it's a situation like this one, when, yeah, you think you have the lead, but the second half hasn't really shown that too much. And so it feels like FaZe, they stop playing their own game, try to play kind of the mental game that Mad Lion wants them to, as they try to avoid the situation from happening. 2 rifles in the hands of the defense. One of them in the hands of Baby with a showstopper too. And having to play more forward. Yeah, exactly doing this on the A side.
Oh,
time.
I mean, okay. Baby Bay gets one, but his team has died around him on the inverse. Narrate gonna pop a rocket out of his own, and he does so successfully without being traded out. Super and poised.
Go get it.
Not really poised to win this round. A stinger in hand, a rifle. Another side taken here from Mad Lions, and another post plant phase to try and work through.
I mean, these retakes just hasn't been effective for FaZe. They tried to find some early presence, some early value, but it turns exactly the way that it did for this round. Yeah, maybe it gets one, but so what? 2 players went down, then he did. And it was over as Mad Lions get that spike planted. Now, forward positioning, the idea itself for FaZe is good, but even into a buy like this one, it was just so difficult. And Blackheart continues to keep this rolling thunder as things are gonna get even. 11-11 between Mad Lions and FaZe on this map number 2. Is one of the tools that you want to keep your eyes on to see if Mad Lions can turn things around, take us to map 3.
And if you're FaZe, I mean, okay, there it is. Timeout called. Hey, we just got to win one more, right? Get us to 12. We can play the gamble of what overtime looks like. And then at the very least, we'll have another timeout. We'll have some more time to breathe because obviously we're struggling a little bit on the defense. And we might need that timeout for when that defensive round comes in overtime. But for now, they'll use their last one. And they'll try and figure it out. Baby Bay having a standout performance. We talked about the Neon. We talked about the Jet for this player. Now we definitely have to keep talking about the Rays moving forward, win or lose. I mean, making a name for himself as a very well-rounded duelist so far.
But I think the final test is going to be, can FaZe close it out? Because Baby Bay, yeah, like you said, having a really good performance on this race, finding some early success, some early kills for the squad. But then what? Can they turn those rounds? Can they turn that advantage into map victory? That's the test as things get even. I mean, look at the rounds on the second half and how they've gone for the set of Mad Lions, and in many different ways, many different ideas this attacking team wants to bring to FaZe, an aggressive team too.
Okay. Now, taking stock of what's available. Again, a good post plan for Mad Lions. They also have tools to take the site. I think we see FaZe give up this site. And then before that spike can get planted, play that orbital strike that Superman has in his back pocket, and then start to play that retake and take the fight into Mad Lions. The scramble is what's worked for this team. We'll see if they can continue to make the scramble happen.
The post plan, again, positioning has been so strong for Mad Lions, though, so it is still a risk to take, but one of the FaZe is going to have to give up, at least for this B site.
Grenade! Spike planted.
Wow, okay, never mind. No orbital strike. We'll see if they use it on the retake. 4 players inside tower. That could get heaps of value. Bjor knows about the flank. Tosses out a cage, uses a cage, and will stall things for now. FaZe need to try and find their way back into this one. This is much like we saw on Split. Orbital strike comes out. That gets absolutely nothing. Poise catches Narrate on the crosses. Baby Bay is stunned up here. Supa peeks out, but he does not take the fight. And they're running out of time. Take to get one back, but Bjor is good for 2. Neural Theft to get back into it. And guess what? H got an orbital strike on the opposite side. He deals with 1. Now Baby Bay has to try and get it done. A 1v1, but there's no time. FaZe, they wait for so long. And Mad Lions use everything in the toolbox to secure this one, but they've got themselves a lead, and they're fighting for a map 3.
For these rounds, they're always expensive for Mad Lions, but it doesn't matter. You're securing that round, so the job has been done. That's why I said it feels so risky for FaZe, because those retakes have not been effective. They at least need to play the 5v4 to make it doable, as we've seen in the couple, in the pistol round, and that one singular round that they got right after. Just no success, no space for anything. And part of it is narrate into the forward position, going right in, giving no chance for FaZe to work with. The last chance here for FaZe to see if they can shut things down in regulation. Maybe take us to that overtime, which seems like is the only chance for FaZe to close it into.
And I want to go back to that orbital strike from Supa. Seemingly kind of out of the blue, knowing that Bjor was there, but they were trying to find Ainge, expecting Ainge to be hanging out in that sewers position, waiting off-site, playing his orbital strike. So a gamble that doesn't pay off. 2 ults still available here for FaZe. It has not looked good thus far on defense.
Yeah, they've struggled to hold onto this side, to hold into tower. There's always a pinch coming in for Mad Lions.
One suppressed.
Here we go. Pig smoked off. Has that nightfall available. Stunned up with Mummy, and he's already dispatched of. Made quick work of. That These goes out. Paint shells to follow. They're trying to deal with the planter. Out goes the incendiary. The paint shells are good. Pig now pushing through. The nightfall comes down. There's an incendiary at his feet. He walks right through it. Bjor just on the outside. Just about halfway onto the spikes. Mad Lions fight back for a couple more of their own. Paint shell still available. Narrate can be forced off the angle. No, Baby Bay gets it done. Now Bjor and Ainge, they look to hang on as I believe that incendiary tossed onto it. So time, a factor once more as Poise reveals the information of both defenders. But who hops on the spike? Baby Bay gonna look to take the fight as they wait out the incendiary. Bjor and Ainge on the swing. Poise gets it done. And FaZe will take us to overtime.
And it took the pressure with the backs against the wall, but FaZe are gonna take us to overtime. Finally managing to get that round that really mattered the most.
Sides. Overtime.
And a defense that struggles so much with a Baby Bay playing forward. And Poise still managing to do and close it out in the 1v2. In a 1v1 actually. For FaZe. And it goes back. Okay, Baby Bay on the race has looked good for some cool ideas. The Fade now being brought in by FaZe has given so much support as well for this kind of combination.
One enemy remaining.
But then what? Can you close out this map? Can you close it into for FaZe? We talked about it. A team that has struggled 0-5 in the past matches and looking to get a dominant performance in the way of a 2-0 match victory. Can they do it?
You see the players up and stretching. There's a lot going into this. As you said, overtime, the only way that FaZe could get it done in 2. Now we'll see. Defense has been a struggle for them. Now the operator.
Yes.
The operator in the hands of Baby Bay looked pretty good in the rounds that he had it on defense. Obviously, they're going to be starting here on the attack, so I can't imagine we see the glass cannon just yet, but there is that possibility once we swap sides.
We go back to the side that we always talk about for FaZe, the attacking side, the one that gave them so much success. As that last round, you want it if you're a fan of FaZe to beat that momentum. And they can turn into this one, into the overtime. If not, Mad Lions with a chance, with a hope to take us to a map 3. To get a victory that both of the teams need desperately. Very early into the second split.
Completely spread across the map for a moment. FaZe will now look to link up. Arcade side. Here just outside the B site. Tig. Make noise. Maybe take the fight here with Narrate. Plays the jump spot. Prowler finds nothing. Narrate gives himself up, but it's Tig. That goes down. Healthy as can be as the Rays of Mad Lions. FaZe now.
It was the only one,
trying to get it
though.
done here. One down.
Yeah, it was only Tig on this A side. Hoping to catch and force some rotations for Mad Lions. Doesn't do that though.
Bjor looking to get tricky. Trying to do something sneaky of his own. Blackheart still on the site. Dancing around though. Gets taken down as he was flashed up.
Down, B.
Mummy And Poise look to fight their way back into this one. Poise will find another. Ange falls. The 2v2 is where we land. Narrate 1 kill away. Ange shells out, and that is on his teammate. Trick. Not happy about that one. And look at this from Mummy. Look at this. Spike will be planted. One away from the showstopper. Stuck in this corner, though. Poise really has no way out. Mummy has to go huge here in this position. Now the rocket will be online, and Trick is ready for the angle. Understands where Mummy is playing. And Nere will try his darndest to kill his teammate, but just unable to do so.
Just
Last
with
player
everything,
standing.
I mean. What is happening?
Wait, I love that Narrate is given that kill for
Switching
Trick dying to
sides.
fall damage instead of
Match
Trick killing
point.
Trick. It was
I know. I mean, he can not take any other damage from his teammate. Yeah.
One enemy
I mean,
remaining.
what a play. Mad Lions, he turning it around. One of the half
standing.
where we saw them struggling more. Can't get over. Where we saw them struggling a little bit more, and so they take the lead and a little bit closer to take us to a map 3. It was rough as well for Poise into that position. Can't run away, can't escape, can't really do anything. Just hope that you get it.
in a round win. The Mad Lions, they take that time out. This also bodes well, though, for FaZe. They'll be able to take this time to talk about it.
Baby Bay 28 kills.
Yeah, insane. Having a standout performance. Also, this is a round where we could very well see the operator. We'll see what Baby Bay decides to go with. No one said it will just be the rifle. It has done so much. It's trying to get him across the finish line. I mean, Tig really helmed, I think, the start of the FaZe greatness here on Fracture, and then Baby Bay started stepping up right behind him.
It's been the support between the two in many different ways, and it feels like the perfect combo as always, the raise and fade. Not always with a combination of utility, but as well, making sure that they're getting their one at least before getting taken down. At Lions, though, have to be confident. They won a big round in overtime, need one more, and this is where FaZe could only take one rifle round from them on their defensive side.
And they know that position isn't safe, but just in case, Mad Lions will clear that one out. Spike's not here, though. The defenders are. The Spike isn't. It's working its way through A main.
Oh, and still, they're gonna know soon enough. This is new.
Spike plant.
It is new. We'll see if it works, though. Ainge stuck in the corner here. Really no way out for him. Baby Bay to be first up on the angle. Look away from the flash. Aftershock comes through. On the swing goes Ainge. Down he goes. Bjor looks to fight back for some more. Baby Bay backs away, but he's stunned up. He still finds a kill. The back and forth ensues with 5 HP and a paint shells. No way. Baby Bay just can't get out. Boys gonna try and fight forward. Bjor down to 7 HP. Attack onto the spike.
No way.
Tig,
no way.
look, get this one halfway. Off the spike he comes. Bjor with 7 health. Tig once more on the tap, and Bjor gets it done. Mad Lions will do it and push us to map 3.
Bjor, who started so slow, but steps up just in time, even for the last round. And take us to the map number 3. Mad Lions, a territory that they wanted to see, and they fought hard to do so. Into that second half, into the overtime. And going for something new, something that they never attempted before, for a fake into the B side, ending up towards A. Into a 1v2. The Cypher is gonna handle it just fine.
Wow. I mean, the comeback, the heroics. We saw so many heroics from FaZe, but those were matched beautifully by Mad Lions. I mean, talk about a comeback, not only for Mad Lions, but for Bjor, who was, you could even see it in the player cam, not feeling himself. by any means. And then right here at the end, everybody getting excited, but most importantly, Bjor doing so. A 2-8 half turns into an incredible second half where he was allowed to flourish for his team. And not that he did it single-handedly, but played a huge part in pushing Mad Lions across the finish line and getting us to a map 3. Dryad, as I said it after map 1, Dryad, that's how it is here. When we're on the desk, we always get 3 mappers, and hopefully you guys in chat were ready for a 3rd one, because that's exactly what's going down right after this short break.
everyone. I hope that you did not have plans after this one because Tanner and Dan are on the desk. So this, of course, was gonna go the distance. We're getting that third map in Pearl for these two teams to fight out. What a way to get there, though, Tanner. The overtime win coming out from Mad Lions after climbing their way back into the gate. You can't say that they didn't fight for that third map.
No, not at all. And like you said, overtime, they fought back for it. It felt like a very much deserved win for Mad Lions. We also know that both these teams are still working through these growing pains of having new players on the team. So it just feels right that this is kind of the series that we get. Both of these teams really having to earn the victory. Nothing is going to be easy. And yeah, we get to go out towards Pearl, which is going to be, it's going to be a little wacky silly.
Hey, we're at this hour at night. Let's keep the wacky and silly going on. But the fact that this went so close between these two teams, Dan, I mean, there was definitely a couple people that looking towards this we wanted to highlight, and this is where our head-to-head at the start of the day was with Baby Bay and Narrate, both of them stepping up. Baby Bay, I'm especially glad we got to see on the Rays because that was a performance.
It was a performance, but one of the things that I brought up is Baby Bay is doing really good. I mean, he got 30 kills at the end, as you got to see, but unfortunately it was not enough to close out the map. A FaZe that was trying to find many different ideas, and none of them worked out on the second half, where Baby Bay and even Tig were trying to get that forward positioning, even playing by themselves, and they could never get that opening frag to make that retake easier. So it was a 5v5 retake where Mad Lions had all the space, all the time, all the utility because they already took such a massive lead and nothing else could be done. So unfortunate definitely to see if you're fragging out the way that Baby Bay was doing and you're not able to close out that map. But it's just the way that it goes, and it seems like that team effort, especially right at the end and on that second half, just was so much better for Mad Lions.
Yeah, and you mentioned Tig working alongside Baby Bay. Tig was doing insane things. There was a round, I wish I wrote it down, where he ends up getting a 4K, needed the ace to win, and ends up losing, but finds a kill, goes up on the rope out towards Insands, and then gets a kill out towards the ace site while he's on the ropes, and drops off and finds another one. Tig was doing some incredible things, but as you said, Dryad, it just wasn't enough. I also want to give a shout to Bjor, who switching sides was 4-10 and ended up finishing the game 18-15, which means he went on a 14-5 run once they switched over to the attacking side.
Yeah, so good.
From your Cypher player, right? Just playing the lurks, always being a nuisance, finding double kills, making sure that when this defense was eventually attacking back into the site, they were going to be crunched. Bjor was always finding ways behind this FaZe roster. And yeah, you just have to give lots of love to that player because it was looking grim to get things started, but really came online when it mattered most.
Especially too, it was him at the very end, that 1v2 clutch when he was so little HP to make sure the Mad Lion could win it in overtime instead of going for another round and, you know, maybe a little bit of a different result. But we have to start looking at this map 3. We have to start looking at Pearl, Tanner, all the wacky silliness. I'll catch up with you two after.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, wacky, silly. We'll see what we're in store for. We're already getting some changes than what we have in front of us. Tig gonna go back to the sky. Trick on the KO. A strong performance on Fracture on the KO. Wants to go back to it, keep that momentum rolling forward. Meanwhile, our head-to-head does eventually become not only a strict solo duelist, but now we get the Jet versus Jet. Even in that last game, Narrate was better than Baby Bay in first kills to first deaths. I think it was 7-7, and Baby Bay might have been 4-6, but Narrate's still finding ways to get more first kills for this team, and that was on the Rays. So now we'll see how they both pilot on the solo Jets for their teams here in this one.
And for FaZe, a map that they played just last week against the Guard and losing it 5-13 against that strong team of the Guard. But looking to see what has changed since then, just like for Fracture, they changed the composition, they bring some new ideas. Now for this last map, it could be a different story. A map that here for Pearl that has looked pretty inconsistent between the two teams. And that's why we definitely think, I mean, if this match has been messy, just get ready.
Yeah, be ready for anything here in this one, as it is some relatively large changes. No longer the Cypher for FaZe. here on this one. They're playing that Astra Viper. They're bringing in the solo initiator, who was previously Sova KO. So lots of changes here. We'll see if it works for the team as its aggression out for B long, but that space forfeited by Baby Bay and the rest of FaZe, and that line's going to work their way up it.
On this B side, where we've seen the user utility become very heavy, especially now for this defensive side of FaZe with the double controller, the Astra and the Viper coming through, and having to give up some space early on because Mad Lions are pushing forward. What?
I mean, those are narrate things, and that kill alone has done enough to keep FaZe interested in this B site.
It was that early presence, but immediately that space that had already been free for Mad Lions to take on this A side as gonna be a retake. Something that FaZe did not like in the map number 2, but hoping that it looks different for this one. Map number 3 between the two, trying to get the pistol round, trying to get started very early on.
Tap on the spike. They're gonna work their way through this poison orb. That being their own. Another tap on the spike, and they haven't fully committed to this one yet. 4 players still alive. I'm going to get this one halfway. Eventually dealt with. Narrate 3 kills on the round. Ainge, a quick flick to find the final. Mad Lions, they pick up right where they left off, winning here in the Pistol of Pearl.
I think another thing that we want to see a little bit more of is that Baby Bay against Narrate, right? We talked about it very early on. It feels like it's been a long time since that pre-show for this match.
Yeah.
But yeah, we mention it because they are one big factor, especially for this one. Both of them on the jet, and the pistol round now belongs to the side of Mad Lions, trying to play faster, and that knife is going to make it just easier to make sure nobody for FaZe is playing up close. Baby Bay has to give up that space.
This buy for Mad Lions. Blackheart just as aggressive as Narrate. Full shields for the jet. No utility coming into this one. But if they walk away from this one cleanly, that being Mad Lions, their bonus is going to be a very potent one.
And we've yet to see that happen consistently for these two teams, that bonus round. And that's why we see that rifle purchase that right into that round 2. For Mad Lions, if someone can pull it off, it's gonna be Blackheart and Narrate. Two of the players that we've highlighted with clutches, with opening picks, with great ideas too.
Nailed them.
Yes.
Boys gets caught looking the wrong way. Like Planet A side open. Let's see what FaZe can find. Hopefully, in way of exits, that's really all they can hope for. Baby Bay could get something done with the Sheriff, but a long-range duel here with Narrate. Can't imagine goes his way. No, first couple of shots go wide.
Enemy mark.
Yeah.
There's the wacky silly. We're already getting started here in round 2. Baby Bay's bunny hopping his way through, trying to sneak across.
Just hoping to die to the spike here. Is it gonna be FaZe and the last players alive? Some exit frags out. Superman is gonna be good for just that one though. Being tricked, and Mad Lions are gonna make it to 2. I feel like for Mad Lions as well, a team that has struggled so much since that split 1. Once you get, that map number 2, once you get the momentum, you're gonna hold on to it for as long as you can. That can be even this map number 3. We talked about the bonus and the possibilities of it, and they are there for sure. 3 rifles, 2 bulldogs into it. The FaZe clan holding onto these light shields.
We also saw the light shield strategy coming out at the end of Fracture for FaZe clan. So that way they would have enough to buy up in what was going to be the last round of regulation.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they've realized, like, hey, Fracture was pretty close. If we had a few more full buy rounds, maybe we could have, taken that one. And so they're going for it here on Pearl. Good kills from Mummy. Narrate dashed onto the site, making sure they deal with that jet before he finds his one. Ainge walks up and, it's almost immediately dealt with. That's the spike down, and Bjor's trying to play this lurk out through mid, but the team is dead before he can even get activated. This, what was supposed to be a strong bonus, it's completely dismantled by FaZe.
And there are two big pieces there. One being Mome, good for that kill onto Narrate, and also the way the Poise was so patient for it. Good for 3 at the end. And like you said, something that had to be strong with the buy and how the economy was looking for Mad Lions, and it was just not that into this B side. There was nobody stopping Poise from swinging that angle. That's the thing. It just became easier, and nobody looking up close gives them the perfect opportunity. One of the reasons why I like to see a Killjoy being played here. Some of the Killjoys, especially for Poise, they're able to hold a site all by themselves with the util, as it is the case right now. But Mad Lions trying to go to this A side early on.
Swarm grenade out.
Oh, man. Bjor dances a dance with Baby Bay, and both look to walk away from that one unscathed, really, but the Trailblazer secures the kill. Supa finds Narrate as he dashes onto the site once more. Good damage onto another player, and Tig is here to capitalize, collect the rest of the damage that was needed. Trick tries to sneak away and find a weapon for himself after finding 2, but not able to do so. As Supa survives at the 5 HP he was left with on that A site, and FaZe ties up at 2.
All the maps that we've seen so far also start so similar between the two. It is just kind of into the late halves that we start to see, well, initially FaZe kind of taking that lead and holding on to it, but Mad Lions would love to shut down that idea early on. By though, not too great for it. Gonna be the Sheriff, so I didn't see that.
This would be the round. If we've seen anything between 2 teams, if Mad Lions are going to get back into it, they would find a way to do it here in this scramble. So we go back and forth, 1 for 1. Narrate takes a bit of damage, but has the Blade Storm online. Also holding on to the spike. That might not be the player that you want to have that. We'll see if he jumps to somebody else here.
For this round, these are the rounds as well when the economy isn't the best. Mad Lions, they just get over with quickly. This one taking a little bit longer, but forward positioning here for FaZe for Superman. With Star as well to be activated. Narrate, are they gonna clear it? Yeah, Bjor's gonna do it.
I mean, not a problem there. Again, they work their way onto the site. They're finding ways to make this one work. Bjor has a rifle. Blades are still online. Bjor gonna tuck himself away. Here in this default position. I'm thinking maybe Bjor is thinking if he pops this Nanostorm, surely nobody expects him here. And he's gonna be able to walk away with a kill. Flash comes out.
You're gonna clear anyways.
Knives go wide. Bjor still gonna find this kill. Now forced to die on this hill, and it's not much of a hill. He flattens Mummy on the opposite side with 24 HP. The right click onto Baby Bay, and Bjor goes huge.
Bjor again. We saw it map 2. We saw that last round, and he's gonna do it. For this map number 3, goes back to what we were talking about. If you are Mad Lions, you're gonna hold into any momentum until the very, very end. And that's one way to do it for the Sentinel player for Bjor. 4 kills, immediately pulls off that last one with the classic. And in a round that was not supposed to go their way, we saw the buy.
Yeah, I mean, you could just feel the energy. You could just feel that Mad Lions were about to win a round. They had no right to do so.
Yeah, it's great, especially for Bjor, right? One of the newer players that we get to see for Mad Lions, trying to prove himself in a way here in Challengers, and also trying to prove himself for this team, trying to get them a win, the first win of the split for this Mad Lions squad, and it would be massive if it turns out to be that way, but not getting too far ahead as Mad Lions, they take that early lead, but only by 1 round.
Placing swamp. Watch it, find it.
On 5, cuts his A site in half. Three players, Mad Lions are here. That's the spot down. Narrate goes aggressive, but punished for it. 2 kills. Way of FaZe. You're allowed to plant for now. Has a lockdown available as well. So this is already a few seconds off the clock. You have to think lockdown to knock off 13 more of it.
Yeah, lockdown gonna get activated for the attacking side, as we've seen this side of FaZe, right? On a retake, not too much time to work, but barely any time, and still some ultimate's gonna get invested into it. Cosmic Divide.
On the divide of their own, Blackheart expecting somebody aggressive, a sliver to work with. Garrett Supa just gonna look to stick to the fuse. Mummy goes aggressive. Blackheart deals the one, make it 2, but he's just sticking the spike. No way. I mean, this game, it doesn't get any crazier than this. The kills eventually go the way of FaZe, but Mad Lions could not stop the defuse, and that's what wins the round.
And with so many rounds, so many ideas as well. So many crazy plays between these two teams. And we said it, I mean, just hold on, because it gets crazier between Mad Lions and FaZe. And they're doing just that. Cosmic Divide as well, really good call for the end, for the spike to get defused. And that is the one ultimate that we get to see early on, forcing Mad Lions into the worst side of the economy. But they've turned things in rounds like this one around. Narrate gonna be the only one here with a rifle, leading the charge for his lane.
I think, unfortunately for Mad Lions, the air just does not feel the same as it did previously. We'll see if they can prove me wrong, but I think FaZe are going to make sure that nothing too silly happens here in this one, and yeah, nothing to worry about for the most part. Narrate. Cloudburst down, doesn't work his way out of the site just yet. He's working in hand with Ange, who's healthy in his own right. Shieldless are both members, 57 HP. On the Jet. They both here. Well, now they know.
Have to clear it. Make sure nobody's gonna be up close. What they don't know about those, maybe being holding this angle. It's gonna miss.
30 seconds
wow.
left.
Ready for the players there. Spotted just a glimpse of the barrel. Now Mad Lions gonna work their way through the spawn. Mummy deals with 1 of 2. Flash on the outside, so Narrate to be stuck in this position. Has to go wide to pick up the spike. He clears out his angles before he does so. 13 seconds on the clock, and he's going to be walking right back on into Superman. See if he can deal with this one. I mean, there's really no way into it. Just wants to try and grab the op and survive, but Superman won't let that happen.
Like I said, the air not feeling the way that he did a couple rounds ago for Mad Lions. Not too much that you can do, and especially for FaZe getting and pushing forward into the side. Denying that possibility, as Superman was doing there, right behind the box. This is the first one. The first time out for Mad Lions after no winning the round.
I think so. If not the first, maybe just the second. I can't recall
After
back
map
to
1, yeah.
Yeah, I can't recall back to Split. I know in Split they did call a timeout after winning.
Yeah.
I don't remember what happened to their second timeout. And then Fracture, we obviously saw it after winning as well, a handful of times. I think all 3 times that they called timeouts on Fracture, because they even used one in overtime.
Yeah. It's been after winning. And I like that kind of idea for Matt Lions, Moonchopper, the head coach right now, previously in Cloud9 White. And not time to prove what the changes can do to the squad of Mad Lions. With a little bit more to work with for FaZe. Lockdown. Also the Blaze form for Baby Bay in this crazy situations, but of course that Viper spit more than anything. Trying to deny one of those angles, one of those entries for Mad Lions, but gonna play a little bit more reactive around it.
Oof. Good shot start, deals with some of that Killjoy utility. A little bit less to worry about.
It might not be where Mad Lions want to end up on this side, especially once you spot that Killjoy utility. Trying to avoid it for just longer as they get the map control towards mid. And that has given the space for Baby to work towards this B long site. Not where the fight wants to end up with, though.
No, and I mean, also look at that alarm bot, right? The alarm bot out in Link, it just allows 4 defenders to be on this side of the map for FaZe.
Yeah, and the only one playing reactive to the alarm bot is that Sky for Tig, but not gonna be the case for this round. And yeah, there it is. Viper Spit gonna get utilized.
Yeah, it makes the site a little less desirable, but players are already on it. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. Nobody is on it, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about. There's just nobody there. Nobody home.
And that's why you want to play it more reactive for Mame. Initially starting the round towards Link. Thinking about that possibility, but never really had the need to do so. And right when it gets activated, it is the perfect time for everybody else to press that double key for FaZe. You have no space for Matt Lions to work with, as once again, FaZe is gonna take that lead by 2. And it's been the story for every single map, every single half. Every single first half is FaZe up a couple rounds, up by 1 round, no matter what. And I gotta say though, for FaZe, the ideas here look a lot more solid than what we got to see on Fracture. Where you see that utility being invested and something following it right after. For Matt Lions, it feels like the opposite, kind of going for the skills into the time slowly running out for them. Now 2 stars. Nobody there.
Blackheart.
Concealment.
Hunter's Fury. Available. Dog is out. Fragment back sight. Also a stun behind it. So if Super was there, he'd not get the same value that it was previously. Narrate runs down 1, and I don't know, the air feeling a little different here in this round for Mad Lions as the Blade Storm goes deep into the back lines. We'll see what Narrate can get. A couple of knives to the back of Mummy, but not quite one to the head. Baby gonna go up and over the top as Fjord gets another. A weapon upgraded as the knives continue to push on through. Mummy eventually answers back. The Hunter's Fury keeps the defenders at bay for just a moment. 9 HP in a dream here for Supa. They're still expecting a player here on this angle, but nobody's home. It's gonna be Ainge close. Default angle. It's gonna be Mummy dealt with by Bjorn. Now Supa looking to do a 6 HP, and there it is. Mad Lions, they do it again. They reach in, they pull a rabbit out of the hat.
You said it. It felt different once again. You just have a read onto Mad Lions. You know exactly how they're at. Why didn't you tell us once?
Well, then it'd be no fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it's turning out, so you know, might as well just let a spoiler, no?
You know, I am a time traveler. I am from the future, but if I say too much, then butterfly effect and you know, things will get affected, and
right.
So I have to keep my cards close to my chest.
Deploying drone.
An attempt once again early on towards this B site. Something that we saw a couple rounds ago, but it's been a while since it happened again. The Killjoy util.
Trick's gonna do a lineup. Oh, dang it. That was an easy one. I tried to easy time traveler that one. He doesn't actually do the lineup. It's all going so wrong for me. Everything that I've ever talked about, it means absolutely nothing. We go back and forth as Narrate finds his way onto the site, finds a kill. This position for Mummy, though, usually been good. This time it's only good for 1. Baby Bay deals with another, and a Cosmic Divide makes it a little bit harder here for this defense. The tap onto the spike. I don't know how much of that is even heard. Baby Bay finally gets value with the shorty, and Supa makes quick work. And I mean, I've already said too much, and now we're deviating from the script. Trick was supposed to throw that lineup. He was supposed to throw the lineup, and he didn't, and look at the round.
Yeah. That's crazy timing. It doesn't matter though. FaZe looking clean right at the end to answer back this Mad Lions attack side. That again, they haven't attempted too much towards B, as it seems like no matter where they go, the Killjoy util is there. But this round though can be the difference maker. The only one playing up close is gonna be Tig.
Standing ahead.
The Viper will also helping a little bit more to this defense.
fast. Our Mad Lions through this connector. Narrate leading the charge here for this B crunch, and this time he's also inside this B link. Trailblazers out. Mummy played a different position, but Heaps of utility will help deal with it there. It's a classic from Ainge that helps take him down, and should be a weapon retrieve. 1 for 1 across the map this far. Lockdown finally used from Boys, who's been hanging on to it for quite some time, and Blackheart just wishing he could find an angle on that.
Another one of those retake scenarios for FaZe to deal with. This one a little bit more complicated as well with the Cosmic Divide. Protecting that spike with anything as well, and FaZe have to fight up close.
Bjor is just right on the spike again. FaZe are finding these kills, but they need to do a little bit more because they're running out of time. Finally dealt with as the wall goes down. Bjor eventually finds his one. Baby Bay with the op finds a nice flick to the body. That's all it takes, and plenty of time on the clock to FaZe secure a 7.
One of the things that is natural for teams to struggle with is, you know, having your Jet and an operator and having to retake with that operator. It's just obviously a different story, but it feels like FaZe have found their way around it. Kind of pushing all the players to play a little bit closer and Baby Bay to fall right behind. And one of the things that FaZe specifically have always struggled with, right, on the defense, one of the things that have made their defense stats so low in general. But for now, it looks great. It looks like it is more than enough as FaZe, they get to 7 on this map number 3. Lockdown gonna be available for Matt Lions. And it seems like that is part of the reason why they want to go B once again. Once you have those tools up, possibility for B is a little bit stronger. At least it will go your way.
You should run.
Oh, man. I mean, do you expect this? Baby Bay's still gonna try and get something? I mean, it's the worst target to find. It was a target found, sure. It got good damage on the narrate as well, but Trick gonna be back in the fight.
Like you said, the worst one as well to take down because Trick gonna be alive and well for another scenario. Ainge in the meantime playing for the long term for this round. And FaZe don't have that time this time around.
Ended. Not ready yet.
And look at the util down. I mean, Ainge disconnected, but has 2 stars for a stun and for a stun. The team can call for that. Out comes the first tap. Also a fragment on top of the spike. Trick has been dealt with. Bjor still tucked away. Narrate down to 2 HP as we saw previously, but there's nothing taking him off. He's still in range after being hit by the gravity well, and they're able to stick the spike again.
Switching sides.
It was a little bit more to the right, and at the end, yeah, like you said, they just hold on to it. They get that diffuse, and that's
one enemy remaining.
Kind of one of the problems of that long mission that the Astra was on, not being there for the fight, not being able to be there for that spray when it had to come through. And it's a good idea at the end, but it's just an unfortunate round to see it play out this way. We've seen this kind of play, this long lurk coming through for an Astra. I believe even from the guard, from VALORANT, on this map too, the same kind of idea, but definitely a high risk play there for the side of Matt Lions. It doesn't matter, 8-2-4. And another pistol round here that Matt Lions would like to get a little bit closer to getting ahead.
Mad Lions seemingly having the read. They're dumping stars here for a main. No FaZe want to hit this site. And they're on it. Spike a little bit delayed. Shots to the back and poised. A little bit of friendly fire there. What just happened?
What?
Baby Bay walked onto the A site. Baby Bay walked into the party, and then his mom came to pick him up, and he had to go, and then unfortunately gets caught up with somebody else. Poise Nanoswarm takes out Baby Bay, and FaZe looked lost.
Yeah, that was a pissed around for sure.
Yeah, that was. We knew it was gonna get silly wacky. I want to know what the comms were for that one because
It definitely seemed like there was some confusion.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not the first time we've seen it from FaZe. If you're Mad Lions, I mean, you're down 8-4. You're counting your blessings for being able to get that pistol round and get some momentum going for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get away with that round with a pistol round too, it's gonna look great for Mad Lions. It's pretty strong as well. A couple rifles for a black card. Gonna be good for 2 before getting taken down though.
One enemy remaining. Could have predicted this. All right, I did. Bot coming back.
A nice round there. Black card goes down. The only player to fall. Good dancing there from Bjor. Able to get things done with Classic, which is, it's becoming a staple. When I see Bjor at the Classic, I think the Sage Classic, and it's really starting to pay off. And this is a player who, we talked about it on Fracture, but Bjor's kind of picked up where he left off, right? He's not necessarily having that same slow start that he had previously, right there at the top, and the best place for it. You know, swapping from attack to defense, this Killjoy should be able to get a lot of value, and you're expecting him now with the confidence that he's built for himself to win some of these gunfights. Now, it's a little stinky here because Bjor's only sitting on a ghost, but it was just earlier in this game that Bjor was getting a 3K with said ghost.
Yeah, he's been able to step up for some really good moments, really good clips for him. Oh, baby. Gonna get tagged. This guy's gonna be there. Make sure that he at least gets 200 health. As it is now the turn of FaZe to see what they got on this attacking side with some early presence towards B. And a heavy Killjoy util, making sure that that rotation to lurk is not gonna be possible for Mad Lions in case they were thinking about it, they were considering it.
Grounded.
Man, the worst part about Baby Bay eating that shot previously is that although he's healed up, it only takes one more. He no longer has that armor to defend from this Marshall. Huge there as Tig walks inside the smoke. He's met by Trick, a fragment down. They're looking to make sure that FaZe cannot get this spike for free. Mummy gets the kill back. A weapon picked up. The spam is good, and Trick's been dealt with. Meanwhile, across the map comes the final defender in age to work their way on through. Good drone for information. Shock dart, that's going to go just a bit wide, but the second one lands. Superman dealt with. 14 seconds. They have to stick this one here. Bjor can play the linchpin, and that's exactly what happens. Bjor with the Ghost's name, a more iconic duo, as Poise just has nothing to do in this round, except for find some kills on the way out.
Trying to get the last two, but the round ends up going the side of Mad Lions as the spike never got to be planted, and the positioning for Bjor was so good. Just on the other side of the box, so patient. There was also that Astro smoke covering him just in time to go for the swing as the spike gets planted, and just making the lives of the one player that was planting impossible over and over again was Mad Lions. They secure the bonus round. They secure 3 rounds in a row.
Revealing area.
And all things looking good for Mad Lions here on the defense. Bonus round picked up. A tie game just around the corner. That's a good start.
Yeah. Playing very reactive here. Is the Killjoy on the defense? Now that there can be another one. Do they know they push up? Tig. Go for the swing. Oh, the timing.
Wow. Nice snap there from Trick. Capitalizes on one. Super gets it back though. It's a nice little back and forth for both of these teams. Weapon picked up from Supa. He's walking onto that A site. Completely uncontested for now, but defender's still in the area.
That's going to be something that these are going to have to respect as they recover and they get those rifles into a round that didn't look too promising and turned potentially the other way around for FaZe. trying to keep their lead against Matt Lions on this map number 3. Oh, now we're not gonna spot it early on.
Enemy punished.
And Giles behind against Superman.
Intel boys just wanted to walk away from that, or didn't actually see the players here. Mummy lines up too. Almost takes them both down. Blackheart allowed to survive. Not ready for the backstab though, and I didn't want to say it, but the air did feel a little different. FaZe come out with the eBay thrifty there in that one, and again, I have to hold my cards close to my chest. I can't let you guys know when the thrifty rounds are coming.
We got to see 2 of the thrifty rounds for Matt Lions in that first half, but now it was, of course, the turn of FaZe to do the exact same thing, and of course, Kenner, you knew of it. You knew it was gonna happen.
I couldn't spoil it. Again, I've already messed up too much. I talked about those previous rounds, tricked into the lineup. Mad Lions lost a round because of it, and
yep. You know how it is.
I gotta keep the script closed now. Is Mummy? Mummy's looking to do big things here all on this lonesome. 4 players are just on the other side.
Yeah, the gamble with 4 players and the Killjoy utility. The Killjoy, of course, as well for Matt Lions. The only one holding this A side. Luckily, though, it wasn't a fast hit of FaZe into the A side. So everybody for Matt Lions on the defense has enough time to rotate back to play it together, as they wanted to do early into this round. Seekers are going to be available for TIG. One of the opening tools that we've seen constantly for this team of FaZe throughout all the maps.
It's a pretty surefire way to secure your duelist. Entering a site. Finding one of the defenders. Oh man, Poise, I think was looking to set up a bit of utility there, but Scott with his pants down. One of the rifles for Mad Lions finally getting some value.
30 seconds left.
In the meantime, we do get to hear the Seekers that I talked about early on. Fortig coming through. Or usually the opener into the side could be the exact same case as Moment takes 1 down.
Cosmic Divide as well. A couple of players here for the defense looking to fight on the opposite side of it. That spike's still not planted. 12 seconds left on the clock. Narrating the range. They're finding the kills. The pit goes up. Mummy has to stay alive, but he does not do so. And Narrate with a huge round. But this Mad Lions team brings within 1 round.
It's always 1 round. It's always so close. It's always Narrate for it. As they look to get 1 more. This time around, timeout coming through for FaZe. It seems like things really got messy after that pistol that we saw on the second half. Things were messy. They lost the bonus as well. Could not get anything going on for FaZe. They started to finally to catch up, but still want to make sure that the lead is going to be theirs. They don't want it to be like that map number 2 of Fracture for FaZe.
And Baby Bay also seemingly kind of struggling in finding positions to set up in, right? Yep. We've seen Baby Bay play the pillar. We've seen Baby Bay play the cubby down towards B long, which are both positions that you can't really get away in. You put yourself in a really tough spot, or you're asking your team for a lot of utility to help to bail you out. The one time that we saw Baby Bay play a different angle was when he pushed aggressively inside or into the lockdown.
Yeah.
Finds the frag or I guess the shot onto Trick. It didn't eventually end up in a kill, but then he gets traded out for it, right? So he's not necessarily playing these angles that we know Jet players to play on this map on defense. Now he's swapped over to the attacking side, and he's really been able to find anything for his team.
It has been difficult for Baby Bay, especially as he, like you said, tries to get the first kill, the opening position, without a lot of early value or constant value that the side of FaZe needs. Into a B side that never really worked out, and Bjorn has been so good towards Link, playing reactive to his utility. Not something that FaZe wants to contest early on, at least not by themselves. You're gonna set it up with a little bit of utility, it seems like.
And they're also getting a lot of util here. 50 seconds on the clock. A Star used. A Nanostorm used as well. Hurried dealt with.
No, they can't. Yeah. There's so much. Is that the full Killjoy util? Then you also have the Yasser Star. They have to give it up. As also Mad Lions is gonna back up from it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, another grab. Well, this one on the opposite side, though. Baby Bay gonna capitalize on that kill. Ainge was never dealt with. Baby Bay went up and over the top, but finally, that kill traded out. He gets one for his trouble. Trick. No command online, but dealt with once more. We'll see if they take the robot down before finding the resurrection. Now narrate from the backside. Worked all the way from the B site. Good backstab onto one. 3 more players make it 2. Now worry about dash. No longer available. Cloud burst down. Baby Bay and Mummy have to hang on to this round. You see that Nano Swarm, but no killjoys for either side. It's the Cloud burst to block off Art. Narrate gonna take the first fight with Baby Bay. And again, they're disconnected. This is 2 1v1s that can be taken by Narrate if he plays this correctly. Snake bites down. Gonna beat the angle on the player inside Art, but the first 1v1 does not go his way. Mummy closes out the round for FaZe, and they find double digits.
In a play that works out right at the end in the 1v2, things almost got scary because of Narrate coming from that lurk, but shot down. And even though the player was disconnected, it was the right idea just to try to play from the spike getting diffused to the util being used to the swing as well by the 2 players. So FaZe, yeah, they answer right back, and Mad Lions timeout for this one. You start to see that pressure for the players.
A very, very close game here between these two. There's 4 rounds separating us at the half. Mad Lions started to get that ball rolling after finding that interesting pistol round win, like you mentioned previously. Then they also get that bonus. And again, the wonky silly, it joins us once more. A thrifty round gets picked up, so momentum back in favor of FaZe. A really good job of the players inside Art, making sure that, again, because Baby Bay went up and over that mailroom area inside Art, that connector, Ainge didn't get spotted. Ainge didn't get dealt with. He finds 1 kill, but the trade is there immediately. That is a world, or there is a world where Ainge gets more in that position, and that round quickly becomes winnable for Narrate.
And one of the things that you talked about on that timeout as well is how are they going to play around these ultimates for Mad Lions, because they are massive here. You're having that lockdown available. Even leaving it for a retake seems like could be something on the table for the defensive squad, trying to catch up, trying to get a win after pushing us all the way to the map number 3. They don't want to end up things on a loss. It's a time where they need to react. They just a little bit of ahead, and FaZe are going to give that space, a little bit of info towards Art, and yeah, Blackheart's going to get spotted. Not going to affect too much for this, though.
And this time, at FaZe, they buy out a bit of utility again from Mad Lions, but they don't have nearly as much time on the clock. 35 seconds before they have to make a decision. Fragment used. Star also utilized here in Art. Try and slow this push down. Nobody's watching this angle, though. Flash on the outside, and FaZe looking to go back to it. Baby Bay on the other side of Gravity Well. He's going to work his way up towards this site. Lockdown used. 4 defenders in the vicinity. A player out towards mid also going to be met. See if he wins the duel against Mummy here. It's Bure, yep, out on top. FaZe down a player. They get the spike planted, but now they have to try and hold onto the site. Does Narrate come through? Can't find enough. It's only a bit of damage, a bit more capitalized on, and Baby Bay and Poise. Now the final 2 here. He cuts down Trick, Cosmic Divide, and Baby Bay is left on an island. A dash available, but it won't be used. Ainge good for 3 on the round. A lockdown used in response. And I mean, what do you do? Swarm grenade used. So the Nano will keep him off the spike for just a second. That lockdown will continue to tick, but there's not going to be much time here for Poise. He's going to have to work forward, and he's going to have to do so quickly. Cosmic Divide goes down. Ainge just going to stick the spike, and this round belongs to Mad Lions.
What can you do? Like you said, it's just so hard. There's a Cosmic Divide. You can't really push forward. There's only one nanoswarm to activate once that's over. Pushing seems impossible with the lockdown. Just everybody forced to play all the way back, and then have 1v2. That seems impossible. Really good idea for Matt Lion there. Into one of the things that we mentioned, how are they going to utilize after that timeout all of those ultimates that were available? And it meant investing absolutely everything just to guarantee that one round. Yeah, FaZe still managing to be in top. FaZe still the only team with a double digits into this matchup. And Baby going for the same that we saw early on. Doesn't spot anybody all the way on top of screens. But Narrate is just right behind it.
Narrate dashes to safety. Wants to try and retake the fight, but he's just stuck in midair. Caught in midair. My Baby, a huge kill to get FaZe started.
And a Narrate that took a risky positioning right behind screens. He went for the dash. Felt like it was safe, but no. Not against FaZe, not against the squad. Everybody rotating towards A. And look at Ainge, how far up he is. You have to be expecting it, but on this angle?
Wow.
Down,
Ainge almost does it again. An angle where he could get multiple, but he's kept to just one. The cloud burst out. It's an awkward one, but they're just trying to do what they can to sell this fake out towards the A side.
Yeah, and again, they're gonna make their way towards this B side. There is
30 seconds left.
A Viper wall here. There's gonna help just a little bit more, but two players up close on this B side. Blackheart gonna make that first contact.
Trailblazer spots him out. Trick in the back line. It takes a bit of damage from that nano from a beautiful flash. 2 kills. Can't quite make it 3, but Blackheart's here to help out. Now, Baby Bay, operator, do you make the play here? Spike is down. 10 seconds left on the clock. A dash to safety. Cloudburst goes down. Needs to get this spike planted, but do they allow it? A tap once more. A shorty in hand. Pure runs him down. Mad Lions have tied us up.
2 rounds in a row after that timeout, and Mad Lions, like you said, gonna make things even between the two. Double digits finally for them. And it's great to see you had and you saw the pressure from the players, their faces. Making sure that there was still a chance for them into this matchup. For week number 2, split 2. And because of that, look, now they force FaZe into a really uncomfortable buy. Something, this is a buy that FaZe likes to do, that they're comfortable with. There's gonna be playing right behind what Baby can do up close. And it's gonna be, yeah, the right click. Bureau goes down.
Good flash out over the top. Not good enough, though. Baby Bay completely unaffected by that. And they're finally starting to punish these positions that they know these players have been in. Narrate gets one back, though. Knows that the push is coming through the lane. He gets one of his own. So 1 for 2 thus far. FaZe able to get a spike.
What? No.
Surely not. He almost does it again. He almost does it. He couldn't even see. He shot him through the pillar.
Yeah. Could not even see and just goes for it. Gets the kill. Now makes things even for this retake of Mad Lions. Dick is going to get spotted here, maybe with the drone now. It's going to be Mame instead towards long.
Tig's still in position, though, and finally gives himself up. Operator around the corner. Narrate gonna try and turn this one into a shotgun. He goes around with the classic. He hit Tig through the Seeker with the no-scope, and his classic closed out the kill. Now Narrate's got 4. Util down. Mummy may have done enough. Ainge will look to get back on with 11 HP. Narrate can't do it. Ainge can't do it. And Mummy's done just enough. 4 kills on the round. Not able to find the 5th is Narrate. And Mummy's awarded the clutch.
What a round, though, for the two teams, and right on time to shut down Narrate after he gets 4 insane kills. I mean, look at the second one, not being able to spot anything, and then the Seekers get shot, gets that Sky all the way behind them.
Placing swamp grenade.
But FaZe doesn't matter. Still gonna be under control. Take that lead again. 11 rounds for FaZe. And Viper Spit available. Was this enough? Look at the aggression for Mad Lions.
I mean, this is nothing new. This is absolutely nothing new. Narrate and Blackheart, hand in hand, find a couple of kills for themselves. Unfortunately, it's only a stinger for Narrate. Long range battle goes the way of Supa, and holy, what a round here from the Astra.
Calling my bot.
No way.
The nod, the subtle nod from Bjor. The timing could be
They have to
perfect,
know.
too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now they do. A weapon upgrade. 20 rounds in the magazine. Snake bite down to try and slow this push. But
Spike planted.
all three players going to get it set up nicely here on the B side for FaZe.
Bjor has been good for these clutches, but can he be good for 1v3 here?
Can he do it again? A high-low? Maybe a 3-2-1? Nope, not even needed. The player's back sight. They stay tucked back sight. 4 kills for Supa. The 5th for
Match
Poise.
point.
In FaZe. It's been wonky. It's been silly. They finally pushed us to map and series point. But if I've seen anything in this game on Pearl, Dryad, if we've learned anything, is you cannot count Mad Lions out.
Yeah, that is true. They're able to come out of crazy situations for this match. And so you can never count them out, especially for a round like this one. Trying to take it to overtime, but now a little bit behind off FaZe, down by 2. Still doable, still possible. Now everybody gonna be waiting all the way on top.
No way. Narrate's gonna try his hand. Throws out a couple of knives. Does find some good damage. Now assumes position up on top. They're gonna get that spike planted. Viper's pin is down as well. Baby spotted just through the wall, but not giving enough over to Mad Lions to find anything as Bjor looks to get something done with the shorty. Baby pulls out one of his own. That wall will subside. Now Spam can come on through. Narrate up and over the top. There's 2. How about a 3rd? Just around the corner with the shorty. Blades are still online. A rifle now found, but a pit still to work through. As Mummy plays up close and personal, and the player's backside. Narrate gonna work his way through, just trying to find the Spam. A star down on the spike. Make it 2. Supa has to try and hang on. Finds the first with 4 HP. We'll deny the defuse for now. Nobody on. Surely they're running him down. Surely they're looking to just run him down here, right? The blades, they all go wide. Narrate to hop onto the spike. A star available. He finds 1, but he needed 2. Is there time? Have they done enough? Yes, Supa has. Another clutch for Supa. And FaZe will take the series.
What a way to close it out as well for FaZe. It goes all the way to 3 maps, but they're gonna shut it down when it has to be shut down. And that's gonna be Superman. Across all 3 maps, he was going insane. So patient and staying alive. The one thing the Superman talk about. We need to be patient and we need to play down to our strengths, to the fundamentals, to make sure this match will go our way. And Superman alone does exactly that for the clutch, is staying alive as a controller player and knowing always what the best move is gonna be for FaZe.
And there is an argument that could be made that it maybe wasn't the cleanest game played on both sides. But man, if you were a fan of either of these teams, you were sitting on the edge of your seat the entire series. And as somebody who has to remain impartial just like us is Sierra. We'll see if she was sitting on the edge of her seat as this one, Sierra, went the distance.
Is it still impartial to say that I don't think anyone's arguing with you about the fact that there was mistakes coming out from both squads here, but hey, I think that makes for all the more interesting story in this, considering that last round was one that I'm sitting here like, oh my gosh, this is how it ends, like exclaiming at the end. It kept things exciting, it kept things lively, and hey, at the end of this, is taking this victory and managing to put an end to the losing streak. And every team has mistakes, you know, Dan. It's where they go from there. And a win, that's going to be new momentum, that's going to be a fresh outlook on things, and they can fix those mistakes.
And one of the things that I liked about this matchup is that we got to see different versions of these 2 teams, right? A version of Baby going crazy on map 2, but not being able to close it out. A version of Superman being able to step up when he needed to. A version of Narrate as well, going insane for 4 kills, 3 kills over and over again. Really showing his individual skill. And so many cool individuals that we got to see being highlighted for a match that, you know, you never know who you're going to expect. You don't know if it's going to be one-sided. I know one of the players were even saying we think this match is going to be quick. It was anything but that for sure.
Yeah, I also want to add to a very, very deep series for both of these teams where Fracture is a map that we've seen played by this new FaZe roster, but the rest of the maps were completely undiscovered territory. So when you kind of look at this, and although things did get a little weird, there was a lot of scramble, it was a lot of chaos, this is a lot for both of these teams to look at and really now start to take things away, right? So you can kind of peek at this as the first time played for FaZe here. And although, you know, they get the job done, it wasn't the cleanest. I'm sure that they were hoping to do it a little bit sooner. There's now officials to look at for this team, which is what both of these teams are looking to do with 2 new players on both sides.
And hey, for me, it's about seeing the new players adapting in and being able to see some of the great teamwork that we did get to see in some of the late rounds, as well as some of the individual prowess that was coming out, because Narrett was popping off at the end there.
It was.
Superman with how many individual clutches to make sure that FaZe could come out on top. I mean, there is definitely some things that looking forward in coming weeks that they can keep those good parts. Things should be a-okay. There's still going to be an interview up with FaZe as well as us closing out the day. But until then, enjoy our series highlights and be back here soon.
One enemy remaining left. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Last. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One. Nice. One enemy remaining.
It has been a long day of Valorant, and at the end of it, it's going to be FaZe coming out victorious 2-1 in the series. And to talk to me a little bit more about it, we have Mame on the line. First off, congratulations, a long series to take this win. How are you feeling about the win, your performance?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, it was a long, drawn-out battle, but you know, we thought we should have closed in the second map. We had a few minor issues with the retakes, but we're happy to finish it on Pearl. You know, the first win's always the hardest with these guys, and I think we showed a lot of composure in the end, and it's going to be good for us going forward.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a longer series, especially since there was that little content piece where members of the teams were talking about, hey, this could be pretty quick, this regardless of how this goes, and that's not what we got to see at all. Is it just more so that second map that you're attributing to that, or whereabouts is it all that time being added here?
Well, we kind of Tig and I kind of got brought into this roster pretty quick. Before the first match versus the Guard, we've had probably about 4 scrim days of practice going into that match, so we didn't really get to iron out our map pool and all the protocols that we wanted to set up. After that week of the Guard, we worked a lot on the maps we thought we were going to play, and we couldn't really get to everything that we needed to get to, but we had a great foundation to work with. So we put that foundation into play during this match, and some things need to get tightened up, but it was a great experience for us overall to actually work on those things. So the extra time was just, you know, we're trying to get more reps in match environment, and it worked out for us.
I definitely want to talk about you and Tig joining this roster, because last time I got to talk to Tig, he's part of Turtle Troops, both of you were, and now we get to see you two on FaZe. So how did this decision kind of come about for this new look, this new umbrella that you two are under going into Split 2?
So Tig and I kind of came into Turtle Troop while they were having some internal issues. They weren't really performing like they should have been. And we came into that roster to finish out the split going 2-1. We fell short of that MSI, which was a bummer for us. And we were really looking to get picked up by an org, which we had something in the works, and it kind of fell through. And then while all that commotion was happening, FaZe was also looking to make some changes, and we were in their sights. So we trialed, and we liked each other, and now we're bringing that patina of experience to this team, and it's really showing. And I feel like we're working together really well, and we have a really strong foundation together to bring everything together and actually go far in this split.
You talk about that foundation and you talk about going far together. How far exactly do you think that extends? Because obviously getting this win when there's 2 new members being added to the slate, fantastic. There's a lot of other strong players on the roster as well. So I'd love to know where the sights are set.
We're going 4-1. I mean, the foundation's there. We have really great minds for the game. Everyone is really into stepping up when they need to. I feel like I'm fitting into this role really well. I think having Tig as an IGL and having Poised as the mid-rounder is something that we play off really well. And then supporting Baby Bay's aggression is something that I really enjoy doing. And then having Superman being able to clutch out rounds when he needs and just anchor a site and just be overall insane. It's just, the team is really falling together really well for us. And we're hoping to end Split 2 4-1, and we're hoping to make playoffs and hopefully hit Ascension.
You're 100% on about all of that, with especially Superman with the clutches. It was actually incredible.
The guy's a beast.
Going on to today.
The guy is a beast.
Honestly.
Actually insane. He's hitting shots that people didn't even know existed. So it's awesome.
Cannot wait to see a little bit more of that going on forward. It's been a long day, so we'll wrap this up and we'll do our final question. This one's going to be the fan zone. It's going to be a lot later of a one than last time. Promise. This one comes from Keith, asking if we can expect any new comp testing this split before playoffs.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, being able to test the comp is something that I personally enjoy. I feel like playing under Envy at the start of my career and having Chet kind of give us his secret sauce and just wanting to switch things up and have everyone play out of their comfort zones has like resonated with me still to this day. So thanks for that, Chet. But I think the whole team is kind of on board with that as well. And I think the coaches as well are really looking to test things out and kind of innovate and see where we can get an edge here and there.
Well, that'll be definitely exciting to see for FaZe fans, for y'all moving forward, and congratulations yet again on the win today, okay?
Thanks, Sierra. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. For us, the night not quite over, though we're going to be wrapping things up, heading back over to the desk with Tanner and Dan. This has been the typical Dan 3-map curse, but hey, there is some questions about these teams, a couple of questions about these players coming in, and I feel like we got to see a couple of those answered today.
I think more than anything, what I'm taking away from this match is some really cool highlights from the new players, right? For FaZe and also for Mad Lions. And Mad Lions that was really fighting all until the very end of that map number 3 to make it happen, but a FaZe as well to close it out the way that we expected at the end of the day. And it's just, even though some rounds can be shaky, can be a little weird between the two teams, the individuals that need to prove themselves that are new to the teams have integrated pretty well so far.
And I want to talk about the kind of the answers to the interviews there that Mummy had given. Going 4-1, that's a big ask. I think the next big test, I don't know if it's next week, but coming eventually will be the game, obviously, against Moist Moguls, which they're kind of taking that #1 spot of Group B for now in way of not only map wins and series wins, but they're up there in round differential. So that'll probably be their next tallest task. That for FaZe Clan, that is. I also wanted to mention, and I'm sad that I didn't reach out earlier today. I thought they'd just be sticking to what was true, but Tig now IGLing for this team. Last week it was Poise, and Tig was just going to play his role. But Mummy confirms it here that in this week, Tig IGLing, Poise actually able to just play his role. And like they said, right, this is the first for a couple of maps that we've got officials on for them. Looked a little sloppy. The foundation is there. They have some things to clean up, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing FaZe moving forward. I'm looking forward to see if they can live up to that 4-1 call from Mummy.
Yeah, especially to the talks of Mummy and Tig not having too much time scrimming with the team before their match last week. So it'll be exciting to see moving on forward how things are going to be going for them, especially too with our standings. We are in Split 2. Sure, this is just our second week here with Split 2, week 7. But you want to make sure you can start getting those matches in right now. You start getting those points where you can, Dan, because things will start getting really tough going on ahead.
Yeah, especially for teams like the ones that we just watched, right? For FaZe and for Mad Lions, team that are really struggling to get enough points. And even if you're kind of in the mid-table overall, you're going to be at the top. And that means getting wins right from the beginning. I mentioned it, there's 2 versions of teams right now that we have in Challengers. The one that kept the same roster and are looking better and better. And also the ones that made changes that are looking to get to that level, kind of having a speed run at it and seeing if that's going to be possible. And for FaZe, we definitely see the improvements. We definitely see the changes, but it's going to be more than just that match against Mad Lions, right? You still have a long way to go to make it.
I want to mention too, looking at the standings here, neither of these groups are kind of group of death for me. I feel we're pretty even across the board. I think M80 are probably pretty convincingly at the top for Group A, but the rest of the teams, I think we heard it mentioned earlier, kind of calling it this soup, right? That 2 through 5 position for Group A.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody was expecting Disguise to start 0-2, but obviously they're going through some changes of themselves. And then outside of that, right, it's even though G2 are 0-2, nobody was expecting that. Moist and the Guard are up top, and this FaZe Clan now on the rise after this win against Mad Lions. We saw some good things from them today, that being Mad Lions. OR Esports really stepping up with the changes they've made to the roster. So it really feels like it's more of a, I don't want to say, I guess fair fight is probably not the best way, but nothing is confirmed. I think it's going to take, much like Split 1, all the way up until week 5 for us to really see who's going to be cemented into the playoffs. So I'm really happy to see not only the way that the groups have shaken out 2 weeks into the split, but kind of where the groups lied coming into Split 2.
So for myself, this I think was the last week where those teams that have those new changes are readapting, rebuilding for Split 2. This is the last one where I wanted to see those growing pains and those struggles. Going on into next week, sure, might be a split where we're going to have to see teams vying it out right until the end. But I think going on ahead with this week 3, teams should be bringing their A game to make sure that they can have enough points where they're not going to be in those tough situations right at the end. DSG is going to be taking on Turtle Troops, and FaZe going up against OR. Going to be next Wednesday, so make sure to be tuning in. That one should just be a really fun day, honestly.
All the matches for next week actually look super interesting. You know which one I'm looking forward to? Guard and Moist. That's Cat.
Sleeping.
Just Cat.
Just Cat.
I have no thoughts anymore.
The other one is also just right there. It's late, guys. They're taking their rest, all right? I think that's
it's been a long day.
It has been. So hey, I think this is a good place to wrap it up and end it off. We good here?
Yeah.
All right. Here for being awesome, some hype matches. Thank you, production, and everyone for tuning in. Make sure to be coming in next week to see what the teams are up to. And until then, have a great
10 seconds. Spike planted.
And thank you to our partners, including eBay. Get new gaming tech on eBay with up to 50% off the latest gear. It's free shipping on top brands like Microsoft, Razer, HyperX, and more. You can find everything you need at the right price. Check out the deals at pks.gg/eBay.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One. Delete it. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Headshot. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Be fast. Spike down, B. One. Oh, no, you don't. Get out of my way. One enemy remains. Seconds left. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Last. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One. Nice. One enemy remaining. 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 Three. One enemy remaining. Yes. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Attackers win.
My conversation is energized. The revolution will be televised. The retribution will be the terrorized. And the celebration will leave you mesmerized. Got the stage set, do it big, mega size. You want me believe you? Tell some better lies. I'm in the